Today, two America's rivals go head-to-head one last time for a shot at winning it all. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Valorant Champions Los Angeles, coming at you live from the Kia Forum in Inglewood, California. I'm Golden Boy on the desk today. We got Mimi, we have Achilleos, and it's Mel from V1 here today. Hello, Mel. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Guys, give it up for Mel. Seriously. Hello. Thank you. It's Mel. Goodness gracious.
Thank you. Honestly, it's been such a good time. I just flew Wednesday. I saw the games yesterday, and the energy in here is just awesome. It's so awesome.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome today as well because we have one match on the docket, but this one is going to be a doozy because it's Evil Geniuses taking on Loud as they face off in the lower bracket final, and this one is going to be a best of 5, and the winner's going to move on to the grand final tomorrow to take on Paper X for the trophy. And if you would have told me going into this tournament that this is the lower final we would have gotten, given, you know, I mean, heck, even at the start of the year, with the way EG started, with the way that Loud looked like they were on top of the world and then dipped, it really is just a fascinating story that we have here, Mimi.
First off, you've said that about every matchup and every possible combination of
have I really?
we've gotten to. I'm pretty sure you've said that
old age is a son of a gun, I'll tell you that much.
It is, but also I agree with you, and you're correct. And this
Thank
is a
you so
crazy
much.
matchup to get at this point. We've seen EG versus Loud 3 times already. There's a lot of history there, and it's two teams that, again, no one would have seen coming in this position this late into the tournament here at Champions.
I mean, flashback to them getting 13-0 by Loud. You know, this is just something that we didn't anticipate. They got into the international competitions by way of a knife kill coming through, in not even their own series. So yeah, I think this was very unexpected whatsoever. But Paper X in the grand final, you know, that one, I had that one booked. I had that completely on the docket the entire way through.
So you just traded the DRX for the PRX, and this is where you are right now.
After Tokyo, absolutely I did.
Wow. Oh boy, oh boy. Mel, what about for you though? Because these matches are certainly surprising, I think, for a lot of people to see, but the tracks that a lot of these teams took to get to this point, I think, is what's been really shocking everyone.
I mean, when you do look at Loud and EG, like you were saying, I feel like they've been in such a pivotal point in each other's like defining how this year has went for them. Like you said, the 13-0 from EG, and then we see like in Tokyo, no one was really expecting EG to take a map or even like a series off Loud at the time. And then we see Loud going out early and seeing that, and now here we are in like a lower final.
Yeah. For a grand final spot.
It transported me like 8 months ago. I never would have told you this.
Yeah, I know, right? And if we would have had time machines, we would have made a lot of money. But in any case, for a closer look at EG, let's go ahead and listen in on their comms from their win over Edward Gaming in this Sony InZone open mic.
It's quiet, it's quiet.
Nothing here.
Orb towards B, Viper. I'm gonna TPB.
I'm
Sky here?
Grab it.
I'm B with you, I'm B with you.
Might be B rush.
I'm gonna try to go screens once.
We have Exodia, by the way.
Be street, someone pick up street.
I'll jiggle straight here.
Yep, go. Playing it.
Omen here, can you smoke? I'm gonna flash long, flashing front screen.
Guys, we can retake his
Yeah, when I get out, Max, I'm getting out.
Wait, pillar.
I'm getting out, Max, getting out, Max.
Not
Yeah,
through
we
yet.
have full retake.
We're playing out, Max.
Yeah,
Be street.
one broke my...
I'm joining street, I'm joining street.
for it.
Right now. One behind screen.
Guy is up.
不，他看飞机清我了。索瓦也在，索瓦也在，索瓦有入捷力。海咒不见啊！飞吧，你飞吧，你飞吧。我把烟给你们封着。A 小可以 pick 吗？先可以。
我踢教堂了，行吗？
贴。
A 大肯定有个阿兹抓的，我跟你们说。打瞄下剑行吗？
瞄了。剑来了。
我贴。
他们推着手的像是。
3, 2, 1. I'm gonna go secret now, busy.
Omen's lamps.
We go fast. Yeah, go fast. Someone get on that. I'm flashing through man's wall.
You do.
Oh, I missed, bro. I missed.
Give another one?
No.
I'm thinking.
Go through.
I'm holding.
We win. Body, Max. Nice, Max. Good. Boys, good.
Hey, boom.
8-4. 8-4.
A good half there that we saw end for Evil Geniuses, but I'm left wondering what in the world is Exodia?
I have no idea. Maybe the alt combo of Killjoy ult and ult. I know.
Exodia. I don't know, I just had to say
I
it.
feel like it has to be that. It's just got to be that KJ Astro wall, so it's like, okay, we can plant this safely behind it. That clears them all out. They have to push the wall in order to try to clear the KJ wall. I don't know. Whatever it is, they had it and it worked.
It's a corner. It's like a corner call out somewhere, and they just have to call it Exodia.
We have this corner. Just letting you know, we have it.
We have those corners. All right, folks. Well, look, it's time for today's MasterCard fan poll, and the question is incredibly simple. And why don't you guys here in the forum join me in figuring out who you think is going to win this one? Is it going to be Evil Geniuses? Or is it going to be Loud? Ooh,
What's crazy is the Loud
Scan that
fan,
QR code.
there's far fewer of them. They're just way louder. Any EG fans here really have to step it up because the entourage for Loud has arrived.
Yeah, indeed they have, and it's going to be kind of cool to see these two teams who have already have quite the history with one another start to clash. It's going to be quite fascinating. Of course, folks, make sure you guys use those hashtags, Valorant Champions as well as VCT throughout the broadcast. We can feature your stuff and have a good time with that. You know, just usual business that we always do. But we are going to take a quick pause for the cause, excuse me, and then we're going to break down this lower bracket final. But first, we have a quick word from our sponsor.
If you're in Los Angeles here for VCT Champions, you gotta come on down to Set's Discount Warehouse. We've moved the show to the Kia Forum, and it's Merch Mania, and everything must go! I'm sitting on a massive shipment of deadlocks, and right now they're priced to move at just $19.99. Come on, teams, I know you want to put the new agent in your compositions. I'm looking at you, Paper Rex. Are you trying to avoid getting a sunburn in this harsh LA weather? Wear one of these limited edition artist t-shirts, which guarantees a rematch win over Billy Billy. Just $9.99. You know what? The only thing that's gonna fade faster than the color on this puppy is the confidence that you have while wearing it. You know, I think maybe the jet lag or maybe it's the sunburn is getting to my head because I think I'm gonna drop the price to $4.99. I've also got posters commemorating Evil Geniuses' brief stint as America's sweethearts. Remember the good old days of 013 score lines before all that shit talking for only $14.99. Splish splash, I'm taking a bath on this order of FoxyClean, which I shipped in from overseas. That's okay, it just means more savings for you. $4. Screw it, who cares? I need some sales. Look, everybody, I'm in real trouble. I bought all this merch. I brought it to Los Angeles. I took out a mortgage on my house to afford this stuff thinking I was going to make a fortune. And I haven't sold a damn thing. I need your help. So please, buy something good. Normally I take your pity, but I need cash. So just open your wallets and come on down to Set's Discount Warehouse in Inglewood today.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions. It's our lower bracket final. Let's go ahead and talk about today's matchup. It's Evil Geniuses and Loud. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here with Mimi. You got V1 Smell and look a little familiar, but we'll move on from that one.
I thought I saw that guy in the parking lot.
Whoever that guy was, you guys should buy his merch.
Yeah.
And he should get a raise.
Okay.
That's convenient. In any case, so guys, look, here's the deal. These two teams, they know each other incredibly well, right? They come from the same region. They've clashed many times before. This isn't the first time, obviously, and we have seen these teams really just take it to one another each and every time, but I would definitely say, like, 13-0, that one always stands out to me. But Mimi, it's good to see that this bounce back has happened, and it's happening here at this lower bracket finals for both squads.
Yeah, Mel, as you had mentioned, I think the games between these two teams are really indicative of their trajectory throughout the year. It was the EG that everyone doubted, no one believed could do anything in Americas, and had a really dreadful start. They were the first team to get 13-0'd at an international league by Loud. But then we went deeper into this matchup. They play again in the upper final. It's closer, but still they end up losing. Loud stays on top. They go on to win Americas. But we get to Tokyo, and EG claps back. They beat Loud in what was then the biggest upset of the tournament, and go on to make upset after upset happen to finally make people believe in them.
And they both have had such different journeys to get here. Like you were saying, EG has started from the bottom, 13-0, all the way up to here, earning their spot here in the lower final. Loud, on the other hand, 8-0 in the regular season, very hyped up to like qualify, fall short in LCQ, not in LCQ rather, but
Tokyo.
In Tokyo, exactly. And seeing that, and now it's like a bit of a bumpier road, while EG has kind of been in this upward swing.
But it does seem like the trajectories have reversed almost again, because it's an EG who stumble in the upper final again. Now they're down here with a Loud who's been making a great run thus far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, prior to yesterday, had only really dropped that one map versus EDG, and then after they dropped that one, came back to clap in those final two and 2 and 3. They rolled them in those ones. But then going in yesterday, it looked shaky. It was very much the calm show from the outset, but if you remove that, if he has even 50% less of a performance, that could have been a much more one-sided affair. So EG definitely not looking like themselves nearly as much in that series yesterday. They need to have that bounce back, whereas Loud very much have been on that upswing. They are looking like the team that we anticipated. They are looking like the ones who were defending that Champions title.
Yeah, and that is the scary thing here, because they have one thing on their mind, and that is going back-to-back World Championships. Would be massive for Loud. But for more on Loud, let's actually go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, standing by with the one and only Coach Fraud.
So Loud is here. I'm gonna stop Fraud, and I have a present for Aspas. Come here, Fraud. Aspas. First of all, it's a present for you. Presente para você, Aspas. Can you see if you like it?
Thanks for the present. Thanks for the dog. Now I have a new dog.
Agora ele tem um novo cachorro. Mas antes de perguntar pra você, Fraud, cara, a EG é conhecida por dar muito trash talk, atirar no corpo. Eles são meio que os vilões aqui do campeonato. Tem uma motivação extra para vocês vencer deles hoje, eliminar? So, Fraud, EG, they are known like the villains here. They like to trash talk, they like to shoot bodies after the kills. Do you have any extra motivation to eliminate day to day?
No, we don't have extra motivation. I mean, we have enough. We're here representing the country of Brazil, all of South and Latin America. That's the motivation that we need.
A gente não tem uma motivação extra, não. A gente está aqui representando toda a América do Sul, Brasil, Latam. Então essa é toda a motivação que a gente precisa. Thank you so much and good luck today.
One enemy remaining.
Yinsu looking a lot like Tichinha these days, but of course a big shout out to our Brazilian colleague, Tichinha, for all of that awesome stuff there. But in any case, though, yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of a reason, you know. I mean, yes, EG's been talking a lot of trash to a lot of people. Loud ain't one of those teams. Better than the trash talk spots and the rest of Loud. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Loud as well, the biggest motivator is and will always be that they represent Brazil. They're this Brazilian super team that won champions last year, and that was a massive achievement for the country of Brazil, for the entire Valorant scene there. So being able to come back here in 2023, try and make another run at an international event, if they could win again, it would be such a huge moment for all those players and for the entire country they represent.
And I think it would be too a moment of peaking at the right time, right? Like maybe they might have not had the best run in Tokyo, they went out in groups, but if they're able to peak again during Champions, the most important event of the year by far, that would cement
one
them
enemy remaining
in a row.
I mean, it's just something that people haven't been able to get Fnatic block in the Masters, but that double championship, something that has eluded so far. It's always been a new team. If Loud could be the first one to do it, especially not even, you know, carrying over that same roster that won in 2022, it's that much more impressive.
Yeah, and one of the carryovers, though, from that roster to this year, and has been immaculate genuinely all season long, it's Aspas. And he's coming into this one with a lot of work to do here, Mel. This is going to be a challenging game, because to your point, if like Calm and Demon One and these guys are hitting on you, Aspas is certainly going to have his work cut out for him.
Aspas is a huge part of the Loud system. You know, when I've talked to Fraud, he is also not only the smart player, but he's willing to work within a system to also make sure his teammates are playing to good spots as well.
And you can see the progress from this player as well here throughout his time. He was great in Americas, and he still played well for them at Tokyo. It wasn't quite that all-star level performance that you'd seen in the past from him, but now here at Champions, it's again the idea of peaking at the right time. And I feel like there's one indication of that than their win over Fnatic. They won almost every pistol round. They were controlling like 75% of their bonus rounds. They squeezed games before the early game, had really strong reads against what Fnatic was doing, a team who's never been eliminated this year from a global event up until that match. And on top of that, all their players are individually one enemy remaining. That form they won Americas with, that form that they won Champions 22.
Yeah, and one of the things that we want to see from us, just good. I like that. When he was in that dip, you know, you think back to them versus EG, we were really hyped up this Kong matchup versus Aspas, this massive jet clash. Didn't get to see. The Neon came out, didn't look good. Synergy across the board for Loud, not strong. But yesterday, comes out, absolutely destroys. His stats across that series versus Fnatic were absolutely stellar. And that's something that they need to be worried about here inside of EG. Because if Aspas shows up in that form, you have a very serious thing that you need to try to rein in here. He had some shaky moments yesterday, so is he going to be up the task?
Yeah, and I think as well, for Loud, I think that they proved two things in that matchup against Fnatic. One, I think that they have one of the strongest matchups. They exploited some weaknesses that no one had really been able to do so super much against Fnatic before, besides Loud. And on top of that, I also also think they showed their ability to play a lot of different styles. They're
बहुत
so
लो है
great
वो
at the
बहुत
hard
लो
Viper,
दोनों
but
बहुत
they've
लो
moved
है
away from that. They've been innovating with different compositions and are still showing us that level of crowd, even when they fall a little outside of that comfort zone. That has been one set for them.
Yeah, and I think most teams in these types of situations, when they get hit with hardship and have to really begin to dig deep, you know, it's easy to kind of just go and point fingers and, you know, do that, but it's even harder to just bounce back stronger than ever. And Loud at this point, beating Fnatic the way that they did, hard to argue that this team is coming into this one at full power. They are 100% shooting on all cylinders. This is literally what you want to see if you are a Loud fan today. Couldn't have asked for a better matchup. But before we dig deeper into today's match, we've actually got some big news that we want to share about the future of
one enemy remaining.
And I'm not going to say any more, so why don't you guys just go ahead and check out this video.
Hey everyone, I'm Andy, Game Director for Valorant, and we're back with an update on Premier. Just as a refresh, Premier is our team-based competitive system that connects the game and the sport as one greater whole. And it's a fun way for any team of friends to compete together.
Nice! Let's go!
So with that said, on August 29th, Premier will officially launch. The theme with the first official stage of Premier in Episode 7, Act 2, is that now we're playing for real. We'll introduce the official divisions for Premier, so instead of numbers from 1 through 20, like we used in the test phases, you'll now see Open, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, and Contender at the top. Weekly matches will now cover all 7 maps in the competitive pool. And last but not least, we'll officially start tracking your career history and results from here on out. Our commitment has always been to invest in the long-term health of the game and the sport. So when it comes to the sport, I'll let Leo, our head of Valorant Esports, go over the high-level roadmap for how Premier will connect with the VCT.
Thanks, Andy. The hype is real around here now that we're finally connecting Premier with the VCT. But what will this new path to pro bring? You'll see the first changes in early 2024 when all players competing in open qualifiers for Valorant Challengers will need to have played in Contender in Premier, replacing the old requirement of being ranked Immortal and above. In Q2 of 2024, the top Contender level teams will compete against Challenger teams in a promotion relegation event, fighting for a spot in the league. This means that for the first time, Premier will feed straight into Challengers. And by the end of 2024, all new teams entering Challengers will have to climb through Premier in order to be promoted upwards. Here are a few more details about the feature you should be aware of. Challengers and Premier will be moving to a year-round ecosystem starting in Q4 of 2024. That means no more long breaks between seasons. Second, with the new integration into Challengers, teams will have more opportunities to advance upwards into their regional leagues than ever before. At the end of every CL stage, we'll have a promotion event to bring up the best teams from Premier. And third, to ensure competitive integrity, pro players who are active on a Challengers or International League roster will not be able to join a Premier team. Thanks again to all of you for helping us get to launch. This is the official starting line of the Premier journey, and we'll return with more details and updates throughout this coming year. We'll see you next time.
Joining us now, it's Valorant Game Director Andy Ho and the Global Head of Valorant Esports, Lito Fadia. Hello, guys. Good to see you. How's everything doing? Welcome to Champions. I mean, you kind of like help orchestrate the dang thing, so yes, I guess, you know, you're very familiar with this. Yeah. But let's go ahead and kick things off first and foremost and talk about what we had just learned. So, Andy, how does Premier fit into the roadmap for each act moving forward?
Yeah, so anyone can make a team right now. But enrollment starts next week. So even if you have a team, remember to hit that enroll button sometime next week so you can play. And one thing that we didn't quite say was that, Premiere is going to be on with every act now, but moving forward. So,
yeah, seems like a great change. And Leo, for the integration with the esports, obviously, I wanted to ask when the teams will need to reach that contender level to be able to play in that CL qualifier next year.
Yeah, so all the changes start in early 2024, and that first promotion will happen around episode 8, Act 1, which is January 2024. So teams have around 4 months, the rest of 2023, to practice, play on Premiere, play on Ranked, and get ready for,
Some good time to prep there then.
Indeed, go up to CLs.
That's going to be exciting to see. You also mentioned this promotion relegation system and the event that's going to be taking place Q2 of next year. How many of those CL spots will be open to promotion in that event?
Right, so we're going to start with 2 spots. That's not the final design. We're going to be working a lot on Premiere on the course of next year. The hope is that eventually, one day, all teams going up to Premiere, to CLs will come from Premiere. But we're going to start with 2 slots on that, first part of 2024.
Wow, that's incredible. Of course, creating opportunities for people to be, essentially lowering the barrier to entry for esports has always been a mission for a lot of game devs. So it's actually quite awesome to see this happening in game. And I guess, last but certainly not least, what are you guys most excited about? Because it seems like, the hype around Premiere has certainly been there. I think a few people here join Premiere teams. You guys playing Premiere by any chance here in the forum? I think a few of them are.
Let's go.
I think a few of them are. So what are you guys excited about here? Let's start with you first, Leo.
So yeah, I think you nailed it. We've been dreaming of one streamlined, very connected path to pro that starts in game, that really removes the friction for anyone willing to go pro and wanting to go pro. And we have tested a lot of things in the past decade, right? Everything from having amateur leagues to open qualifiers, and all of those solutions work. But we think Premiere is going to really give anyone, anywhere around the world, the opportunity to play. It's essentially creating for us a very robust and wide foundational layer for the sport.
Pick-up games in the park a reality.
That's exactly
honestly what it boils down to.
So
that's how it should be, so that people can just get in and play, right? And what about for you, Andy? What are you excited for, bud?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's just being always on. And starting to track your career history in the game. So a lot of us on the team, we grew up playing these third-party competitive leagues that kind of came and went. So having Premiere be this official part of the game was always something that we wanted to do since day one.
Yeah.
We really want to bring competitive team play to everyone. And yeah, definitely, who knows, maybe one day we'll see some team that's played their way all the way through Premiere up onto the champion stage.
Let's go.
It'd be
that
so
would be
cool
a dream.
To see. Yeah, I mean, already just scrimming and playing in the Premiere beta and the first act of it is some of the most fun I've had in Valorant, building up a team. So actually having that direct path to pro for people into Challengers League, I think is going to be fantastic next year.
Yeah, we're excited. It's going to be awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us here, giving us a little insight on what we can be expecting moving forward. Exciting times ahead, without a doubt. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to dive right back into the matchup. It's going to be Loud taking on EG, and as always, we'll see you on the other side.
My, oh my, here comes Evil Geniuses. I'm going to grab Com for a quick word. Now, Com, yesterday you had a brilliant individual performance, but that wasn't quite enough to get your team over the line for a win. So what do you and your team need to do today to make sure you do bring home that W?
I think it's just a matter of hitting the clutches. I think we lost a lot of clutches yesterday, which ultimately led us to lose the match. But I think today, if we just win our clutches, play together, and just play our game, we'll be fine.
Yeah. I believe in you. Good luck, good luck.
There you heard from Com, and let's go ahead and talk about EG, because yesterday they were right there. 2 rounds, and they could have been in the grand finals with that upper bracket advantage, Achilleos, and it slipped out of their hands, and it's unfortunate that that's the case, but hey man, you got to be able to close out those matches.
You do, and I mean, honestly, it slipped out of their hands very similarly to how Ascent slipped out of Paper X's, because for quite some time they were in control. For so many of those rounds they were in control, but it was Com. That guy, the one who's saying we need to hit those clutches, we were having those slip out of our hands, he was absolutely annihilated.
That wasn't.
He was playing unbelievably. Yeah. So for them to get to that third map was still very strong, but yeah, they had that lead, 11-6, can't close it, goes into overtime, and then from there they get, what, 1 reset, and then it just ends up falling away from them. They were right there on the precipice of greatness, of being able to get that auto qualification forward into the grand finals, to having those 2 bans to use against whatever opponent you would be facing, and it let slip. But now it's the time to make up for it. It's the time to just make sure that you can get that grand final all the same. Get back into that, have another best of 5, have another crack at Paper X to try to get the trophy.
It is, though, the same story that we saw at Tokyo. EG's very familiar with this. They had an incredibly heartbreaking overtime loss that came down to a round versus Fnatic to not make it into the grand finals back at Tokyo. It's the same story that's happened to them here again, but it's the question of this time with the added pressure of champions. Can they keep that fun-loving attitude, knowing that it was, honestly, kind of a choke? They really should have been able to close that game out.
Yeah, you know who wasn't playing any games on that stage. And Mel, I'm going to go to you this one because I know you want to talk about him. Is Com. This kid was out of this world. He was hitting clutch after clutch after clutch. This guy was just dragging the carcass over the finish line in some of those rounds.
Yeah, I'm in the crowd screaming, that's the American hero. He's like, he's out here winning. He's doing everything. Every round was like a 2K, or his impact of his util was insurmountable, and he was winning clutches on clutches, and he's saying we lost clutches, and I'm just thinking, like, I kind of want to see more from EG winning in terms of team play, because they don't win Ascent if Com is even like 10% not what it was in that game. So I feel like they need to win these rounds more as a team, and I'm also thinking that I kind of want to see. I'm not entirely sure. Like these clutches were insane, but I don't like seeing teams win off of hero plays over and over and over.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Totally agree.
That's not consistent. That's not a form that you're always going to hit. That stride that you're always going to be able to maintain. So if it's just, I mean, he was truly Atlas yesterday. He was the one holding up.
Yeah, he was not Atlas. He was Sisyphus. He pushed the rock up, it fell on him.
That's how his arms look. I don't know if you know that in real life. He wears the thing around his arm, but because he hides the muscles. He knows, Papi. He knows.
But the thing is, are we going to see that kind of Herculean, as to just go ahead and throw another god's name or mythological name out there? Is he going to have that same kind of performance here today? Because we saw it, in the first 2 maps, but even then, it was too much. He'd already given so much and started to fall off by the end.
Yeah, he absolutely did. But I do think, though, for Com, a lot of those clutches were kind of predicated on the way that EG plays on their defense, which I was really impressed with throughout the day, especially the way that they were punishing Paper X, because Paper X is a team, they don't default a lot, especially on bind. They do a lot of 4-1s or 5 hits. EG was always punishing that with these fast flanks, and they do a really good job of buying time for their teammates to commit to those plays, commit to those flanks. I think EG, even against tough-to-read teams like Paper X, are always good at finding the right game plan, so I don't doubt they can do that against Loud. My biggest concern now is how's the mental after letting that game slip yesterday.
That's very true. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our MasterCard fan poll, because earlier we asked you which team do you think is going to walk away to the grand final, get that dub, and you picked Loud at 64.2%, EG at 35.8%. Wow. Okay. All right, y'all biased. We get it. Okay. What do you guys make of that, Mel?
I mean, it's interesting too because I was here and it was like EG versus Paper Rex, and it felt like the crowd was actually Paper Rex favored. So it was interesting now to see that it's more of the opposite, where it's like, all right, EG, let's get some EG hype in the room, because that's kind of what I want to see. And something I also want to see from EG is having fun, because in the match conference afterwards, it seemed like they were talking about how it wasn't fun to play against Paper Rex. Busio was saying. So I think today a big focus will be finding that groove, finding that fun having, and like not really thinking too much about the pressure that you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what got them so far in Tokyo, playing with house money, being flexible, having fun there. But it's always difficult because you're playing against the reigning world champion today. Loud do not want to go out early again.
Ain't that the truth? Well, folks, it's now time to get this BO5 started. EG versus Loud. Valorant champion starts right now.
I look back and I just remember those feelings again. We got so much hate. No one believed in us.
History about to be made, not in the way that EG was hoping for. Never been a 13-0 in any of the VCT international leagues.
Probably one of the bottom teams.
Controversial move in bringing Demon One in. The person with the least amount of like experience.
No one believed in us.
Evil geniuses, welcome to Tokyo.
Not gonna make it out of groups. We were just lucky and went on a hot streak. No one believed in us still.
So Corbin, you gotta stay towards connector instead of staying puppy.
It's just nice having a coach that's believed in me.
This year has been an absolute dream come true for all of us. We've had ups and downs, and it's just made us stronger. It's prepared us for this exact moment, so I'm proud of you. No matter what happens as champions.
A gente é time com muita experiência, mas às vezes perder realmente acontece. E a gente agora está utilizando isso para dar energia para fazer ainda melhor na Champions.
Cara, eu só tenho que falar que eu realmente estou muito orgulhoso, principalmente da evolução do Cauã e do Twist. Agora eu sinto que cada um tem a sua personalidade dentro do jogo. Pra mim, ser bicampeão mundial seria muita coisa, com certeza, né?
We are one of the best teams in the world, but it still kind of feels like we can be the underdogs.
At this point, in my mind, Loud are in championship form here. They are in full force.
We weren't as confident to first Loud as we are now, so it kind of feels only right playing against them again.
Estou me sentindo bem, estou hypado, estou com muita vontade de jogar.
You got us at NA playoffs, we got you at Tokyo. See you get to when it actually matters, that chance.
All right, let's jump right in. EG, you are higher seed, Team A or Team B?
Team A, please.
Team A. So Loud, you'll be Team B, and we will start with EG, your first ban.
We will ban Haven.
Haven, your ban.
Fracture.
Fracture, and so map number 1 from EG.
Ascent, please.
Ascent, side on Ascent from Loud.
Defense.
Defense,
and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus, EG side on Lotus.
Attack, please.
Attack, and map number 3 from EG.
We will pick Pearl.
Pearl, Loud, side on Pearl.
Attack.
Attack, okay, and map number 4 from Loud. You have bind and split.
Split.
Split, okay. EG side on split.
Defense.
Defense, that makes map number 5. Decider will be bind. Loud, attack or defense?
Yeah, by defense. Defense.
Defense. Okay, I'm gonna run back through this, make sure we're all set. The bans from EG is Haven, Loud is Fracture. Map number 1 is Ascent with Loud on defense. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on attack. Map number 3 is Pearl with Loud on attack. Map number 4 is Split with EG on defense. Map number 5, Decider, is Bind with Loud on defense. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Loud have a world championship to defend, and standing in their way is a familiar foe. It's time to settle the score once and for all, and Mimi, I have a feeling these two teams are going to tear the house down.
They're so familiar with each other. 3 times already this year they've played against each other, and the two teams have had very, very different progress throughout the year. Loud started coming in as world champions, almost winning in lock-in 2 rounds away. Then it slipped. At Tokyo, they fall. They need to come back here at Champions. And on the other side, no one could have ever expected EG at this point. This team started from nothing. They've risen up through Tokyo, through breaking every expectation to make it now here for a chance at another grand final.
It's everything to play for from this point. I mean, you see the hugs exchange. They know that both sides, neither is going to be leaving anything on the table during this series. Both sides are going to give it their absolute all to be walking away into that grand final at the end of it rather than going home.
It's a lot of pressure on all these players, on the coaching staff, on everyone to get to this moment. You know, I think a lot of people sometimes forget, right? Yeah, you know, we have these tournaments around the world and stuff, but this is Champions. This is where legends are forged. And you have an opportunity to punch your ticket to the grand final, to make your name famous. There's a huge opportunity here, Mel, for these two teams to do so. And I very well think so, that both squads deserve it, but now it's time to see who wants it more.
And I can't imagine the pressure that they're under right now, and trying in so many different ways to try to alleviate that pressure. But the reality is you're on the stage here in the Kia Forum, surrounded by fans and foes, and I just can't imagine what is going through their mind other than trying to stay in the present, try not to think about the pressure, and just think about how you're going to go into the game today.
And well, they've played each other before. It's different. It's a best out of 5 now, and I don't think the map veto is hugely surprising. EG get rid of Haven, Loud's best map. Loud get rid of Fracture, EG's best map. So that leaves us to start off here on Ascent, which, Seth, I feel is somewhat poetic. It's where Loud was able to beat this team before. They were always the best, but EG's on a crazy win streak right now. They're 6-0.
I mean, yeah, they were able to beat them before, but the last time they played it, it was one of the maps that EG was able to take away from them. It was a very one-sided affair, but again, that's when we were seeing those dips come through from Loud. Across that map, Aspas 10-17, Demon 1 absolutely murdering on the opposite side at 18-8. I want to see a clash with both of those players at their absolute peaks. Demon 1 was very quiet on Ascent yesterday versus Paper X. It was the calm show. Like Mel said earlier, I want to see a more concerted effort from the side of EG. Come out swinging because you know that that is exactly what Loud is going to do.
They can't rely on the clutches today. And Mel, for EG, I think it has to start strong in these first few maps where they're so comfortable. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And I want to ask you, with the default comps, with the team you've played against so many times before, how does that change this matchup?
there has to be mind games in here, right? I mean, we're so deep into the tournament as well, even despite not playing each other, we can see the fact that there's VODs out there of how each team are playing, and I'm looking really at the operator here. We've seen aspas dominate, Knives, Vandal, Op, and Demon One is someone that has said, hey, maybe I don't like picking up the Op as much, but Ascent is a battleground of the operator. You can absolutely take over a game. We've seen so many Jets across this entire year just drop 30 back and forth, switching up where they're playing, and that's what I'm really looking to here for both of these teams.
And in those mind games as well, it's always going to come down to the IGLs. Boostio tends to be excellent on this map, on defense, anchoring with his Killjoy, and Sadak is always impactful on that KO, on a default map with an opponent you are familiar with. It's about how can you change, how can you surprise them here in the game that matters most. It's the last match of the year for one of these teams.
Well, folks, this is it. The agents are locked in. Our teams are ready to kick off this best-of-5 showdown, and the grand finals is on the line. So let's go ahead and make some noise, Kia, for him as we get into the action. Send it over to Brendan Sideshow.
Let's get to it here. That's right, the lower bracket finals are best-of-5 territory. Loud versus EG, a regional matchup, but still so much on the line here. All for that grand finals at Champs 2023.
This is primed to be an incredible game. There is history between these two squads. And while Loud is ahead in terms of the match head-to-head, they are dead even on the amount of maps that each have taken over the course of this season. EG have been able to punch up to our inaugural America's winners. And specifically on this map, have come out with some fantastic ideas to be able to refute what Loud has done on what is historically their best map.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how this pistol round gets taken out. Both of these teams actually doing pretty well when it comes to the pistol round win rates. The deeper they've got into the playoffs itself, it's been a key win condition for either side. So all eyes going to be placed onto this one. A setup.
Look at
Alarmbot and Aspas. Yeah, it's traps and traps. I mean, the far back position of Sadek, he's holding a flash most likely. Dart, Alarmbot. There's the flash, and there is the collection. It's beautiful, it's precise. And a surgical picking apart of EG. Good luck. Trying to pivot now and enter themselves into the B site. We'll be able to get that plant down. Ethan, not contested.
Boostio's going to have to pull out some magic here.
Up to the corner here. Look at the movement, the hops on him. No clean shot, no easy target. That is a very clean pistol round.
Absolutely flawless from Loud in every possible sense of the term. The double catwalk setup is great if EG want to move in that direction anyway, but it also contributes an extra layer to that mid-trap. Alarmbot contact, or any kind of contact off the back of Aspas, triggering the flash. Paranoia also coming through to clear these players out even further and allowing this follow-up. A beautifully designed pistol round. Immaculate stuff from Loud there, and showing you one of the biggest reasons why they were able to take down Fnatic. These pistol rounds into bonus rounds have been so strong for Loud.
It's Loud that is fired up. They want to have that chance to defend their trophy, the Champs title, the prior year. It's EG who stands in their way. Look at the damage. Shots fired off right through the wall. Ethan lucky to get away with his life here. Demon One. Nasty surprise waiting for Aspas.
And there's been a push out on the other side of things. Giacomo knows that the Paranoia was invested here. And then as he hears them fall off, he's now got pretty good information. Demon One in his classic role, fairly alone.
No one's watching the smoke.
I mean, Com is also very deep. There are threats all over the place
What
here.
a lovely idea. They just missed each other ever so slightly. Will Sadek survive? Yes, he will. Spikes dropped, but in the moment, EG still looking up surprises. Demon One. Single shot is necessary, but he can't land it. So, Sadek making sure it doesn't get out of hand here. 3 players surviving, keeping the guns forwards. Less not carrying anything into the next one, just the Sheriff.
Aspas going for the operator immediately here.
Okay.
It's so bold, but I love it. The bonus round op can do outrageous amounts of damage, especially on the defense side, and Aspas might find himself in spots where he's going to be able to save it anyway, even if disaster does strike.
A fantastic beginning for Loud here on the defense side. In recent times, in recent form, hasn't been looking too hot. But in that pistol round, now looking to set their sights on this bonus here. Lovely knife early on, sets Aspas up on that deep angle towards B, while mid just gets explored by EG. Drone forwards, needs to be broken here. Unless is holding a one-and-done angle.
And that's nice from Kawanzin. He intercepts it. Aspas about to take contact in B main. Can Boostio tell? Just throws the Nana Swarm. That gets rid of the defensive Nana Swarm, but there is still that Jet up in front of it, getting all of the information for Loud.
Yeah, and it's going to be calling. The entirety of EG just tucked essentially towards mid. Going to make a go of things here, bleeding out the utility, but Sadak, only just the one flash available to him here. Potential weaknesses over towards A. EG running out of time though, 45 seconds left into this one, starting to now make their move.
The feint, as if it's going to be a B split here. Does less call anyone over? Because at the moment, Loud are set up quite nicely to still stop the cat push, and we can see that the spike is headed there.
Yeah, it is just 2 players left standing. It's going to be up to Sadak, really, to do the most from this spot. It's not going to be too much to contest this. No, it's a bit of a change in plans.
It's 25 seconds.
Yeah, there's 25 seconds left. They wouldn't have decided to go over towards B. Nobody really bid onto that one. They didn't like what they saw, but still into B main as Aspas holding his ground here. Oh, what a shot to win out. And still with a fight here, but they do not suspect less. They do clean it though. Traded. Kawazin from the back. Removed.
10 seconds left.
Kill confirmed. 8 seconds left. Got to get that plant down. And right now,
Com's going to secure that one. They've left Jorgamo inserted deep down mid, and Demon One takes contact, one shot, misses it. Oh, what a read from Tuiz, recognizing that there was a player there.
He's being pushed as well. B main not in control here for EG. It's a 2 versus 2, but massive gun and health advantage to them.
Recon just came back online for Com.
Onto lane. Com's not watching this angle, but he does have somebody watching his back. Yep, Demon One. He's got that angle. So, not getting away with that. Winning the bonus round out for Loud. Definitely doing some damage significantly to the economy, but EG going to be happy to get one on the board.
And Demon One takes the off. So not only has Aspas been denied that one through his death, and in such stellar fashion, if Com's going to be hitting shots like that, we might see him in back-to-back matches have unreal performances. It's the Jet Sova mirror that I'm so excited to watch in this map in particular. And Demon One with his attack operator, as Aspas limited to only the Guardian now.
Claims his prize. A little bit of utility, just intending to push him away. Demon One's still holding it. No one in his sight line, not anytime soon.
Standing ahead.
A flash and a recon play actually. Tags up Ethan, they weren't ready for it. A bit of counter spam. Kawazin, gotta be careful. Drop down to 52 health.
This is triggering a re-push out through B main. They know there's an alarm bot down in this kind of area. Remove it, push back forwards, and that takes space away from Boostio that he could use to call with.
Declare out all that utility now, starting to make the move over towards A main, but just a drone, no tag still. Demon One really relying on him to set this one up. He wants to take a fight to him! Sadak thought the nade would push them back. Not the case. Anchoring towards the back here was 2 years. Seeking to reposition now with the TPs as well. There is no go button being pressed by EG. They just waited out ever so slightly. Now waiting for a bit more of a response, or maybe just a util to come back online. Here's a smoke, sent flying 2 years though, playing inside one of his own, and he's just spammed out of it. Com saw him move into that angle. High ground, Aspas blinded up, cannot see a bloody thing. EG, look at in control, gain the side, and no chance allowed. Now backing away, saving the guns.
This was an amazing round by EG. And it may get even better. Boostio's about to collect onto less. And Kawanzin sat wondering on the other side of the map where it all went wrong. Demon One is not limited by an attack side op at all, because EG work their way around the map in such spots where he can be allowed to play slowly for picks. They're not just going to run fast execs with Demon One having that pure entry roll. And Kawanzin picks one off towards the end here, but now he's given his position away, and Boostio cleans it all up. This is how EG took down Loud on Ascent during the playoffs of Americas. Was through Demon One finding these aggressive attacking op moments. Oh, and these shots are sharp. I love the little break that Boostio inserted into that round as well.
Right? Yeah. Make some antsy, see if they use some util in kind.
And also just waiting time for Jorgamo to get another smoke back so that you ensure there's no threat that can come from grass. It's all super disciplined from EG so far.
It feels awkward to get a read on if you are Loud. Trying to judge where your opponents are.
They had the chance for momentum in this map. Starting out the series incredibly strong with a pistol and a bonus win, and EG have refuted it almost instantly.
Knife dodged. Deep presence on the extremities. It's used to combat the drone, so Con was taken out of that one. We don't get to clear Wine out. Might have to use a bit more util on top of it, just to get that peace of mind. For now, it's slow and steady. Spike's starting to make its way over here too. Maybe the goal might be an A split, but Sadak just firing off the warning shots. This guy in shotguns. It's a match made in heaven.
I've seen him do some awful things with the judge. Now here's where the slower pace from EG may end up also having an issue. It's 40 seconds. They don't have very much information towards A or B main. County is just recon darted over towards B, which might give Loud some false sense of security, but the time is so low here. There's 25 seconds and they don't even have B main. The clock is EG's biggest enemy at this point.
Now the util's coming through. Kawazin, he's repositioned to the back of the side here to try and take care of this one. Hunter's Fury ripping through. There's a connection, there's a tag, and there's the damage all combined up. Lovely shots. Patience from Kawazin. It is traded out, and Aspas with the blade, so maybe can make something off this. Had to back away from it, EG. Oh, they play the clock. The timings are so damn rough, and tight still Loud. Want to make a decent go at this one here. They're not really risking the weapons into it, but EG, they fight them back. Using their own flashes. It's Ethan setting them up as well, all the way through into the wall. Bullet to the cranium. Waiting it out though, 2 years. What more can you do? It's brought it to a 1v2, surely. There's not enough time, but potential's there. Knife missed. Now you really have to get a move on. Starting to hear it tick. Dart is dodged, the positioning is being played immaculately by Com. He doesn't actually have util to push this one away, and 2 years seeking to just salvage a couple of weapons, will be punished for it.
That round gets a little closer than EG would have liked. Perhaps a bit of hubris towards the end, trying to challenge 2Es like that, but at the same time, their economy is still in a perfect spot, and Lauda coming back into their rifle round and calling a tactical timeout.
God almighty. Yeah, 2 years in top form.
He was a player that went missing a little bit in their previous match, and yet still found those rounds and those certain moments to come alive and deliver them 2Ks, 3Ks to be able to win out rounds. But Loud have not found any success since the pistol. And on the pistol, it was a trap play that caught EG while they were searching for map control and trying to insert Demon 1 into a good spot. That's something that EG have talked about a lot when they approach Ascent recently, is Demon 1 communicating to Boostio where he wants to play for a pick on their attack side, and them creating space to put him in a good spot within the first, like, 30 seconds, and seeing if they can generate advantages based off that. So instead of Demon 1 being the guy that's always really mobile around the map, it's the rest of the team, once they get that Jet in a position to fight.
It'd be really quite hard as well to get a read on. Loud have been heavily prepping for each opponent as well. They've been putting a firm emphasis when it comes to the VOD times, making sure that they spot out the tendencies. They've been saying in interviews, you know, as part of what gave them the edge over Fnatic was just learning how they play certain maps, where they're standing, what their usual reactions are. But EG, the way they've been playing this attack side, I mean, with how mobile it's been, it's very difficult to get a read on them, to get a hold on them.
Aspas is going for the glass cannon operator here, over towards Catwalk.
Not quite hero, but yeah. No armor. Towards Cat. Nobody going to be opening themselves up into that sight line. But maybe they will just about now to jump spot. Good heads up from EG. Spotting out where the operator is. Now Aspas looking to reposition as well to make the most of it.
There's a ridiculous 0 point that Ethan just threw. A lineup that goes all the way back into spawn, I assume to try and catch a Killjoy that would be playing in an anti-KO setup. Whoa. Because he's one away from the null command. EG are thinking about Loud countering their KO ult before it's even online.
Here we go, paranoia, but Boostio on the wiser, unaware, honestly, that site was completely open towards tree.
This is a weird one from EG.
Yeah.
Overcooking things, I think, towards the A side of the map rather than just keeping it simple. Getting in their own heads about what Loud would have called coming out of the tag timeout.
They are now making their way towards B. Only 2 players again. They have to push it back, but it is less in Kawazin. They've been more than consistent. over the course of champs, especially with the Odin. It's had to be a rain of bullets. The dart is good. Smoke cropped up into his face. Kawazin got to pick and choose the timing to spray.
30 seconds
Just
left.
at the right time here. Dash forwards. Les, when does he seek to try and peek? Now is the time! 3 fall!
Les was an absolute monster against EG when they faced off twice in Americas. And Les has continued that monstrous performance all throughout Champions 2. You could argue one of the biggest reasons that Loud didn't perform at Tokyo was because Les was not running around destroying people. Look how hungry he is to try and take the fight. Feeds himself into the maw of Jorgamo. But that loss, they will not be too bothered about. The 3K is exactly what the doctor ordered for Loud coming out of the TAC timeout when their economy was about to get squeezed again. How does he so consistently find these spots, these timings, where Demon 1's not ready, Com has utility in his hands? Yeah, Les is a really aggressive player, but the timings he picks, he's just got such a read on the game.
And there it is, brings us 3-3. Plenty of ults online for either side. That is the counterplay, honestly, where Kawazin is placed and stood. Potential there for that to go really wrong. No command. Sent flying here. Oh, no chance. Not getting past the choke point. Demon 1 does not step foot into the site.
No dart breakers again from EG.
The counter spam, though. I mean, Kawazin getting a little bit too risky with it. But a lot of damage has been done to these EG players. Look at how low they are. Ethan, Boostio. Single shot will really bring them down.
And you take that every day of the week if you're Loud. You stop them from getting into sight with an ult command. That doesn't happen every day.
Not committing the ultimate there just to clear the bottom section of mid.
This Judge looks primed to tear through Ethan, Boostio, and potentially Com, all of these players that have taken chip damage. It's a nice idea, but no damage done to Sadak, who holds strong.
Either that, I mean, the shot down maybe just to clear the
They're
setup.
going to use lockdown as well here. This is such a massive investment of ultimates.
Knife gets the tags. Suppression across the board. Does he have to line up right? Sadak needs to be pinpoint, really. A bit of extra damage will also maybe get it done, but no, doesn't break it. 2 seconds remaining. Really softening up players on either side here. Will the site be gained? Will they get access to it? With 20 seconds left, got to make their moves into the site with the spike. He's got it in his hands. Plan. Finally going down here. Needs to be holding this one.
EG have been offered an opportunity by that missed KO nade, and now seek to take full advantage of that fact. Jorgamo's in quite an interesting spot here over towards B main. He can still get into a bit of an aggressive angle despite this lockdown.
It won't clear the back of the side as well. Players from EG can still sit there all the way towards the back. It only clears a decent section. If you look at the timing from Jorgamo, could be absolutely everything. Flash play. Oh my God, Sadak! Almost grabbing the 2 here, and it is about that timing as spots. Pure reactions into the back though. Spam through the wall will not be enough with the box as well. Tracking them all the way through Com. Right click into the classic to win the clutch.
Com is back in unreal form. Just repeating what he did yesterday. Except this time the rest of his team also stepping up. Not just Com up at the top of the scoreboard, having to carry them through these moments. Put this guy on ascent with Odin in hand, and he's going to be delivering huge moments.
Let's go, Corbin.
The form that he has been in.
Nice, let's go.
He looks so good. Here's another clash early on in A main.
Hello. Flash over the top. There he checked it
immediately.
It's the 1-for-1. Back this one away, but EG, they have gained and granted themselves control towards this one. That's a Hunter's Fury. This is pure reactions off of this one. Attack onto Com. Will there be the kill collected? Not quite.
Very close. Com managing to dodge, gets his own online. Com is unreal with his Sova ultimates. He has the most in the tournament so far by a long shot. And just to compare between him and Kawazin, he has about 7 times more Sova ult kills per round than Kawazin does.
7 times.
Yeah. So, Com's very good with this ultimate if you give him an opportunity. And Loud are grouped up over towards Catwalk. If Demon 1 smells anything
This
over
ult
here,
is going to set up the push.
unless Sadak's quicker with the Bucky.
It comes down to Oldest Util coming their way now with the paranoia, and the dart doesn't get cleared, and here it is, yeah, the Hunter's Fury. So damn difficult to really pass through, and you cannot stand your ground against it. It's going to pave the way. Access towards tree control, but maybe the side as well. Still, there are Loud players ready to receive. Push them back, less really onto the flank there, just cannot quite rattle the shots off. Calming down the aim there with the Sheriff. Spike down now. Pushing towards the round. Bullets flying through. Aspas tucked into the corner using the smokes against them. This is into hell. And are they going to be aware of this?
Even if they weren't, how do Aspas and Kawanzin recover a situation like this? The first one, great.
Maybe
but
like
there's
that.
still 2 players in A main.
Here's the dash, upgrade, received. Got to cover the fire all the way through here, back towards Jenny, and yeah, Demon 1, what is that? Safety in numbers, sure, but didn't even know where his targets were that he was shooting at. I mean, Aspas was hiding inside the Cloudburst. Nasty stuff from Demon 1.
And it's so great that we get to see EG playing against Loud when both of these Jet players are in excellent form. Aspas was dunking on Fnatic in that match that we saw just earlier, and Demon 1's been the highest performing player at Champions, still leading the way in terms of kill per round. Demon 1 wasn't even activated to his top level at Tokyo. When EG went on a run and made it to the grand finals, they didn't have Demon 1 performing on, going on all cylinders. This time though, he's ready and awoken. Oh, the timing just missed.
Aspas going to be kicking himself with that one.
Com gets away with it.
Instantly repositions to the top side of mid now, smoke in their face though, on top of it. It's really quite difficult to get a read in terms of what EG are running. The drone not broken.
I like this turret though as well from Les. Look how deep it is and how much info it gets over towards A main. And it's going to allow both initiators to play over towards B, which is a bit of an unusual setup.
Flashes just for information. As soon as the bullets are fired, they know, okay, multiple targets now from EG. Sitting into B main. Sadak missing a jump here. He's not going to be in position to use Util.
That's good information as well. They now know that Demon 1 is here.
No command.
That's arguably a little early, but it was also timed with Ethan using his 0 point.
5 seconds left. This push into mid. Kong doesn't win it. Whether a sound cue or not, Aspas was just aware. Landing the necessary shot up towards Cat now. This is a pivot and attempt straight forwards, but are they going to clear close to the side? Less still tucked, and well, it's all patience being played, ripping them apart. Jorgamo, he barrels through main. Demon 1's trapped though, and Aspas has got him right in his sights. One player left to do the most with Jorgamo in a 1v3. Spike is down, time is on his side. A misstep from Loud really that's able to him to get into this one. 1 kill, collected and traded though. So Loud, really good with the discipline. It's one of the things they've been carrying forwards in this tournament.
And I think they needed this win. This round, absolute necessity for them. They couldn't afford their economy to get broken again. And you talked about earlier the fact that Loud's defensive rounds have not been to the same level as we've seen in previous years. In 2022, they felt utterly untouchable on the defense side of Ascent.
Yeah.
This has been a different story with Loud. It's recently been a map that they've had a revival on, but they're going to need pretty much the rest of the rounds in this half to feel comfortable.
Still money available on either side.
And Demon 1 committing heavily to this attack-sided operator.
Yeah.
Some days, he said, he's not feeling the op, but today, part of the game plan, or whether he feels like he has a hot hand, he's been playing with it a lot.
Might be one of those days. Now the drone's not broken again. Close out a defense spot. This lineup as well is going to be landing onto the alarm bot. Into mid, the usual placement for it.
Doesn't get broken though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little deeper than you might expect where Les has put his alarm bot. And Les has been pretty creative with his Killjoy utility. Prior round, he was set up over towards A, got them very good information, allowed him to tuck in a one and done at switch and win the round. EG now grouping up over towards A. And they've actually swapped off the operator. So look, Comms picked that one up. Demon 1 with rifle in hand, looking to entry. Now, this looks like they're waiting for the second cycle of the 0 point to avoid that. but it gets used over towards B. So now with no utility there to identify that EG is set up for an A stack.
Have to expect this. I mean, Aspas is the
gonna
one.
go for it.
Yeah, he's got to lock this down, but here we go. Flash over the top. That's a great connection. Tucked to the corner, but already you can see Demon One, he's into the side. Dash to try and escape the updraft. The movement is very, very clean. That's Sanak. Takes a peek at the timing. The dart not being broken in time. It really does light up the targets. Enough for Demon One to be taken care of. Drone double tagged up. Nothing for the players to do through that choke point. They have been bogged down with 15 seconds remaining. It's going to have to be brute force. It's the attempt from EG if they want to have a go at this one. All the way through is being covered. Boostio, but again, with the trade. Kill confirmed still into the site plant. Being stuck down now. Ethan is on an island. He needs Com's help, but Com just holding down this one avenue, and he's only got the operator. Inevitable for Lau to win that one.
Too sharp as well from Les and Aspas. There were a couple of moments towards the end there where EG's players are in positions to maybe get a 2K. Specifically Boostio, played in by Ethan's jiggling over towards A main, and yet couldn't make it happen. The trade, excellent from Les. And then winning the 1v1 against Ethan too. When Les is hitting like this, when he's up at the top of the scoreboard, he just turns even situations so heavily in favor of Loud and can rescue them from spots that otherwise would fall by the wayside. Loud have recovered this. It's up to 5 apiece, and EG themselves forced to take a tactical timeout.
As for these last two, trying to make their mark. Feels like Les as well, not really being forced to use this lockdown. He's had it for most of the half in terms of the ults. Online. Money is short for EG as well. This timeout's going to be used to maybe cook up something a little bit cheeky. They have a Blade Storm talking about if they do want to fully invest, I imagine, into the round. Just around that one ultimate that Demon One has, but other than that, it will probably be for the 12th round, the final round of the first half.
And it's great to see this series, which is going to be a marathon, start out with a really tight, tense first map.
Yeah.
Because in the history of these two squads, they've thrown haymakers at each other. We've seen 13 threes multiple times. We've seen a 13-0 between these two teams as well. They like their reads, they do a lot of prep on their opponent, and that can lead to situations where you just have a gut feeling or some kind of anti-strat that works perfectly, and you get blowout maps. Those may come later on in this series, but for now, things very back and forth. Loud starting to recover, though even if they take the lead, this will be a good half for EG. 5 on the attack side of Ascent, more than enough.
Set themselves up quite well, then that pick. Aspas once more. Watching down mid. Drone from Com. If he tucks into this corner. Oh. Com actually not managed to get over the top there, so it won't clear deep into Pizza. Aspas can be safe tucked into that corner.
Demon One caught on that, but it's ambiguous information. Not sure whether he's taking that pick over towards Catwalk or in A main. Either way, the Jet is leaning towards finding picks over on the A side of the map. So Loud are going to keep 3 players in that area with Les's utility.
2 updrafts available. Oh, they mistimed the flash. It was all supposed to be coordinated together to maybe earn EG a pick. Nice idea.
Very rare that you see the mistiming on Ethan and Demon One.
Smoke's fading though. Close to the corner. Sadak waiting. Lovely knife. Blade Storm's not available for them anymore. And yeah, I mean, EG just losing the war of attrition here. And they try and use this utility.
30 seconds left.
The weaker buy, of course, Loud are going to be able to outpace them most of the times. They're trying to set this one up now like it's a fake. Shot hits. Boostio. It's weak. Aspas didn't have to use the dash to get out of there. TP towards the back now. Jorgamo. Access towards the side. It's going to be calling this for the team, but time is of the essence, and the spike has not made its way towards it. How do they get through this choke point? 10 seconds. They have to try and get in. There is no damage really being done. Ethan starting to get a plant down now. Post-plant positioning for EG could pay off massively. Boostio. He's tucked to the corner now, just playing that backstab roll. 2 players also into B main. The lockdown will push them back. No detainments though. Boostio can't land the shots. Now he's been spotted out. There has to be a clearance from Loud into B main. Demon One holding the close corner, but as the smoke fades, the damage is done. Aspas narrowly escaping. Knives just hitting the shins. He's still alive in the action here, but there's a player disadvantage, and it is massive right now. Loud being picked apart, pulled to pieces from every single avenue, and time ticking away from them. This is a round win for EG. They have done the most.
The final two players on EG fall to the spike. Aspas and Tui's just never even able to get into that round. What a beautiful Omen TP there from Jorgamo to be able to set up this entire pivot. There is so little time on the clock, but as soon as he cements himself into the back B site and smokes off spawn, that allows the avenue for the rest of his team to flood in, and confidence that Loud have not got an anchor on site. They had one gap there in their defensive setup, and EG exploited it to win the MasterCard Thrifty.
Right back into it.
Different lineup this time from Com, and it does take the alarm bot down.
Yeah.
Instead, it's Sadak, though, the threat, over towards B main. He's been using these shotguns for the last few rounds to try and boost the economy and make this an even half.
Yeah, last few matches as well is what it feels like. Defaulting into the judge gameplay, close to the corner. This is so damn hairy. Shotguns, so many targets, but no one falls. The drone is cancelled out here. Aspas takes a peek towards Jorgamo, top mid, taken out, but the site's going to be gained once more for EG.
Boostio, once he gets his plant down, is going to be in a position where he has lockdown available. So you see him deploy it here. What's the decision for Loud? Do they want to go forwards or backwards?
You have to go for it here, almost lining up, team in one! Not drafted over it. Bullets raining down, but he does survive, but the moment tucked to the corner. Shock dart does not bring him down. You've got to respect the lockdown back towards the side, but Com has given the most perfect of timings, the most perfect of timings. He's just walking up on them. And Louder feeling all the emphasis, the pressure now from the time just running down. Short, over and around. No more kills. They are not turning around to face him. EG, these last few rounds, putting on a masterclass.
What an excellent way of stopping Loud after they got the momentum to make this a close half. 7-5 with EG in the lead. And their attack side calling has been fantastic. This map historically one of Loud's best. But EG recently, with their approach, with Demon 1 in the roster, just looked immaculate here. Boostio's attack side calling continues to be a masterpiece. And they're up, heading into the second half.
Can't argue with that, man. 7-5. The attack side rounds of EG, they have set themselves up so damn nicely.
Wow, what a start to this series. I think that was entertaining, right, Form? You guys like that? That was pretty dang good. All right, let's go and get right into business here and jump into our Verizon high-speed moment of the match because it comes from Com. And, you know, we keep giving this kid all the flowers, all the accommodations and talking big about him, but he really has been just performing out of his mind, Mel.
Yeah, his performance from yesterday was not a one-off, as we're clearly seeing with the 7-5 lead. And this clutch, he's, again, the util is looking impeccable from him. And the game sense to put the Odin up. He has plenty of bullets, by the way, here. But to put it down, pull out the classic, because he knows this is a close angle. It's a really bad angle for him to peek into Aspas. So he pulls out the classic, so his barrel doesn't show. He has a bit more mobility. He can jump around. He can make it really hard for Aspas to get any damage out of him. And it just... having these big clutch moments again and again in his big clutch util, I cannot be understated.
I mean, those millisecond reactions that he has as far as his decision making is concerned is just absolutely incredible. These two players have been looking good. One of the things we were talking about is that it cannot just be Com by himself. He has to be supported by the rest of the team. Demon 1 was fairly absent yesterday on that Ascent map. Today, he is roaring to the front. A star-studded performance from him thus far.
And beyond that, the calling from EG in that half was incredible. Boostio starts off with these really complicated double fakes, leading it down to just a few seconds left on the clock. Winning those then simplifies the rounds. They get that one timeout through another adaptation. EG's attack sides are world class. And with 7-5, without winning the pistol round, this is going to be really tough for Loud to do the same.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how this all shakes up as we get ready for the pistol and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Eyes going to be focused onto this one here. Now, EG, when they're on the defensive side of Ascent, playing against PaperX, it's PaperX who, you know, really exploited, I think, the tree hold, the cat hold as well. They were rapid on the approach, squeezing those players over towards A. They saw that as a potential weakness. We'll see if EG have corrected it. It looks likely. 2 players deep into mid.
Yeah, this looks aggressive, actually, from EG. Like, Ethan and Demon 1 want to fight this. Oh my god, what a shot to open.
Okay.
What a way to announce yourself in the second half. Instant jet differential.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling that one for days. He is ringing.
And there is so much more of this match, so much more of this head-to-head left to go. Now the catwalk hold is going to be pressured slightly.
I want to push off this. Okay, Utah being broken here. The timing on that was just unfortunate for Sadak, but even impeccable. 2 players left standing for Loud. Get themselves in 2 years. Taking a ton of damage. There's no time wasted. Boostio, this level of aggression. It's relentless, man.
Awesome round. Both teams having a good pistol on defense where they designed to collapse mid. This one off the back of contact, and that triggers a recon dart from Com that was flown from so far away, right back towards the heaven window, landed over in tiles and set up for this push. But it's all open by that exceptional Sheriff shot as well from Demon 1.
One enemy remaining.
Again, best statistical player of the tournament so far, Demon 1, and showing no signs of slowing down, even against an Aspas who played phenomenally against Fnatic.
Let's go, Boosie!
Aspas was plus 20 against Fnatic. And Demon 1's doing stuff like that to him.
Both monsters in their own right. But today, Demon 1, at least for now, seems to be just in tip-top form. Grouped up now, Loud. A collection of players here with the Sheriffs. Towards B, Turret spots them. Oh, as soon as the orb is taken, that shot dart, doing a lot of damage.
And the second one too.
Tons of damage.
And look, Com might have just won this round already. He's just softened up all of the players that would be a threat, that are trying to take aggressive positions.
Out on their eco. The only game plan they have in mind, honestly, is to try and farm up these orbs as well. Looks like they're funneling them into Sadhak. They still have A main control. I mean, 2 years disrespected that earlier into the round. He's just been holding on to it since.
Working their way down mid. Boostio's got his alarm bot here.
But detonates vulnerability across the targets, across the board. Com tucked to the corner here. Still, with the amount of damage that's been done prior, you have to think it should be an easy solve for EG. These players might be getting squeezed though soon enough.
Really isolated. He can't afford to reposition particularly.
If this gets cleared, might be a dangerous moment. Backs towards it. So many chances. Kawazine, the tag as well with the dart. A lot of damage done towards the back of the site. Needs to be a bit of a bailout now. Some help and assistance. Gone. Lovely flash. Got to appreciate that one, Ethan. The supplementary utility from this guy is just in another class of its own.
And the best supported player in the world shows you why he deserves that title once again. And excellent stuff from the bottom of the scoreboard. From downtown, throwing the flashes. That was a pretty aggressive position for Boostio, and it looked dangerous there for a moment too. You know, Com got lit up by a dart. He could have easily been taken down, and suddenly there's no one actually for Ethan to throw that supportive utility even for. It's also taken a lot of the sting out of this bonus. But with Demon 1 and a Sheriff in hand, we've already seen what he's capable of. Both of these squads have very different ideas about how to approach their attack side. Loud love to be going for these 4-1 approaches where Les is the only player towards the B side of the map. And Loud will hard focus on winning A main control at all costs.
Very important one now for Loud to win. Think about it. The investment of the guns, the rifles that they've got in their hands, EG. Pure bonus round for them. Looks like they're setting up as well just to stack over towards A, giving up a lot of space inherently, not holding it close towards tree.
The drone through mid continues to allow that alarm bot and turret actually to gather info towards mid and towards B, and that's led 4 players to stack on the defense side on A.
They're not worried.
They're not at all, and this is definitely danger for Loud. I mean, Every piece of utility they're throwing indicates that this is going to be an A split straight into these 4 defending players.
Drone through players off the back of it. Ethan was a flash ready and waiting. Bit of time to strike now. Players starting to really move through here. The dart wasn't cleared though. Jogamo lit up. Counter utility still being used all the way through. Push forwards. There was that flash. Ethan is in their faces all the way through. Team of 1. Nasty with it. Can't reset it enough with the sheriff shot though. Can't claim the second still. Give it to Com. Plan has to go down now. 11 seconds remaining. Won't be anything to push this one back here. Still. Maybe Com just thinking, okay, get the rifle. Cheeky little prize. Does he still want to make a go of this?
And by the look of it, EG still have enough money to buy into the next, so any economical damage that you can inflict upon Loud makes this a better and better bonus. And this is likely to be the area where they exit for the save.
Yeah. Just playing it smart. We did just see a clutch the other day from Com where he made the big wraparound on ascent.
Com is never not flanking.
Yeah.
In the wise words of Mimi.
But it's about his, you know, how agile he plays it. He messes with your internal clock, the timings in your brain.
Oh, look at how good this is from Loud, though. They smoke behind them over towards A main. They've got a 0 point out forwards to make sure that he's not hiding somewhere aggressively for them. And they get a clean exit where Com can't inflict any more damage. This is going to take us into our first rifle round. Aspas and Kawanzin, I would imagine, looking to buy up around the guns that were saved there. It's this recon dart, honestly, that ends up taking all of the danger out of things. Ethan was ready to flash these players in, and yet they got caught. That's a good utility appreciator.
You gotta respect it.
Me when I see people not dry peeking everywhere around the map.
Exactly. Cautious tale. Both these teams love to play it slow.
Sadak, though, benefiting from the fact that he was loaded with ult orbs early on in this half, now has his null command online really quite early. This is a big round. And he's instantly taken A main control. Loud have these explosive fights sometimes around the extremities. This could be a re-clear, though, from EG. Yeah, the flash in.
Yep. Flash in. Jogamo. No connection, no kills.
What I like about this, too, is it makes it much less likely from Loud's position that they recognize Demon One is also here with the operator. You know, why would you be going for a flash re-clear of A main if the op is right behind it? Yeah, that is where Demon One's posted. And I love the position that Demon One has taken right now, anticipating them backing up and going into an A split, which Sadak loves to call. But this time, the IGL
moving away
from Loud moving into B.
It's EG, though, playing fully aware of the no command. Wait, I mean, look at this. Boostio's positioning. Deep tuck back. He's not going to be cleared out. He's not going to be suppressed. So all that util is going to be left to help Com. Dart's dealt with as well. Given the perfect timing as well as they start to come through, and there's the Nana Swarms. He can dead them again because there's no suppression. Paranoia into the back. We see the same supportive utility to help him out. There were flashes sent flying, but Com wasn't aware of it. The stairs position taken. Again, barely just getting in there with enough time to really do it. Still EG. Are they going to attempt to flood in? No, it's just a stray shot of Team of One.
Don't know how that one hits.
Ridiculous.
It's a nice spot for Aspas to play high-lows with the rest of the team, but there's nobody from Loud in B main.
Yep.
They're all grouped up on site.
And that is critical. All collected here for EG to really make the most of this one. Into the retake, this high ground position, all he needs.
Paranoia.
Is a pixel, an angle, Paranoia, massive connection. Multiple players now fully blinded up. Close to the corner, they're all being dealt with at the back of the site. Kawazin, 1v2, 1v1 tonight!
Ethan, the safe pair of hands, takes things home for EG with an excellent, diligent retake. Loud have such phenomenal post-plant positions there on site. Yes, they don't have anybody tucked towards logs or market or B main, but in terms of the spots you could play on site, I really like what they were going for. And most of that setup got ruined by Chocomo's flash. It just sails through. Player close gets caught by it, Aspas gets caught by it on his higher setup. Breaks those crossfires and allows EG to get in.
Nice! Let's go! That's huge.
That's the tension in a 1v1 for the coach.
Standing ahead.
Flash and a recon. And towards back. Ethan is disrespecting all of this. I mean, there's no connection there with the dart, so he just removes the turret out nice and early, sets up Demon 1 again with the operator. Meanwhile, Loud, they're exploring into middle.
Demon 1 is so deep. He looks like he might be about to make contact.
It's one less. Spotted him first. Damage done, no kill.
Boostio's utility looks ready to try and hold that space for him to use lockdown. But now he's had to burn it early and he gets caught. A random sheriff shot takes down the Killjoy and removes that lockdown, which EG would have been hoping to use for a retake. They still have an ult command to work with. Ethan could be vital here. But Demon 1 will probably have to trade off the op with somebody else. It looks tough.
Yeah, let's see how this gets played now. Go either way, any direction. Maybe just down to the positioning here of these players spamming. All bang angles. Nobody found here. Demon 1 has found the rifle now. Time will really begin to start ticking.
Especially when Currency has this Hunter's Fury at all times.
Yeah, and he is just really just buying all the more time for them. TP tonight, Jugamo can't get it done here with the rifles, and as well the angles are all known and noted. Ethan, so much more to do, but he just cannot do it. Lit up right through the floor.
And all of that coming down, I think, to the fact that Busio fell. A sheriff shot through a smoke, spammed back towards him, and he doesn't have his ultimate that they really needed for the retake. Look what that's done to EG's economy too. How does this shot happen? Oh, wow.
Talk about
perfect one.
Yeah.
I've definitely noticed with EG, and Boostio's talked about it in press conferences too, that when he has bad games individually, his calling also suffers. Now, he hasn't had a bad game in this match so far, but we saw him in the game against PaperX calling himself a disappointment and a fraud for going -24 in the series. You need to make sure that he's having good moments, not getting caught out, to keep the calling high.
The mental in check. Okay, EG. Very disrespectful. Only with the classics, of course, just trying to brute force their way, taking out A main control. Here's the response, though. Loud, spotting it out. Close to the corner, though, is Com. There's going to be a flash to clear it. Lovely bit of util now. Lots of players waiting to receive. EG over the top now with a Blade Storm. Not really spotted here. It's a jump and spot. It's the bait play. Oh my God, disgusting.
It's a great idea. Love to see it. How many knives did Demon 1 just expend there?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Dash still alive. Round to the corner. 2 years shuts it down. No danger, no chance of a real trade. And Jogamo, there was danger there. He had the rifle. Paranoia flying through. Boostio only on 20 health. Not much he can do in this. At this point, just playing for the exits, but really the money, it is booming for Loud.
Sadak, though, was forced to use his ultimate in the midst of this round, and I think you can count that as a win. You can count that as some small victory, some silver lining for Evil Geniuses. They're still 2 rounds up and now have fairly good ultimates. Specifically good retake ultimates too, against what Loud are going to be throwing at you. Boostio is going back to this Killjoy setup that's focused very heavily on putting double nano swarms and alarm bot, defending that tree space so that he can use lockdown in the retake over towards A. It doesn't work as well when teams like to run A splits on you though, and that's what Sadak loves calling those.
Drone and a knife. Team 1, a lot to play towards mid here.
Here's early catwalk pressure already, only 15 seconds into the round. Boostio would like to hold on to this setup.
Triggering the turret just to see if there was a util trap play off of it, alarm bot on top of it, so that's all the Killjoy utility removed.
Very early on, within the first 30 seconds. And that's going to be very helpful for Sadak, as well as he builds an identity and a map in his head of what the defensive setup is like.
Just from breaking it, look at the EG players' positions now. All collected up towards A, anticipating that that's where the hit might come through, and the reason for that as well is just Demon 1 this entire time. He's been holding down this B angle, but it's about to be received with a flash in his face. Will the peak timing be good enough? He's not going to be able to get out of there in time as well as Paranoia comes out of nowhere near-sided, dashing even deeper into B main. Using the smokes, trying to use them to his advantage! And here's the help, surely.
30 seconds left.
Even to the side. Starting to make their way now. Into the side there, nade at their feet, just trying to avoid it, dodge past it. To the back of it, though, they are walking into a blender. The kills need to be claimed right now for Loud all the way through here. And well, it's less. He's the one who's got them all in the blender, but still it's Jorgamo at the back of the site, anchoring at that position.
10 seconds
None the wiser, with no time left. Not a chance in hell. Jorgamo will not let this one slip. Beautifully played.
Another ult from Jorgamo into the back B site. He did it on attack, now he's doing it on defense. When you look at the way that EG's defense is set up in this round, it feels from the minimap like it's only Demon 1 towards B, but there is always that constant ability for Jorgamo to get into back site and reinforce this whole position. And as soon as there's somebody anchoring in that spot, it makes the supportive utility from Com and Ethan so much stronger too. Very nice setup from EG. You can tell that both of these teams are expertly prepped.
Yeah. The time taken here for Loud. Got to give again immense credit. Demon 1 in top form. Think about that prior round. Doesn't get the pick in B main. Yeah, he got traded out, but just enough delay, enough time being bought. EG could really cement up and bring the reinforcements in.
I want to think about the mentality of both of these teams coming into this match as well, Brent. I feel like every squad heading into Champions was wondering how Fnatic could lose twice. Anxious that it would come down to them to have to slay the beast. And EG themselves proved unequal to that task of taking down Fnatic at Tokyo. And Loud come into this match as the Dragon Slayers, returning to face EG. Battle worn, but also with a trophy that should strike fear into the hearts of every squad that goes up against them.
Oh, yeah.
We are the team that took down the favorites, and yet EG, right from the start, have shown the confidence to bring it to Loud and never play scared at any point.
Form has been such a factor. A lot of matches that we've been seeing. Oh my goodness! There's a punish. Kalazine attempting the drone down into mid just from the tower's position, but it was a flash dart and it sets it up with the Odin spam.
These ideas are so good from EG. Stolen, refined, perfect. Demon 1 in an off angle, but dealt with by Sadak.
It was an unorthodox one. Flash plays all about. Leslie couldn't see anything. Hunter's Fury, this is Com. Wants to salvage the situation, at least help them out, but slightly off kilter. Okay, 2 players left standing. Boosty actually going to be committing the ult now. Trying to clear out this smoke. Fades away towards the side. Is he going to expect Aspas? Door needs to be broken. Reload inside. Everybody's got the knives on the util. It's an absolute disaster.
Boostio looking to put pressure on and had his own lockdown broken in the meantime. He's left on a 1v3. And despite the incredible start from EG, it went downhill so fast. He's got the right read.
Yeah, 2 years ice cold, doesn't shift his position. Does he really make a play for this? That's a heavy face, and look at Loud, they are immediately on it. They can smell blood underwater. Chasing him down. They make the decision easy for Boostio. Run away, keep the gun.
The ideas from EG in this round are excellent. I mean, right from the opening pick, but even then, when there was more tree pressure coming through, we had a Paranoia comboed with the Hunter's Fury to be able to clean up the aggression coming through from Loud in multiple waves. And yet Loud was still able to hold their ground and frag through it. A great example of Loud being able to shrug off the pressure from EG.
Crowd feeling favored. The plucky upstart to this EG. North American representatives here. But Loud are steadily climbing their way back. Trying to equalize in this map. The round lead that EG have is starting to get whittled down and away.
Last time EG were on an eco, they stacked 4 players over towards A.
They just had Com and Boostio's utility watching the rest of the map. It looks like a very similar setup here again.
Smoking a paranoia. The Lee being held here. Demon One's the only one with the rifle. Don't expect that one. He's been playing a lot of these off angles. Does he really go for more? I mean, the dash is activated. Might feel like he has to get something done with it, but no, just using it to reposition here. Loud. Bit of a noise bait. Running away. Vacuuming up the space once more into A main. Drone close to the corner. That's a seek. An attempt to punish. I gotta respect it from Boostio. It's being watched for. The Loud still want to go for this. Yes, they do. Rush over the top here with the paranoia. Hunter's Fury as well, clearing all the way through here, but there's really no emphasis being placed on this. They have to take the site on top of it, but bullets will do the job, I guess. Clearing out into the corner. Still, Demon One is active, and he's still got the rifle with 9 bullets left, though. No more dash to really evade capture, and he's brought down.
Com scrambling, frenzy in hand, trying to pick up the pieces. But Loud have done this work on the anti-eco, and they are set up in an unlosable position. The triple face. Com not given an inch, given no quarter. Loud draw ever closer to tying this one up. The attack sides from both of these teams have been called beautifully.
Yeah.
I think EG's defense has had more layers to it than Loud's, and yet Loud is still managing to avoid all of these problems that are thrown at them.
I completely agree. These halves have mirrored each other, honestly, as well, which is the pistol round wins going in one direction, but the gun rounds, when it gets down to it, the attack side, these teams just have a better read.
You want to talk about mirrors, the IGL picking up the judge. We saw Sadak in the first half, and now Boostio has gone for the same kind of play over towards Tree. This does seem like the kind of area where Boostio is likely to get action.
Flash is going to connect, though. Here's it coming. Dodges it. Jump spot! That is nasty! And even nastier from Sadak, actually, under the pressure of that one. Making the trade happen.
Who does the trade favor, though, at the end of the day? Sure, you get rid of the attack side jet, but also all of that Killjoy utility is down on A.
And they push Sadak into this deep position, tucked towards Tree.
I think it's a very nice spot for Sadak to call from. Les, however, is way off script.
This knife. Is there going to be a flash reclear here? What's the play? EG going to try and cook something up?
Here goes Ethan.
Yeah. Oh, on the other side of the map. Okay, Sadak going for a flash of his own. What timing gets taken still? Back towards the smoke. Watching. A bit messy.
So now where do you go? Do you go towards Les on B? Do you try to commit to A? There's 30 seconds.
I don't really have the answer, but definitely getting the kills. Well, that space was gained. Les. He's making a run towards mid here, just to try and hold this one back. Demon One, he's seeking to also adapt and try and play fluently. He's brought down. 15 seconds. Where's the spike? It's dropped down right there. Nade close to the corner. Ethan! He's getting away with murder. 10 seconds. To 1v1 and the doors in his face. Obstacles abound. Kawazin, you gotta break it. And Ethan, he's won it out.
He goes for the top.
Unreal. Unreal.
That is a round that should never have slipped away from Loud. They had too many options, paralyzed by choice. Sadak was clearly calling for some kind of A split, but wanted to leave Les over on B to see if he could work the magic. And they decided, because time was so low, to rotate through mid. The only area where Demon One and Ethan could have had any impact on the rotate. But they didn't feel confident enough going full through spawn. I mean, thankfully, Sadak doesn't seem too bothered by it. All smiles on his face. But they've allowed EG to get up to map point when it seemed like Loud were pulling off the comeback. A match like this, the best of 5, it's going to be a marathon, but small moments certainly add up. Here comes Sadak, popping his ultimate, looking to try and right the wrongs heading into round 23.
Can make all the difference here. Let it fly now, let it loose. The util sailing forwards, but the guns, it's all about how they reign supreme. Aspas wants to lead the charge here, trying to resurrect it. Oh, Aspas, he's essentially on an island. He doesn't have help from his team, yet he's still holding them back. Knives out, in charge now. Demon One seek to even it up ever so slightly. EG might be on the cusp of winning the map, but Louder just back into this with a vengeance here. Tucked up onto the box. Aspas, he's low. He's trying to take the fight right to them. Brings him down, though. Dart is there, and there is the wallback damage. All being done. Com Still with control over towards door. It's a 2v3 though. You have to try and get these Loud players out of the positions they are tucked into these post plant. So hard to remove. Smoke. So awkward, so difficult. Demon 1 would have to have hit a worldie, but no. It's all less containing.
And Loud certainly responded. After letting one round slip away, they came in with fire. The entries looking vicious from Aspas.
Yeah, I mean, and he's alone now when he's taking these fights.
But he's so confident in his own skill, his own talent to be able to pull him through. And Les also with 3 following up on that space that Aspas had created for him. Les has 25 kills right now across 23 rounds. Stellar performance, outfragging Demon 1 on the other side of things, who I keep reiterating has been statistically the best player of the tournament so far. If Les is on fire like this, it's going to make a big difference compared to their flop at Tokyo. Les was one of the major reasons his monstrous performances carrying them through in the 2-1 victories they had over EG in Americas.
The time taken, EG, this final round can be the hardest. Bring you over that line. Time to talk you through. What are you going to do this last round of regulation?
Loud have been focused very heavily on A main control. If EG want to get value out of a scrappier buy, I love the idea of going for something aggressive in A main. It doesn't always have to be fighting it at the very start of the round. You could lure Loud in and give them A main control and then try and fight with a reclear strategy. But it seems like EG have a similar idea to me.
Yeah, and the money isn't too hot for EG here. For this last round, they bought up entirely. Just trying to disrespect them. It's a flash play along with the dart as well. They're all lit up, but they don't really have the guns to get this done. Maybe with rifles, could have spammed a couple of these players, but it's just contained. Storm was weathered by Loud. They waited out and they regained control of A main themselves. This time with ultimates, packing a decent punch here. Locked down.
Ethan still has a flash for this. They could try and go aggressive again. No, the drone is going to dissuade Demon 1. He's forced to pull back.
There are gaps here towards the lockdown. Into the back of the site as entertainment though. Jorgamo, he's up close. I believe inside of his own smoke here. Working rings around him, but Ethan, he will fall from the back. It's all onto Demon 1, but he just cannot hit the shots. Sheriff in his hands, needs to make the most of it. But Loud, complete dominance, completely in control. An inevitability, we will be going to OT here. Bustio gonna try for it, doing so much, but really just shut down. So 12-12, our opening map here of our lower bracket finals, with everything on the line, going to overtime.
It's going to be bad memories for EG here. They were up 11-6 to Paper X and lost a few clutches to let them back into the game. It feels like another one that they might be letting slip away. 11-8 the scoreline at one point, with EG in the lead. Just managed to make it 12-12, stopping the inevitable Loud onslaught on the attack side. Both of these teams with impeccable calling. But now the sides flip. EG once again on the side where they've looked the best. Loud's setup is quite different. And the Nanoswarm is so far back, ready to catch. I mean, by the look of it, Demon 1 as he would dash towards stairs. The way that Les has put his utility, it seems like they want to double anchor really deep on B.
He's giving a hop for Com, gets himself into that position here. Fight. Ooh, it's the bullets exchange. Hawazin was hoping to follow up on it. No one falls though.
Alarm bot broken. Les, as after he takes a little bit of a prod towards B main, is now in a very, very passive position over towards B. They don't have a turret, they don't have alarm bot, they have no information. And that's going to make every other part of the map a lot weaker.
Nice paranoia, but sidestep and avoided. Aspas! Too much room to overcome. Those two players just sitting there. 2 years now. He's tucked into hell. Could he beat a backstab? Could he beat a knife that really hurts them? But no. With him shut down and removed, it is pure desperation. You can see it on Loud's face, the way they're playing this one. Not together, not ever so slightly. EG once more. They find themselves here on the cusp of taking our first map.
These attacking rounds continue to be excellent for EG, but they need to be able to put something up on the other side as well. Great isolation onto Aspas. And they just get their players in great positions, completely holding and dominating these.
Look at him!
The sight lines over towards hell and heaven. Yeah. But Loud now with an opportunity to respond, and their attack sides have also been great. They put a heavy emphasis towards A main control, but this time the Brazilians grouping up in tiles. Oh! Wow, what counter spam onto Com.
I was wondering when we might see it. The punish in sight, both of these teams opting into the Odin plays. Just like that though, with less falling, it's suddenly a 4v4.
I mean, that one, such a shot from
Yeah,
Ethan.
I mean, where the hell was that?
How has he found that?
Cat all the way down to tiles.
Just the tiniest of angles.
Flashpoint, taking space. But now contacting. No more util being used off of this one. Dart doesn't spot it. Ethan is in real danger.
That's amazing. They know that Ethan's been holding flashes from that position.
Massively so. Jorgamoto, close to Dice here. It's really going to start to be swarmed and overwhelmed. How does he get two? Team of one, heavy position, ADS. This could be it. It's a 1v2, Saturday IGL. He's got to pull off a masterclass round. The tap of the spike doesn't force any EG players out to the open. A second stick of it over the top, updraft. Team one cannot spot him. Knows who one of them is though. Flash buys him some time, buys him some space. White swing, white face, can't isolate it. That is it. EG taking map number one.
Excellent performance from Evil Geniuses. Start out with a strong footing. Looked like that map was going to slip away from them, but excellent calling on their attack side prevails. We have tests, twists and turns, I'm sure, later on into this series. But EG with a great start.
Yeah, amazing resilience. It's still a best of 5. Remember, plenty more action left to come, and we'll see you soon, just after this break.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading the Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
EG, they're back to their winning ways, and I'm joined by their coach, Potter. Now, Potter, a lot of teams have struggled against Loud in this lower bracket, so why do you think that you guys were able to come out and get the upper hand straight away?
It's got to be the individual decision making. You know, yesterday we were a little slow to being decisive to all the info we got, but if you listen to the comms from these guys, we've got every I dotted and every T crossed right now. So I know that first map was a little slow, but we're warming up into it. I think with our comms, we're just a better team right now.
And very quickly, do you have anything to say to the fans? They are so loud today. They all came out here cheering for EG.
They really did. I feel the energy. You know, not all the seats are filled, but it seems that way. I don't even have words. It's been definitely a dream year for us, and yeah, hopefully we keep going on.
I believe. Thank you very much, Potter, and good luck in the next match.
Potter says it's a dream. Well, it feels like a dream season for this EG lineup who just picked up their first map win on Ascent here. But it was a tight one because Loud nearly pulled that one away. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi, got Mel as well as Achilleos. And you know what? Let's just jump right into this, shall we? Because what a game that was. A treat for most definitely. And I think what's even cooler about it too is just you get to see these two squads really approach this map their way. And even though we're mirror compositions, I really felt like we were seeing some ingenuity on both sides here as we take a look at the breakdown.
Yeah, it comes down to overtime in the end, and I thought that EG had such an excellent attack side half. Their calling was excellent there, and they started strong on defense as well, winning the pistol round. Yeah. But Loud really rallied. I think they had some good ideas on how to contend with EG, and it didn't nearly slip away from them, but it comes down to big step-ups from players like Demon One and Jojimo in overtime to close that out.
And that's what we were talking about beforehand. It cannot just be calm here, like what we saw from Ascent yesterday. When you see Demon One deliver on those entries, when you see other people clutching up, and we did see that this game delivered the clutches from EG, like Ethan 1v3, the insane mid-rounding from both teams, and the lack of hesitation, especially in the calling, especially later on in the attack half from Boostio, when they're just simplifying, they're keeping it simple, they're just going to end into an A split, they aren't overcooking. Even when they get Omen Blind installed, they believe in their read that there's only two there, and it honestly pays off, and these rounds are so hectic and insane, and the fundamentals from both teams, you see Calm trying his best to stay alive here, and I think he actually ends up overextending, but the retake from EG and the trust from Calm to be able to be like, okay, you know what, we're in a 4v5, but I still trust my team to be able to go into this retake.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan being able to step up here was something that was a very big breath of fresh air because he was another player that was very lacking on that Ascent map just yesterday. Huge performance from him, big clutches coming through to just kind of continue to plow onward here for the side of EG. Even though Loud was nipping at their heels, they forced them into that OT. They were able to just put their feet down and say, okay, no resets, 14-12, we're good.
Yeah, I respect that.
And mentioning players who needed to step up, I think Demon One was really the biggest example of that one. On their attack side, constantly getting those entries to set up Boostio to call these excellent mid-rounds was pivotal. He had a great map here, and you compare that to Ascent yesterday against Paper X, where this guy was really struggling. I think his performance was critical for EG to close this out, especially since against an Osboss, who's normally excellent on Ascent. He had a bit of a slow start, but he really warmed up into that second half. half.
And it was like I was saying, I really wanted to see that off, and we actually saw Demon picking up the off on attack, which is something I just wasn't expecting. And it's honestly, in my eyes, this is a steal. In my eyes, I thought Loud was going to take this. I know we were discussing it where you thought otherwise, and I feel like in my head, EG, you're going to this like, okay, Loud were expecting to take that. They're very confident on Ascent, and they should be feeling great going into this next map. EG should.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that I saw from EG here was that when they got an advantage early on, they didn't really let it slip through their fingers. Very few 4v5 conversions from the side of Loud compared to even EG. So even when Loud was finding those first kills, because as we saw, they got 15. They had the majority of them. This was about a 33% conversion for the side of EG. So even if they did lose somebody early, they were able to drag that round back into their favor with just excellent calling and team play.
I think how they deal with their late rounds is really excellent. You already mentioned how good Ethan was in the clutch, but Calm as well, beyond what he does in the clutch, I think he's the most proactive player in those moments. He has a ton of cross-map darts to support his teammates to stop either flood retakes or to help his teammate get into the site. And also, at the very end of rounds, in those late rounds, he's the guy flanking, making the play to shut down Loud's post plants, which is so critical on these Ascent maps.
Yeah, it's quite scary how it feels like Calm at any point in time just has an understanding of where his opponents are going to be on the map, and that information cannot be stressed enough, like how valuable that is. I think was Crashies in the American season was really praised for that info gathering, and I think Calm just having that mindset that he has, and also the way that he's been approaching his particular role, unbelievable stuff. This is literally what you would want to see from an initiator trying to punch a ticket to the grand finals.
And remember Calm's story. This is the guy who at the beginning of Americas was really, really heavily criticized by fellow players, by the public. Everyone was saying that he should be dropped, that BCJ should come back into the roster, but then he got so much better in Americas. He stepped up at Tokyo, and now I think he's hitting the best form of his career here in the Champions playoffs, where it matters the most.
Hell of a time to peak. Indeed it is. But for now, though, let's actually hear what Coach Fraud had to say going into map 2.
That was a very close map for Loud as well. I'm joined by their coach, Fraud, here. Now, Fraud, EG, you guys, you know each other very, very well, especially on the map like Ascent. But was there anything that they did that surprised you, perhaps, maybe you overlooked, that you think that you guys can tackle and fix for map 2?
Not too much. We're obviously familiar with their play style. I think maybe a couple times they caught us off guard with some like fakes, double fakes, going a little bit slower than they normally do. So I think that was more on us, just not playing the situations as optimal. Maybe, you know, we got to play inside the bomb sites, not play retake so late, hold on to utility a little bit more. So just things that we got to improve to make sure that we can beat them the next games.
Well, thank you very much for your insight and best of luck for the rest of the series.
Incredible to think how all of this, when you actually break it down, is coming down to a few minor details. Now, as a pro player, you've been in this situation before. It's stressful to know. It's like, if I just held on to that piece of utility a little bit longer, or if I had, moved over here rather than going over there, like all these little things you can kind of beat yourself up about. So it's very important that this team is prepared as they get ready for map 2.
And we hear it a lot in the post-match conferences where it's like the coach is like, oh no, it's just these small details. And at this level, at this deep as well into the Champions playoffs, it really is the smallest of details. And really, we're talking about Demon 1, we're talking about Calm, but really, I was looking towards Jojima. I feel like he's going to heat up here because he had some pivotal rounds in OT.
Well, asking, you shall receive, because the jog is going to be on some rays, and I think, getting Aspas, Jogama, a little 1v1 action between them is always going to be exciting, of course, as we go into this Prime Gaming Agent Select for Lotus. And, it's the philosophy here that we're seeing here, the philosophical differences between the two teams as we get ready for this map.
Yeah, I mean, Currency's just going to be sticking to that phase, but we see Evil Geniuses sticking with the composition that they brought out versus DRX, because they've only played Lotus once here at Champions, played it multiple times in the past, don't have a quite winning record on this map. It's about 43% win rate, but they still looked very dominant versus DRX, a 13-4 at the end of that.
It absolutely did, and as well on this map, I think the Raze head-to-head is going to be excellent between Jojimo and Aspas. They're both so good on that agent.
Couldn't agree more, Mimi. This is going to be a best of 5 that could very well go to distance. So for now, let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, firm focus being placed again on the pistol rounds. Feel like a broken record when I'm talking about it, but it has been one of the things that's paving both of these teams in terms of their success. That previous map that we saw, even in the gun rounds, they were really just neck and neck, and we saw how close that Ascent map 1 really was. And now we're heading into Lotus. Change of pace this time. This is Loud's territory. They ended up picking into this map here, but you got to be ready for all sorts of trap plays. EG, we know they like to take fast mountain control on their attack side. That's where they're going to be starting.
Definitely an area for the map to pay attention to.
Rod was talking about holding more towards the sites, holding on to utility. To see if they want to contest these areas of the map whatsoever.
Yeah, rinse and repeat from the last time they played Lotus. Low down flash. Gets them early control towards C.
But not much of a response from Loud.
No, ready to just absorb it, really.
Yeah, quite happy for EG to just take that control.
We say that less. Definitely getting cheeky with it here. The backside control is going to be gained. Granted now to EG. Got to deal with a lot of this utility. Follow the bullet traces and you will be rewarded. Prowlers round the side. Sadak, oh my god, he's missing with it. But okay, team got his back and now they seek to try and pivot into B. Pulled the player rotations away. Should be a free side for them, and it is. Ethan getting the plant online, but they have a massive player disadvantage. Maybe that's good enough, though. Something to even it out. Maybe a fake flash as well. Ethan was hunting for him.
Ethan's just utility dumping these three players that are trying to retake through the BC connector. Meanwhile, EG have managed to maintain control over Heaven.
Yeah, no clean shots, no clean fights. Orbs in their face, the decay damage kicking in.
And here comes Les.
It's a 2v3.
They've heard him.
They finally have taken control of Heaven. Les has cleared this one out, but again, time working against him. You can start to hear it tick. It's a wide phase. No way! Demon 1 eviscerates them.
One of the most impressive things about watching Demon 1 is that he's able to perform no matter what agent he's playing. The pure gun skill is on display all the time. When you put a weapon in his hand like this Ghost, it just suits his tapping aim style so well. You got to respect his composure in big moments. I think that's what separated him from a lot of the other rookies that we've seen who have up and down performances on the big stage. For Demon 1 at this event in particular, the composure is just always there in those big moments.
Yeah, he's been rising to the occasion.
You never see him just panicked, crouch spraying in a corner. No. He's always taking his time with every shot, making sure his mechanics matter.
Yeah, it's a level of confidence that really only belongs to the youth. Before they get humbled. He hasn't had that just yet. In his mind, he firmly does believe that he's the best player in the world, and they seek to prove it in this match here, already leading one map. Back-to-back grand finals for this team would be outstanding.
Trying to funnel the ult orbs right now into Jorgamo, who's running around with an Ares in hand.
Here it is, a big stack of the Loud players here. It's read by EG. They're still committing into this one, but picking them apart again, just walking right into the smoke. Where do you get that level of confidence from? Jorgamo, no concerns, not worried. 145 with the follow-up. Les taking out Demon 1, but now I know exactly where he is with the spike planted down.
Heal comes through as well.
Yeah.
I believe Demon 1 had a weapon that EG will be wanting to try and recover. So that battle is where Les could try and inflict some damage.
Yeah, just wants to punish when they go to pick it up and reclaim it. Yeah, well, Boostio, usually pretty sharp at a sheriff aim. Putting on a bit of a performance for us. So 2 rounds leading for EG. Good beginning. Would be even better if they get the bonus online for them.
One of the most bizarre facts about this map for Loud is that there have only, Fnatic have only ever lost Lotus to Loud. And yet, 2 out of 3 of Loud's wins on this map are to Fnatic. They can't win against other teams. So that to me is one of the biggest questions here, is the plan that Loud have brought in, this change of composition with the raise and the fade, is it going to work against EG? Loud love using this slightly varied version of the Viper Wall. Not many other teams running the one that Sadak does, that goes from B over towards C, instead of helping to defend the door. That's going to apply extra pressure to these EG players as they try and get in on the west side of the map.
Util was sent soaring, but there was no follow-up from it. I mean, Sadak still had energy in the orb. Stops them being able to push through here. Rotation of the door, making sure that they can fake presence, but it's only Com who's sitting there. 50 seconds remaining. Looks like the goal is these orbs. So Jorgamo's 1 away now from the showstopper.
Yeah, Com's just been defending it for Jorgamo the entire time. The Ares is not particularly going to matter when Jorgamo is bursting into the site.
Doesn't have any satchels, though.
Still going to be scary.
Yeah. And so lets it loose. Fuse dipping down. Haunt as well. No collection of the kills, really. Nobody wants to face him. They have given him complete control. Open up the site. Prime for the taking here. That's what the plan going down. And there's a fight to be taken. Over towards Rubble. That was an important one. Wukong falling. Really just applying that extra level and element of pressure. There's a flank attempt as well. The C's connecting. Jorgamo still seeking to hold on to this, but now up towards Heaven. Demon 1. See what he can do. Trying to lock it down, but it's only got the Guardian. He can't really let it spray and pray. And with the taps, yep, not able to hit it onto the mark that he was looking for. It was Sadak. There's a fight being taken across the board. Look at the movement. It's all over the place still. Jorgamo claims an upgrade. Control of B main. Still there's Fallen inside the smoke, though, placed in his face. It leaves it just up to him. And all you got to do is spray those common angles. You knew exactly where he was prior.
EG with a nice idea, though, utilizing their ults to be able to get into the B site. And they had Ethan's utility to try and set up for a pinch onto A. Kawanzin was under quite a bit of pressure in that spot, Trailblazer in his face, and yet Tuiz came to try and help out. Tuiz and Kawanzin did not have the greatest performances on Ascent. These less experienced players have been awesome in their moments throughout the year. They've really found their times to step up, but they have been arguably a little less consistent than the other players on Loud. Good to see them working together and getting straight back into this series. Loud are going to put a focus on shutting down Rubble control.
Look at that, send it flying. Paint shells, Haunt. Wouldn't have actually spotted as well with that smoke in the way, but it's enough that you have to respect it. G. Initial moves over towards B main.
The alarm bot got broken there, and Nanoswarm thrown out by Boostio clears that out. Now it looks like they're trying to do something similar on the other side of the map, over towards C. You know, Jorgamo with one blast pack here can get rid of both of these Nanoswarms. How are you going to defend the C site? They talked about going for retakes less. That was what Frod was mentioning. Pretty impossible, though, with a lockdown in your face.
Yep. And onto the final moment, he noted there was a gap there into the corner, so just spamming it out there. Boostio inside the smoke. That is dangerous, Sadak. You're playing that Sun. It is a bit messy here. There's no spike plan. It was spammed down. Their advantage now over towards Loud, and they've got them contained, isolated still. There's another flank attempt by Com. It looks like they're just trying to buy time for him to wrap all the way around onto the flank.
No, they're leaving. I mean, the spike is going all the way towards A. Jorgamo was left as a piece of bait on the C site. There's 20 seconds left, and EG are sprinting over towards the A.
That is a marathon sprint. You're going to have to get a move on.
And Boostio has split, looking to try and make the play that will win the round. You've got to go for something in a 3v5. You can't just play a standard post plan.
Loud are playing this one safe. Stick together, all four of them grouped up now, starting to run their way through here. Cosmic Divide. Another obstacle in their face here. And there is that time pressure, honestly. The longer they take, the worse it's going to get for them. Demon
Boostio has found an amazing timing.
Boostio around towards the back. Sadak, he meets him. But there is still that danger there. Got to imagine Com locking down the connector. One more kill to be found here. Tap onto the diffuser, trying to force out that utility of Demon 1. I believe there was a pull online for him, so it's able to dissuade it, push them back and away. Still, the util's being sent flying on either side, and that ever so slight angle adjustment. They just want to force the fight right to him. Time! All ticking down, half already gained. It's enough.
You can see the panic, sense it within Loud camp, throwing themselves onto the defuse. And a couple extra kills there for Com towards the end. Loud managed to stabilize eventually. Tuiz knew that he had to get half, but Les also just tosses his body under the pyre.
Yeah.
That's a huge one for Loud to win, though. It knocks down EG's economy.
There's a massive one.
And EG had also used a bunch of big ultimates there. You know, the showstopper in a couple of rounds prior, but then also locked down these big offensive tools to try and take space. Removed from the EG arsenal.
The waves now of utility. It's the Prowler and the Boombot initially, but now they've set up control of this one, and here's the second wave from EG. They wait to the down. It is perfect! Snake by Nanoswarm, Pain Shells, there is nowhere to run. Attempt to pick up the gun, but denied for now. Still, Loud realize they have to give up that space.
Beautiful reclear from EG. I mean, that utility was fantastic.
put them in a 5v4. Might be winnable. With the 2 rifles in hand for Demon 1 and Jorgamo. Dangerous players. We're watching Les, who's just tucked in front of his alarm bot there.
A very interesting position. There's no control of Maud. I mean, if they ended up re-exploring there, he would be out in the open, but we know that's not the case.
I think it's just so unlikely that EG would call a C push and open the door in this spot. But the Trailblazer is going to put Les in a really dodgy position.
Snakebite doesn't rebound. Flash as well. Can't quite get deaded. He gets caught. He is in a potential bit of danger. They're really pivoting into the B side now, trying to get that squeeze. I love this smoke, though. 2 years. Gives him to play around as well, so Les can still survive the satchels as well. I mean, Egypt just cannot clear this guy out of this spot, this position. They are trying their hardest. Dodging, juking, weaving to the sides. Eventually, he will be brought down. So, Plant, online, Team 1, his job. Win that fight out, and he does do. Just that here, still flooding in, Loud. Don't want to give up this space, not for free. Still inside the smoke. Tucked to the side here, and Demon 1 still has a pull as well. He's playing for his life.
What a
Wins
round!
his fight.
What a round by EG. I was worried when Ethan missed his second flash in 5 rounds, but the rest of them played patiently, and Loud are a little slow and a little scared to get back into sites. They're not playing flood retakes. They're not trying to go and help Les. There was no utility thrown to help, no use of him as a distraction. Instead, EG were just allowed to methodically take control of the site, get the plant, and have 2 players with rifles in post plants.
Nice! All of that with really not much of an investment.
No, and now it's Loud. The economy flipped. Them on an eco. It definitely felt like Loud were in control. Had they won round 5, they would have had good ultimates to work with, good economy to work with. They would have felt like they were in control of this half. And now it's back and forth. EG looking like they're in the ascendancy. In control of the tempo. Loud, though, still allowed to maintain rubble control.
Yeah, they haven't been pushed away from that. And I wonder if it's going to be biting EG. They want to go into this round with a bit of caution because Aspas has got the showstopper. It's an eco buy. You never know. It might just be stacking the site. You don't want to be walking into it, but just down the minute mark. Are they going to seek to try and push away that space? 2 years. He might just disrespect them. Danger lurking on every single front, and yep. He attempted. That's a season nade. Oh my. Okay. That was the connection, but no kill. The rest of EG now starting to walk their way forwards. Walls up. Sadak laying down a snake buys the damage. Barely being done, surely enough for the kill. It's just so unusual. There's a flash to set it up around the corner.
How's he got 2 there?
I mean, that is just absolute magician level plays. Forget rabbits, I'm talking about kills. 2 years. Jorgamo again. This is absurd, man.
Who's almost on for the ace towards the end until denied by Boostio. What an outplay of Sadak's wall. I was talking about it earlier. Loud are one of the only teams that throws this wall that goes B to C. And Jorgamo managed to get up on the... kind of dancing around it. Look at how he's positioned, waiting for the flash from Ethan, and throws an underhand nade to catch Sadak, who would be lurking. Oh, by.
Yeah, we did that one.
What an awesome idea and perfect execution. It looks like he's as confused as we were that worked.
It forces the timeout out of Loud because it is pushing him in an uncomfortable territory. So only 4-2 so far on this map, but already you're a map down. Yes, it's a best of 5. Plenty more action left to come, but you kept the dream alive of trying to defend your chance at a championship title by besting Fnatic the other day. But now you are up against the scrappy upstarts from your own region of Americas, EG.
Quite.
They've got so much to prove here. Determined to do it.
This is a domestic rematch for the chance to face Paper X in the grand final. No matter which way it goes, our grand finals is going to be Americas versus Pacific. The question is just who? The Americas #1 seed, #3 seed. It says up at the top, but it was Loud that won domestically over there. And now playing in LA, looking to try and make it.
This could be a bloodbath. I'm seeing 2 showstoppers online. I'm seeing the Razors facing each other.
Yeah, that's the thing. These rounds have actually bought time for EG to get back up to the showstopper, close to the lockdown. These massive offensive tools are back online almost for EG.
Only a single piece of util, just a haunt, not a boombot as well, but already it's been disrespected.
Look how both teams are trying to hold on to utility.
This really could just come down to the ultimates. They're going to let them rip. Yes, they are. Jorgamo, showstopper! Couldn't get around the corner in time. Still, there's the answer. Showstopper again blinded. Dodge out of the way. Boombot, nade, follow it up. Why not? And Aspas still stands his ground. Enough damage dealt.
Incredible!
It's pure friendly fire, but to himself.
What an amazing play by Jorgamo. Just back-to-back rounds. A delight to watch from him. But the squeeze is on Loud here.
Yeah.
Sadak's come to try and plug the gap over by breakable door. What's he got, a pit to work with? They need to stay more mobile than that. He can't afford to use it.
In this scenario, when you're essentially a player down in terms of that disadvantage, 2 years, just needed the information. That was the purpose of the ult. He knows that they're still here, sitting towards it. I do like the cooldown by EG to cut noise here, but it hasn't pulled players away. Instead, Loud still have chances to get back into this one. Close to the side. Les is playing inside the orb. They want to spam the corners. The angles! Les! No one's turning! No one's facing! And oh my goodness, it's whiffage all over the bloody place! EG, seconds remaining, seconds to spare. Sadak, another chance for him. Snake bite, ricocheting around to the side. Damage not done. No vulnerability. Ethan is left towards it. It's a 1v1. Sadak, jump spot just narrowly there. No more util. Just has to force the fight, but it comes down to it. The aim duel, the gun play, and he did not expect that. Ethan brings them up to 5.
And holds strong. That's only Ethan's second kill of the map so far, but it means an entire round for EG. What an opening by Jorgamo there. The outplay is excellent, and he throws his own body on the line as well. But things got really sloppy over here. Problems in the EG communication for sure, because comms should have been turning around at that point, but also a little fortunate that they had less with a presumably scroll wheel jump.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, you see those in the bigger moments more often. And Les has still been having a phenomenal game.
Recovering it.
This is the issue though, EG getting up to bigger and bigger ultimates.
Yeah.
Using the showstopper to set them up in great position to win the prior rifle round, and now they're on an anti-eco, and it looks like they're headed to just completely rotate the map away. Loud stacking over towards the A side, and EG heading C. This one may end up being uneventful, but it's going to continue to apply pressure to Loud.
It's one of the things that makes EG such a dangerous team to play against. Now, it doesn't look like they're going for the orbs just yet. They want to try and claim the side. But the way they just get that war machine rolling, not just for the economy now, obviously the gun's in their hands, but I mean, most commonly you see it when they play Fracture, you know, 4 orbs to pick from, and they just start rotating, snowballing the ultimates, keeping them online. It can mean a bit of an uphill battle here for Loud. You just have no chances really into this one.
I suppose the only benefit being that Loud are probably not going to be baited into using any of their ults. And still being on the losing side of things. But that is a slim, thin silver lining. Loud need to be able to recover.
Yeah. Signs of life coming out. There's a nade over the top. Let that one fly. Loud looking to do some of that damage as well. But again, it's the rifles that are really doing the damage and the work. Can't withstand it. Onto the flank. Watchful eye of Ethan.
Prime gaming flawless. It certainly feels like it. EG coming into the next with their lockdown too. So this is where Loud need to turn things around. They need a game plan against what EG have been up to. And I think Loud are struggling here a little, because when they throw all of their utility early towards A, suddenly they're vulnerable to EG just retaking that area later on. Loud need to post somebody up and be able to help them without using all of their utility in that area. We're going to see another clash again.
There's 4 players. EG have been doing a decent job as well. Waiting out, baiting the utility, siphoning it out of Loud, and then re-hitting a little bit later on. This time, though,
I like this.
It's not the game plan.
Look how quick Aspas has rotated away. He knows that this is not going to be a continued hit towards the A side of things. His nade is not in position to be able to deny this, but he's got it primed to stop the actual follow-up on the lockdown.
Lockdown is nice. Still sending that util there over the snake bite vulnerability. A chance of breaking this with the Cosmic Divide. There's that extra level and element of defense. Boostio just seeking to play in front of it. Gonna hit the spray down with it. Sadak still there, holding his ground with the Nightfall. Scattered across, no sound cues, but still, it's EG reigning supreme.
Loud never have a chance to be able to get set up for any kind of play. There's no trap at the start of that. Sure, they take a bit of rubble control, but EG are instantly away from them. The pace that Boostio is calling at right now is way too much for Sadak to hold on and deal with. And there goes the final player, the final domino tumbles. EG in an amazing spot currently. This play from Boostio's so cool. And he's got his lockdown, he knows that the players are going to be pushed backwards, and when it's mirrored with the Cosmic Divide, there's that tiny little gap, and he just gets in front of it, reads the fact that Aspas is going to want to fill up the space, and punishes. Loud have not found opportunities for these big players like Aspas and Kawanzin, who we've seen running the map on defense side previously, to get active. When Loud was playing against Fnatic, Aspas and Kawanzin were holding hands, setting up high-low setups on B all the time, being active and mobile with their Season 8 combos. It felt like that duo was everywhere. And EG are too quick. They're moving around the map at such speed that the rotates can't hold on. The defensive setups are not fluid enough.
Seeing those adjustments here. This is the second time I'm being caught by Loud. For good reason. You can all see the scoreline. 7-2. And this is your map pick. If you are Loud, best of 5 still. We're out of the best of 3s now. It won't be the death blow. It won't be the end to your tournament, but it's a spot that nobody ever wants to be in.
Here's another rifle round coming up. Now, Loud have been putting an emphasis on taking rubble early on, but then they haven't quite been able to get the read of whether EG are looking to re-clear A or pivoting elsewhere. How quickly do Aspas and Kawanzin rotate off? Can they get the correct idea of what Boostio's calling?
This time, oh my goodness!
What is that?
Okay, satchel across. I mean, barely a pixel to react to all of that. But as the utils offloaded, I mean, again, first kill for EG. It's more than a driving seat. At this point, they own the bloody map.
Sadak re-exploring, caught by Boostio as well. The IGL's having a very physical manifestation of the mental battle that Boostio's also winning.
Spot the player out. I mean, do you still want to go for this one? Just farming up the orbs. Ethan, Seekers are online. They're going to point them exactly to where the targets are. Chance for less, but just a chance. He's traded. Could have potentially got 2. Still moving to the opposite direction now, away from the Seekers. They have free access, and with the plant down now onto B. No control over towards Heaven.
Com is deep, though.
Yeah.
Com's holding a line here, so it's, you know, they do have some soft control towards Heaven.
And Loud just feel like they can't go for this, I think. Maybe if there's a kill afforded to them, offered to them, but they invested everything. Aspas has got a Guardian. Having to save a Guardian. Do they want to go for this? It looks like it. Maybe if they can find a pick. Double face. Now towards the connector, but so much to deal with. Boostio tucked inside the smoke. Flash play, pushing forwards. On top of it, Aspas. Not enough.
Caught up, snarled up, looking for a retreat that is not there. No mercy, no quarter. EG up 8-2. How does this kill even happen?
Oh my.
I mean, the reactions there are unbelievable.
What is that movement? Yeah, Ethan's flashes setting up most of this. Disgusting. And yeah, painstaking on Frod's face here. Barriers going down. It has not been working out for Loud here, EG. Order control, here's a trap play, look at that. Pull through the choke point. Satchels with the flash, it's all set up. We're less. He's got a backpedal. He has to give up this space. Deep flank attempt though from Loud now. They're going to be moving together as a group of 3. That could be the difference maker here if they're able to find the timing well enough.
It's so fast from EG. It's such a departure from what they did on their attack side of Ascent. Demon 1's ready to collect.
Open angle, a player's back's going to be towards them. They cannot hold against it. EG. Locked down to the side here. Will the nade clean it up? It does indeed. It breaks it all.
It's all over. It's all desperation on the side of Loud. EG completely in control. I'm thinking back, Bren, to that interview that Fraud gave after the first map. And he said we were caught off actually by how slow EG were on their attack side. They definitely brought a lot more patience to it. And then Boostio's just turned up the tempo heading into Lotus.
Yeah.
Loud came in here to the second map thinking, all right, guys, we need to slow down. We need to save utility. We need to hard anchor. We can't afford to be playing retake everywhere. And instead, EG are just hitting them over and over again with these fast haymakers.
Yeah. It's unusual for how the map is typically played as well. Think about Lotus, I mean, it's a big map, right? The attack side typically going to be taking areas of it just in waves, emanating, using that util. Boostio can barely believe it himself, but yeah, one more round in this half will set them up beautifully.
And all of these rounds will be giving them more and more confidence. They're a very confidence-based team. Aspas forced to go without armor in this round. Wherever EG go, they've just had it for free.
It's damage done to less. The extra money in the bank as well. You can buy operators, you can afford it.
And look, it's it's like flowchart Valorant calling from Boostio. Jogamo goes C, gets an orb. Now he's going to go B, get another orb. They get ready to showstopper into B. This Viper's Pit completely useless because Jorgamo's looking to try and commit to B with his ult.
And here it is, showstopper online, close to the corner. Oh, what is this movement, Kamazine? No way! Not a chance in hell, but still the bullets, they are raining through, fire through. It's enough at the end of the day. Less. The shorty pallets going wide sight. There's going to be gains. Slow down for about a moment here for EG, and they're just holding their ground. They know the Loud feel like they have to repeat into this. They know that they have to take the fights in 2 years. Wanting to do the most, but look at this, right behind him, there is nowhere to run.
Les with it all to do again. This map must have been painful from his perspective. He's had some unreal performances at Jams across all of the tournaments he's ever played, to be honest. But when you're left repeatedly in 1v3s, 1v4s, it's just not doable.
It's just not doable, and even if you do, I mean, it's the third round online. First one, though, has to win the fight against Gorman. Well, shot at the dart with a spray through into the wall. 10-2 is the half we're looking at. This is Loud's map pick in our lower bracket finals.
And this is so different. EG in the past have beaten Loud on Split and Ascent, and then Fracture too. But they haven't come at them on Lotus. They haven't come at them on a map where they've beaten Fnatic like this. 10-2 is dominant.
Systematic dismantling right now. Let's send it down. We have an interview with a special guest.
Thank you very much, guys. I am now joined by Coriano, one of the Loud's streamers. Now, first of all, I wanted to ask you how you're doing. It must be a little bit stressful right now to watch party this and see your team on stage.
I'm sweating so much. I'm so stressed out, but I think we can do better, and I think we can recover on this match.
I wanted to ask you, what have you thought about their run this year? Because I don't think many people expected them to make it this far in this tournament. So talk me through that.
We are doing so similar than we did last year, and I think the core like Aspas, Les, and Sadak are really great, and I hope we can go to the finals this champion.
Oh, I think everybody wants to see that. Talking about everybody, what about the Brazilian fans? How much do you think this means to them to be able to see their team in another grand final with champions?
We love to cheer for Brazil, and having Loud here is so awesome. Doing this core stream here is awesome, so thank you guys, thank you Brazilians, you are awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, everyone here in the Kia Forum that's supporting Loud. Thank you very much. I also wanted to ask you very quickly, though. EG, they're looking pretty good. What do you think about this team, and what do you think Loud need to do to be able to beat them?
EG is a really strong team. I think Demon 1 is an awesome duelist, and I think Loud have to, play together, win clutches. We're not hitting our shots, so we need to recover and do better.
And lastly, is there anything that you'd like to say, maybe in Portuguese, to send the players some energy and the fans at home as well?
Go Loud and vamos.
Vamos, vamos, vamos. I'm going to send this back to you guys and see if Loud can make a comeback in the second half.
There's a chance of it. A lot of experience going to be gained on either side of these teams as well. They've been in these situations, maps just being blowouts. It's about how you rally back after it. But hard pressed on Lotus are Loud, so.
It's such a bizarre map for Loud. It really is. Having been able to beat Fnatic twice on this, one other win against DRX, and then they've lost the other 3 times that they've played Lotus over the course of their history together. It's been a bizarre map to follow from Loud's point of view, and this one, they've just been destroyed. They need pistol bonus minimum to even get into a position where we would think this was winnable.
This looks like something created by EG here. Yeah, waiting for the presence. Here it is. Flash play out of the side. Kawazin way too far forward. Nate missing still with the frenzy. Shots are fired out on even sides. It's brought it to 3v3, but damage definitely done to these Loud players. Sadak. Oh, just missing it. It's Boostio tucked.
And only less than 2 E's with 70 health between them. EG once more grasping hold of the tempo on the pistol round. Right? It's them that's initiating the play. And Loud forced to react, always forced to respond and react because EG are playing quickly and putting the pressure on Loud. Comms holding this line. He's going to take contact first against less than 2 E's.
Why is it so weak?
Ooh. A smidge of extra damage done to less.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Com repositioning now up towards the higher ground. Doesn't want to let anything slip away. A lot of uncertainty. Thinks they could have walked up towards stairs.
Instead, Loud are looking to flank again. They can get a plant down here, and Les is in a spot where he needs to make magic happen.
Got to make a play. Com's close though as well. Good shot down, TP up top. Does Com realize it? Yes, he does. 2 years was laying down the smoke as well. Couldn't see a thing. Less from the side. Doesn't clear the corner! And he wades right into him. Boostio's wondering where the hell was he? Look at his cam.
Les just caught a timing there, slipping into stairs right behind the player that was rotating over. And EG are playing with them. Savor the moment. They're a team powered by having fun in these kind of situations, not taking things too seriously. And they find themselves up 11-2.
Vibe's got to be
just
good.
dominant.
I love this opening as well. I mean, we talk about Loud and the amount of preparation they put into these pistol round plays as well, but EG, they're another team that love to do it. You can see it, the idea there. 3 players stacked up, waiting for signs of life with a flash play popped up, the nades, Kawazin too far pushed forwards. And yeah, Boostio left wondering what the hell happened there. Well, it's a pistol round win. Loud forced to make a difficult decision with the economy.
Com can hear all of this happening over towards Mound. And I'm sure the EG players will be suspicious of a force buy. Com really wants to play inside that Viper Orb, but there's just so much spam going into it at the moment.
Trailblazer lay it down ahead of time here. Trailblazer, yeah, it does push back less. Got to respect this. The whole goal of all of this posturing by Loud has been to remove the front section of C in case there was Killjoy utility there. Now we know that there's not. Boostio shifted his setup, and now they might just be walking right into this. Aspas has got a satchel. It's got to cross this angle. How does Com play this? There it is. Satchel breaks it apart. He's maybe caught the timing inside the orb. And where's the damage being done? Sodam low, no kill still. Bringing him down. Eventually there with the trade. Turret in your face here. Aspas. The nade flying. Put your plant online. Might have to give up your life for it. 2 years.
He gets out.
Brought down to half. EG is so fast into this, they've already taken up space towards the back of the site. Head poking over the top there. Lester spotting them as they're moving in. Bullets really running out here still. EG Looking like they should be in control. As I say that, still it comes down to these kills. Round to the back, 1v1, damage done, enough. Softened up for Aspas with the judge.
So the force buy gets Loud into a position where they can finally win a round. But the gap just looks simply too large. 8 rounds ahead, EG.
Yeah, never seen a comeback from this scoreline before.
Not for Loud. Tui's doing a great job there, picking up 3 kills, making it winnable for Aspas, who has comms judge towards the end.
So knife's edge is what some of these rounds are coming down to, but still EG with a sizable lead. The AWP drop down, tucked to the corner here. Shots, Boostio, normally so good for it, reload at this time, at this place, going for it, but no. Can't get the extra bullets to try and do some significant damage. Com is a sole survivor.
With only a frenzy, this looks like Loud getting up to 4. Com, he can find himself, tuck himself into an interesting position, might make this one. Just spotted out by Tui's. I mean, at this point, do you even want to commit into A?
Yeah.
You got your pick of where they want to go.
Any direction.
It's going to be a B pivot here.
Find you.
Com will just be forced as well to take an impromptu timeout. Probably economical damage. Trying to go down to the spike as well.
Yeah, no, I think this gives us a decent opportunity as well to talk about the map pool just a little. Because while this looks like a slam dunk for EG to close out, the later we get into the pool, the worse the maps get for EG, in my opinion. The ones that you can't see up in the top left, you got Split and Bind.
Yeah.
Both maps where I think Loud are extremely comfortable and have been looking good recently. So when I was looking at this map veto, I was thinking EG's best chance might be to close this out 3-0. At the moment, they're in a great spot to do so, right?
There's no way. There's just no way.
However,
checking. 2 years will not be able to
drawn
take that
to his
right.
back.
Yeah. So taking away the gun.
That's a decent idea there for Com towards the end to make something out of it. But yeah, it's not disastrous for Loud, even if they end up falling here. The chances of them being able to pull off a reverse sweep in a BO5 like this are actually a little higher than you might think, especially when you consider how some of these matches have gone before. I mean, you dial back to the first time that these two teams faced off against each other. It's week 4 of Americas this season. EG come out with a 13-3 first map, rocking Loud, bash back onto their heels, who then 13-0 them.
Where are you?
So both of these teams very comfortable with turning the ship around. Loud have taken very fast C control in this one.
And nothing to stop them from committing over towards the C side other than Ethan Com.
I mean, this is where you would see Boostio calling for Aspas to go and work an orb and then using the showstopper to get in. And instead of being prioritizing the ultimates here to make space, Aspas was looking for a timing instead. Now dropping back. I mean, 4 players set up here over towards C.
It's pulled a lot of the EG players over. Maybe anticipating and expecting it. So
the flash was nice though from Ethan. It didn't hear anything, so now they're rotating off.
Right.
They're finding the read.
Boostio. Prime rat gameplay, but this time sniffed him out.
And the spike is headed back towards the weak side. Everybody rotated based on that flash from Ethan, and now it's only Com home. Aspas still has not picked up an ult orb. They're just going for this.
The reveal. Prowler as well, bullets. Slamming into the choke point, but you got to respect it and back away here. 18 seconds left. Got to get a move on here if you are Loud. It's probably not going to be the most ideal plan in the world. A tap to force out this util, but again, time is of the essence. You've got 12 seconds left. You haven't pulled this util out. It hasn't been siphoned out. Pryor, Sancho's over the top. EG! They've dismantled them! Absolutely and thoroughly. No time left. And just like that, it's a round win. Everybody falls, but EG, you know they're going to be happy with it.
What a situation. And you see the deep sigh there from Sadak. How did that one go wrong? They had the sight. They were getting set up for the plant.
Satchel out.
10 seconds left.
And it just all got denied. The blast pack as well from Jorgamo is excellent,
It's
even
all
after the fact. I mean, Jorgamo even being there in time.
On the precipice now.
EG, actually, even having won that round, are still going to have to take an eco here. Their economy's not in a good spot, and they'd just rather play it safely.
This is disrespectful. Look at this from Les. You don't see this from Killjoy players on this map. Normally, they're locked down, tethered to the util. He is in such a forward position. Calm with the movement. Not enough to survive. Demon 1. Okay. A weapon delivery straight away. Here's a satchel. Showstopper. What a fundamental. No way! No Jorgamo. He's broke his ankles. He's done him dirty. And just like this, it's crumbling. It's falling. Kawazine. Got to get some stability into the mix here. Cosmic Divide cuts his way through as well. The choke point ankle. Not watched for.
Nice flash.
Lovely flash. Nade on top. Sada can't swing. Can't play towards this one. Ethan sticking to defuse. Vulnerable up. Half on the defuse already smoked off. Got to push forwards. It's covered. Once more. Util there. Fights. They need to be won. The Util's not connecting. And it's a full stick to win.
Evil Geniuses closing things out on Lotus. Delivering the second blow to Loud. 13-4 is way more dominant than I was expecting. EG said that they've done a ton of work on this map. Used to be towards the bottom of their map pool, but they're feeling very confident on it now. And it ends with the MasterCard Thrifty. What is this?
Look at this.
Just ridiculous from the two Rays players. Both playing that situation beautifully, but Jorgamo out on top.
Nasty, nasty stuff. Still more series, of course, on the map left to be played. It's a best of 5. Remember it here in our lower bracket finals. Do not go anywhere.
VALORANT 冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
この目で見届けろ
What is that from Stella?
世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
or however that saying is supposed to go. What I'm trying to say is what's important. I love you more than, I love you more than $1 million. Oh, even though it's not like I've ever had anything close. If somebody put a gun to your head, I'd take the bullet instead. Oh, just as long as you know that it's not enough to have you by my side right now, 'cause sooner or later we're both gonna die. Oh, I need you there in the afterlife. I want you dead or alive. I want you dead or alive. Dead don't part when you're part of my soul. We can't start unless you already know that once you're in there, there's nowhere else you can go. I want you dead or alive. I get you dead or alive. I can't be for you forever if I spend my whole life being afraid that you will find someone better the second we leave Earth. This isn't forever, that isn't forever. Don't you ever
Huh.
Of course, guys, you can get even more from Valorant with Xbox Game Pass subscribers with their accounts linked. Get access to all agents, even new ones, on day one, as well as 20% XP boost on the Battle Pass and all event passes. Of course, guys, you can see there's like a QR code that should pop up on the screen. There it is. It's a full screen. Scan that QR code. Make sure you get your Riot ID linked up with your Xbox account. As a person who actually uses this, I can tell you, it's kind of based.
What a deal!
Yeah, what a deal! Do it now! Anyway, shout out to Xbox Game Pass for making that happen. In any case, so folks, welcome back as EG are up 2-0 in this best of 5 series, and we hadn't seen Lotus in a hot minute from this EG lineup, and we got it, and oh boy, did it look good at Kilios. These guys were cooking.
They absolutely were. It was just complete decimation, much like we saw. I mean, I was teeing this up. They played it once here at Champions versus DRX, and they come out here and they absolutely clap once again. They deliver the goods, and this team, they changed around their composition. They start working the Astra in for Demon 1 of all people, rather than having that Omen in the mix, and it just looks completely and utterly fantastic.
It's so good out of this team, and I think as well, something that was really missing in their series they played yesterday against Paper X, and I even feel like at times in a sense, was that so much of this run for EG was predicated on them just having fun, going into the server, playing to win, being lighthearted, and just celebrating their victories. They're really similar to Paper X in that way, but I felt like when these games were slipping away, they were losing that. But here on Lotus Mill, they were just clearly just chilling, having so much fun out there on the stage.
It really looks like the lighthearted, fun EG that we've all come to know and love is here, and it's in the stadium today, and it's fun to watch. And I think it honestly makes a lot of sense that it's a Raze map that we see this out of, because we saw Jaw pop off.
Yeah, he was excellent. And I mean, it's beyond just the vibes. The calling for Boostio throughout that, I was really impressed with on their attacking side especially. But it really was Jojimo, the guy who was getting all of that done. His entry kills when he's playing the Raze always look beautiful. I think he has probably the best Raze movement out of anyone at this point.
I would say him and Jing probably, right?
Is ridiculous, for sure the best from North America.
I'll raise my hand for Jing. I can agree with you on that one from North America.
But he wants to play him again, clearly, because he's putting up so many numbers here in this match. His util usage is excellent.
Unbelievable stuff. And you know, Jog, we oftentimes, you know, joke about his, you know, his like demeanor, the way he carries himself, but he can't stress enough that like when you have a player that is that comfortable, Mel, in the server, that could just, you know, do what they want to do, and yeah, they may not get it every single time, but they know that their teammates are behind them, backing them up. That has to be a very freeing feeling as a duelist Raze who has to make that space for your team, especially on Lotus.
And behind every flying through the air Raze is that Ethan behind him. Like there's that support player where we see not every Raze on the planet, there's an Ethan behind him. Everyone hops on a rank, Ethan just pops up.
Yeah, Ethan's just there the whole time. I didn't know you were in my game, bro.
There's that all-star support, and like anywhere he wants to go, there's like a Flash or a Dog, or his team is always behind him. And like I said, it's funny that we see all this fun come back because it's a Raze map, and you just see him flying through the air and getting these insane frags, and it's just like so goofy to watch sometimes.
And it again shows the variety that EG can play with. They can have those really slow, sometimes over cookie mid rounds on Ascent where they're super slowing down this game. They showed some of that here on Lotus as well. And then they can also have these rounds where they turn up the pace to 1,000,000, where they're double satcheling and showing these really well put together set executes. This team has a lot of variety, which I think Loud is struggling a little bit to contend with.
Oh, 100%, because you know, it does genuinely feel as if this Loud lineup has really struggled to identify what are the win conditions here for the Achilles. I could be wrong on this, but it feels like, you know, what are you going to shut down Jogamo? Well, there's going to be Demon 1 there for the support, or Busio is going to get you something in the round. It's very hard to pinpoint for Loud where they try and shut this down.
No, it really is, and it just feels like they are consistently reeling from just getting clocked in the face. Like every single round, especially there on Lotus, it's just Jogamo's blast backing at you. Like you said, Ethan's right there behind. He's setting in those flashes. He's blinding people up. I mean, Jog ends up going 4-1 when it comes down to first kill, first death, and then he's typically getting more kills on top of it. So there's just this compounding issue where things are snowballing out of control with every single round, and it feels like Loud have just struggled to find any semblance of footing to be able to stand their ground.
All right, Prime Gaming agents selected Loud.
Okay.
They busted out the Harbor Viper here. We also, see some adjustments, but also the Yoru is back for Ethan.
I mean, we've seen this from EG. It's excellent. They have great ideas built around combining that with the Sova utility, and while they let the game slip versus Paper X, I still think it's the right comp to play. For Loud, though, with elimination on the line for the reigning champions, they're going back to the composition that defined their year. They started the Harbor Viper meta. They've moved away from it, but now they're heading back to the map that was their best to start this year off.
And it's going to be important for EG to remember what the weaknesses and the counters of this comp were earlier this year, and tapping into that.
They absolutely will. And for EG, if they could close it here, if they could eliminate Loud, make it to back-to-back finals, and have a chance at the championship title here by defeating the team who 13-0'd them on the very same map, it would be a beautiful end to their arc.
How poetic that would be, but Loud certainly don't want that to be a reality. Let's go ahead and get map 3 started. Let's see if EG can 3-0 this, or will Loud start the journey for the reverse sweep? Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. It would be poetic if EG would manage to close this one out in a 3-0, but I think the forum, everybody here wants to see this go the distance. We want something explosive, and I hope we're about to get it as well. The return to that Viper Harbor for Loud is an intriguing one. It's an interesting one. They haven't played it in, what was it, 3 months, Josh?
Yeah, it's been over 3 months since they pulled out the Harbor Viper on Pearl. They didn't like it. It started out very good for them when they first initiated the Harbor Viper meta, and then other teams started playing it more. Other people started beating them. They lost to Crew, they lost to NRG, and they just started banning the map. And then when they brought it back in, they were running the Breach Fade. I don't know how much Loud have been practicing this composition on Pearl recently. We'll have to see how confident and comfortable they look, because I've been so impressed with how Ethan plays the Yoru here.
This is a blinding speed, how close. Side here, it's Busio. Tucked himself in. He wants to play inside the smoke as well, just so that nobody can cross past. Mid control, Link taken, Aspas side by side, but as flanks on flanks occurring as that falls, Tara doesn't see. It's a gap in it. Busio was watching though. It's almost intentional. Instantly there with the trade. There's less able to gain that ground for them. Ethan still at the top high ground angle. Plan should be available for them, should be given to them. Never to push this one back. Now with this competition, the new changes on Pearl, it is weaker to try and play this. Ethan!
What a play!
What is that? TP's close to the corner, but Kawazine collects that, shuts it down before it really gets out of hand. Now he is the thorn in their sides. Towards the back of Halls, needs to be cleared out here, but it really just might come down. Again to the gunfire. Spam into the smokes as well, a tap onto it, not really being forced to use their utility. Kawazine, they still need to deal with him finally. It is so, Team at 1 there, but brought to his knees. A pistol round for Loud.
And already showing a bit of comfort, dealing with what Ethan threw at them. Unusual play from the Yoru. Don't see Ethan going for things quite that aggressive all the time. But also the timing looking very tight on the B split. This was something that Loud was struggling with actually earlier on in the year, or earlier on even in this tournament. When we saw them running these B splits, the timing was really off between the players down B main and the people going through Link. Here we see aggression from EG on their eco round.
Yeah, just a stack.
Loud are nowhere near. One of the things that Loud really benefit from when they run the Harbor Viper is that Aspas is forced to go at the pace of the Cascade. There is no messing around. You must take space when that is used. And I think that helps keep everyone on the same page. Les controls the aggression for 1.
Yeah, being pushed. How does he claim 2 in the middle of that under all of that?
That's incredible. Going 2 for 1 there and not even donating them a rifle. Doing all of that with the Sheriff. Giving the info to the rest of the people over on the A side that they've got a free plant and can go and take whatever post-plant positions they like.
Yeah, not planning for backside.
Yeah, I'm not
hugely in favor of the plant position, but I don't think it'll end up mattering too much.
It's a big map, lots to traverse here if you are EG just trying to get a move on, but realistically, again, trying to do that damage to the economy. Go down to the spike, deny it a chance of ult torps, because already you're seeing that standard whirl into motion. Kawazine, he's 3 away.
Certainly. And with Sadak going for the plant, you can see them starting to churn up the lockdown as well.
This is a cheeky play. Smoke's there, got to remove all of that. Wait,
he would have time.
He would have time. You got to try and put a stop to this.
He does have time.
Giacomo!
He does.
It's broken. Okay. And they achieved their goal. I mean, listen, they got the weapons out of their hands, but my God, was that close.
That is a lot of damage that Loud have taken. And it's an early scare. Nice work in this round from Les and the rest of Loud to put themselves in a good position, but oh, that got a bit too close. Tui's required to get onto that. And Loud would have been feeling comfortable, except for the scare just then. And now they're going to buy up, so this isn't a bonus round that they're coming into. Look at the money for Sadak, Tui's, Aspas. They've all bought rifles.
Straight up buy round. Ethan, tucked close to the corner here. He can actually use a TP to escape. I don't believe he's playing. Oh no, he does have it towards the corner.
Wow, great awareness.
Really good heads up. I mean, Ethan plays there a lot.
Yep.
If they've been reading the VODs, they're going to know that he's going to be isolated there, banking on the TP to get him out of things. Close.
Also, an awareness on Boostio. Oh. Shut down both of the major threats from EG.
What a risky move to make. And the fights are just being handed to him. Aspas. Happy to grant them the death wish.
As each of the players on EG tries to make the play that's required to get them back into the round. And Loud are just eating up all of that aggression. The attack sides have been good from both of these teams. I mean, we just watched a blowout on Lotus. But we didn't even really get to see Loud's attack.
No.
They just lost so heavily on the other side.
No chances for it, but a very good beginning for a Loud team that has been knocked down to the floor here.
And especially with them playing a composition that, once more, we haven't seen this in over 3 months for Loud on Pearl.
And they did write the book on it.
Yeah.
To such a degree as well that they ended up starting to ban it. Everyone else was playing it. They didn't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, the innovation ended up being a bit of an issue for them. And this is a great start. Hunting down EG, trying to take rifles out of the hands. Demon 1 responds. Kawanzin sent back in. Les looks like he wants to swing towards the end of Demon 1. Demon 1 is denied.
Okay.
So what a start this is for Loud. A team that is down 0-2, trying to pull off the reverse sweep. We've only seen 2 reverse sweep BO5s in the main VCT circuit. Both came this year. It's always a challenge to dig yourself out of a hole like this, but the maps are actually not that bad for Loud. Pearl, Split, Bind.
You can maybe see it.
If EG take their foot off the gas, it is definitely possible.
Everyone plays towards mid here with the defensive positionings. A main control. It's given up. Tap under the orb. They're trying to bait a trap play. Anything that EG might have had, you know, flash around the corner trying to fight over this one, but...
And often Ethan is going to be around that position.
Yeah.
You know, he has his own aggressive plays that he can go for, holding off angles with a teleport or flashing himself through smokes. But he's often going to be throwing supportive utility too, kind of like he would when playing KO on this map.
Mo has the rifle. Should have taken these fights against him now. They really saw less here. The Seekers will point them in the right direction here. Do they have utility to clear out Giacomo close to the corner? He does respect it. You can immediately see him backing away like the dart. Calm. Good placement on it. Really bogging them down and slowing them from being able to get into this, but maybe the rifles will be enough. Smoke's in their face. Backside control towards Hall. Still going to be holding on to it. A couple of these players. We need a big opening now. Great flash. That was off of Ethan. A double swing and a double face here, down to the low ground. Another flash as well to try and set Boostio up, but it won't be caught unaware, not twice in a row here. High ground still being held, but as they look to reposition, they're all just getting cleaned up. All the kills funneling Demon 1. Bit of a test for him. Damage was done. The time, it is running short now. No chance of winning this round, definitely. Make them think twice about taking those fights against him, though.
Demon One still looking confident, but Loud go up 4-0. That was an eco round from EG, and you still saw some nice ideas on the way that Ethan's looking to try and flash them in on the retake. But Loud, one of the benefits of them winning these rounds and being on the attack side, being able to get these spike plants, is that they're building up to large ultimates. They just used the Seekers. Kawanzin already kind of halfway back to getting that online.
The Reckoning.
But it's the Reckoning that's the big tool, yeah.
Yeah. Pay attention to 2 years now. He's going to be using that. Most likely to clear out this side. As long as they're given A main control for free, which there's no big play here from EG. Just Demon One holding it. Praying. But he gets a connection with the bullets. Got to back away though. And again, so disciplined by Loud. They are very aware that EG's comp lends itself to trap plays. As soon as they hear the orb tap, there could be a flash around the corner, there could be a play from EG to punish. They tap it out, they wait it out.
Jorgamo's gone for this one-way in art. And it looked like Kawanzin was trying to flash Aspas in to take contact. Here's that flash.
Doesn't connect.
It doesn't connect with anything. That allows Jorgamo to continue to hold this. Reckoning goes through more pressure onto Jorgamo.
Yeah, and this is a nice one, actually. Clears out most of the side, trying to squeeze it. Jorgamo! Push it through into main!
What is he up to?
Barely enough bullets as well. But he adjusts the aim anyway towards the back here. Com trying to bring down the Cove. And he's got a damage he might do. No, it's just counter spam in action in theory. Demon One over the top! What is that? Aspas normally so clean with the movement, but they're just answering back with bullets of their own. Through the wall now, Ethan hoping maybe he can spot ahead. The spam damage, he's connecting with the wall bangs, but forced to reload now. Just 30 left with the reload back. He's really running out of bullets to make the most of this one here. Still needs to be locked down with his crossfire. Set of Sadahak hitting the aim. Kawanzin bailing them out.
Loud go out 5-0. Feeling it, getting into the rhythm, believing in themselves. And Kawanzin, what a rebound. He's had 2 really limp-looking maps. And to me, the biggest difference between when Loud are playing at an excellent level and when they're playing at a mediocre level, when they went out in Tokyo or where they've been struggling at other times, is getting Kawanzin online. He's so aggressive in the way that he likes to play the solo initiator in these comps. If he's hidden, Loud looks so much better as a unit. He had a rough beginning. Maps 1 and 2 barely on the scoreboard. And now up towards the top, 6 and 2, playing Sky, back, home field. And EG haven't really been able to get too much out of this Yoru. Ethan's been holding that same kind of one and done spot over towards B long.
Yeah.
With the gate crash to try and rotate to A, but that also is just offering Loud A control. And in the one time where Loud did go towards B, they killed Ethan before he was able to get anything done anyway. So I'd like to see Ethan going into the re-clear mode. Allow Loud to fight over A main and then actually try and contest them with more flashes and get back up in their faces. Not playing aggressively right as the barriers drop, but if Loud are in that space, fighting them.
I'll see those adjustments until the next round after this one because the money, it's not looking too hot here. Demon One does have the Blade Storm though. Always danger with this guy when he set up. I mean, he's currently leading 7-5. More kills, I think, than the rest of his team combined, but
they're going to recon and flash and try and fight over A main there, EG, at the start of the round. And then they just post Calm up. Ethan takes his gate crash to go towards the other side of the map, so they have a very strong B site. And Calm, by the look of it, just spotted somebody. There's a lot of Loud players over towards A.
Just getting out of there.
And Ethan's already evacuated. Dash already used for Demon One. A is looking very weak.
Certainly is. Nice tag as well to just push back Aspas from taking that space, but the rest of his team is now starting to collect it. Look at it, hunting for Jorgamo. Narrowly escaping with his life. Backed away though, it will be that full retake being played online here, unless this fight comes to fruition for them. The flash wasn't quite good enough. Boostio dodged it, but falls anyway. Didn't have the weapon on the way here. Here it is. Lockdown is putting the heat and pushing it all the way up here. It's up to EG. Emphasis being placed on them trying to make this happen, but
Ethan caught.
Yeah, Ethan, I mean, being caught, and time is really starting to tick. The reposition of Aspas is lovely. Don't really expect it, because look at that, Ethan just trying to make something work with the team feed deep. Gate crash. a reward in sight. So 6-0, Loud. It's more than dominance at this point.
Mimi was saying on the desk, wouldn't it be poetic if EG were able to close this out and head to back-to-back grand finals by beating Loud on the map where they got 13-0'd earlier on this year? Instead, it looks like it could be poetic for exactly the opposite reasons. Loud are barreling towards another 13-0.
Yeah.
The form that they're currently playing. I mean, there's 3 players on EG with 2 kills between them.
And is this the adjustment that EG have made? Is this what they call the timeout for? They've got so much of their players grouped up over towards A here, leaving nothing over towards B. Boostio.
It's the same thing again. They go for a flash recon reclear of A, post somebody up, and their idea is for Ethan to gate crash over here to reinforce the B site. But they're going to be forced to play a retake anyway.
Yeah, and they've given up link control. You can already see it's Aspas and Les playing together side by side in tandem, taking that space up. A bit of a tap this time.
Good spam.
Good spam, yeah. Breaks down the cove, makes it way more dangerous for them. But while everybody's reloading, they're just able to get the spike down anyway. Happy to take the fights.
Ethan could ping here with his ultimate for Comms Hunter's Fury to get incredible value.
Got to think about saving this though. You're a player down, you're trying to make this one. Look at the pit, yeah. Still going to be working their way in, Ethan. Now, time to ping out these players, collecting it together. Flash, Hunter's Fury, all collected, and the fight gets taken into the back of sight, clearing them all the way out. It is carnage and chaos, but nobody's taking it. It goes down, but a Cosmic Divide in their face, up top to the box team, and one! That is unbelievable!
That is a retake of epic proportions. Such phenomenal value found between Ethan and Com's ultimates. Ethan's in there like a human drone.
Oh yeah.
Just running around, spamming the pings. And then throwing out flashes, fake, clones, all sorts of stuff. Just to tangle Loud up, tie their brain in knots, and make sure that Com gets good value out of his ult. That's so decisive from EG to get themselves back on the board, but it's still an uphill battle. They're still only at 1 and 6.
Good one to find though, with all the right answers. Interesting wall. Meant to isolate, I believe, with a flash, just in case Ethan is tucked into that corner. If the flash pings, then you know he's sitting there. It doesn't, so they know that space is clear, but now making a move. It's a flash reclearance. No good connection. Still 1-for-1, maybe a bit more good from Boostio. Star Wars defender.
He wants more.
And then Sadak, yeah, he's looking in the wrong direction.
Seems a little greedy from Boostio there, but he's feeling it. He had the read, and he got the 3K. In the meantime, Demon One has taken the operator for a walk deep, deep through. With Sadak falling, he knows there's no alarm bot, no turret.
He's just missed them.
He has. He's missed the timing.
Flash. The doors, their backs towards it.
He's missed it again.
He's missed it entirely, but Boostio still locking it down. That is definitely one way to get an ace.
What a round from Boostio. He posted a tweet after their game against PaperX calling himself a disappointment and a fraud. He had under 160 ACS, -24, and he said, I will not do that again. You're not catching me bottom fragging another series for my team as we head deep into champs. And Boostio's come out here, I mean, with so much confidence. The way that he's taking those fights, especially the one into Sadak.
Oh. So precise. He's feeling it.
It's not necessary, but it is a fantastic way for EG to start getting themselves back into this map.
Get the confidence up. Like you said earlier, you know, Boostio said that when he's playing well, his calling gets a little bit better. So good reads on a very confidence-based, this team, when it comes to the vibes as well. Mentality coming into this. Obviously still in the lead when it comes to the overall maps. You know, they're leading by 2 in this best of 5. This is the only one that they're being a bit hung up on. Louder just trying to stay alive.
Tactical timeout. Loud discussing what have the issues been here. And that's about the first time that EG have really fought heavily over B-Link. The rest of the time, Loud have been able to take that fairly easily. But it doesn't seem to be a major strategic adjustment. Just big moments. The retake into Boostio's ace.
Hello, this could be problematic for Loud. Heavy group up. 3 players now making their moves and their marks over towards it. Ethan tucked to the corner, the flash. Was a connection, they want nothing to do with it. Just backing away. I thought there was danger in it because of Demon 1 with the operator, but
now they read it so well.
Yeah.
They also use a lot of good utility there too. The cascade, the flash specifically catches onto Ethan's positioning. And his gate crash was not to rotate to A. So Ethan is not ready yet to try and help Boostio.
Enough time might be purchased though anyway with the amount of time that has been shaved off the clock.
EG are already...
Yeah, EG are here. The hit's already coming through. There's a lockdown ready for them. This is a response that is necessary now. Reckoning, clearing through. That is mental stuff. Tagging up onto the players here, but still, you got to respect this lockdown. Sadak, got to get a move on, son. Just avoiding it. No detainment inside here, but you cannot end up hitting that side from EG.
There's a re-exploration in mid. Jorgamo and Les barely passing each other.
No way. But it's watchful
too.
Oh, no, it's not.
The timings are just ridiculous over here in mid. Jorgamo could have potentially had 2.
There's 30 seconds left. If you're going to be going over towards B, you have to get a move on. You've got to start running.
They don't know that Jorgamo's here. But Sadak not venturing in this direction.
Jorgamo could just win this entire round for his team here. He's alone.
He'd have to slip past Les.
Yeah, but I mean, Les isn't really watching for this either. He should be now, though. High Tide is already past it now.
Jorgamo.
Eyes on Jorgamo, revealed. No way, not a chance. It's dropped, but no. He gets off the plant.
He's got enough time.
He does, just about. Okay, extension for it. Missing it by milliseconds potentially there, but here it is, now a lockdown in play on the other side of things. That's well earned. Les out in the open, over the top of his wall, can just see Demon 1's head taken out a gap into the back of the side. Les, good presence of mind, knowing to jump spot that, knowing it could have been an option that was wide open, and it's just an impossibility. 7-2.
What a pivot, what a call. Jorgamo could have made the play there. Recon dart thrown out by Com, lighting up Tui's. And there's 7 seconds left. It was disaster written all across that round, and yet Loud still finding their way through all of the difficulties. Baiting out the lockdown super early, and then pivoting over to B. Loud still in the driving seat here.
Money to buy for EG though. Critical round for them to try and win. Dart. It's not taken care of. It's one of the first times they've ended up really pulling that one out. Look at the spam damage that was done a bit earlier. That was just presumably Boostio with the rifle. Firing into the orb. Now a clearance into mid. Demon 1 loves his off angles. Seems the util. Dash now active for him. Ethan also falling quite low. Flash repeat together. They're kind of body blocking each other. It's a bit awkward. And now starting to make the moves here. It's a great rumble and move all the way through into this connector. They can try and get past the smokes and the util. Everybody collected into the back of Horse. How did Loud get through this one? With great difficulty. Cove, though, dropped down at their feet. Still need to deal with Boostio. He's tucked to the side. Nice flash eventually there. But still, there's so many pieces that they haven't recognized. And this Jorgamo weaving in and out. Les returning the fire. 50 seconds. A chance to really put a break and pause into the play. But the spike is really in the middle of nowhere for Loud.
Sadak should be able to recover this one. You can see Ethan poking around, getting information. There's only 35 seconds. The wall is going to be helpful. Sadak could pick this up and try and pivot elsewhere. The spam, he must avoid it.
And a fight one. Yeah, with Les falling there. Aspas close to the corner. So many targets to deal with. Running all around here. Noise faking with the Qs. There's only 20 seconds left. They still haven't dealt with Ethan, finally. He's removed towards the back of Horse. Demon 1 down. And it's crumbling here. Com. It's been so good in the clutch, but can he really do it? Again, shock darts are here to damage. Potentially done. There's one removed and enough for Sadak. Low enough. Com. Oh my, this guy is just unreal.
Not the first time that the forum's been screaming out for Com. He's looked magnificent in these last few matches. What? The presence of mind to know that Aspas has been chunked down, finish him off with a shock dart, and flick over to Sadak. Com has been magnificent in the clutch. and still only 3 rounds for EG. Loud are constantly putting the pressure on, finding these ways of being able to stabilize and punish EG. More A main pressure.
Yeah. Watching for all the positions just in case there was the updraft following up through, but it's up to Busio again, anchoring. All of his util just collected at his feet, so nobody can really push him here at balls. If the aim for Loud now is to reclear into A main, they might be sorely mistaken. Ethan, he's got the flash. Steamer wants contact, that's what's going to be causing it to rebound and a re-swing. Demon 1 spots it, here's the flash. Re-peek attempt with the uptrap play! Plucked out of the sky. Jet player won't be getting away with anything. Aspas though, on the other hand, really just handing it to them. Quick decision making.
Les also got a lurk down through Art, picked off Jorgamo. There's no defense here. Busio and Com are going to desperately try and get into position. Les already going for another lurk in a different avenue. He's found the timing, slipped through, Com retreats, and it's too easy.
Far too easy. The rounds that EG are winning, they're on a nice edge. They require almost everything. Every ult in a book or a clutch play, a performance from a big player, but it's all Loud in control this half when it really mattered for them. It's a map that they had to win. Set themselves up to do so now.
And outside of this match, Ethan's Yoru has looked amazing here. They've had so many cool ideas. They've caught teams off guard. Loud instead come in prepped, bring back the Harbor Viper. Ethan bottom of the scoreboard, 3-11. Even the supportive stuff isn't working. Loud have found an answer here. No one else has really been able to acquire.
Flash reclear potential. Ethan, he's holding the flash, you can see it. Out of the smoke, they want to go for it. Right onto the side, there was a recall star of their own actually, just try and block them off. Again, smokes in their face, just trying to play anti-flash, close to the corner. It's desperation.
It's so good from Loud. The same kind of ideas, always ready to catch the aggression. They put a little bit of pressure in an area and wait for the response.
Just aware of it.
One enemy remaining.
Jorgamo and Com tried to make something happen, but this is a 9-3 half in favor of Loud. Bringing back the Harbor Viper and looking immaculate on it, as per usual.
Still showing that it's got legs here. All the bit, I mean, off the back of massive performances across the board, really, from Loud. That's what the dominance has been. It's electric. One-sided maps on either side, but Aspas a player to look at as well for our aim lab shoot around. A little bit earlier he was warming up. Of course not doing it in the middle of the map.
Aspas has not even, in my opinion, been the player that has popped off in this head-to-head. Yeah, it's been more to do with how the entire team has played around the tempo of EG. And that was one of the things that really caught them on maps 1 and maps 2. Frod was talking about the first map, they were playing a bit too quick. They weren't ready for how slow EG were going to be. Then map 2, EG increased the pace, increased the tempo, and suddenly Loud are completely caught off guard. EG go up 2-0 in the series. And now what we're seeing is Loud poking and prodding in areas around the map. EG respond decisively, trying to re-clear, making plays, and Loud just holding, ready for it. Many people playing anti-flash, all ready to catch the aggression, never caught in transition. Been immaculate.
Yeah, they are super aware. This map, they know, lurking around every single corner, there's always the potential for the re-clearance. And they have contingencies at the back of their mind when they're playing like that. It's set them up now 9-3 in this map. A must-win for Loud. I've been saying this. It needs to be the case.
With all of the conversation as well recently about Fnatic starting a legacy, a dynasty, an era, whatever you want to call it, I think people have forgotten that Loud are also fighting for their own. These are the defending champions coming back to try and win another trophy. Loud as a team have been in 8 tournaments, this the 9th. They've made it to 6 out of 8 of the grand finals. For Loud, if they survive the group stage, they always make the grand finals. Here they're 1 map away from being eliminated right before that goal. The winners of Americas showing that they have more to give.
Stepping up entirely. unsettling.
Very unsettling.
Got to show more emotion than that. Come on, this game is only just getting started, it seems like. All eyes on the pistol round, EG. Still a sliver of hope at the back of their minds to maybe close this one out in a 3-0 fashion, but it begins here with this round.
And if they don't close things out 3-0, we go to split, we go to bind, areas where Loud have recently looked phenomenal. And then it'll end up getting scrappy, chaotic, and those advantages bought on Ascent and Lotus won't mean much then. It's a quiet beginning for EG as they scope things out towards the B side of the map.
I think Ethan was putting a bit of presence in with the util. He's TP'd now to rejoin the rest of his team, and they are just contacting up behind this. No noise made other than a star propped up, smoke, so they can get into position. I'm being forced to use this util to clear out any parts of this. Now you see it. Dart rebounding. Waiting for the gate crash into the back of it alongside the flashes, all combined to clear out Hordes, but it's given up the space. Util out. No kill collected. Boostio. Fortunate time with that one, not quite able to get it, and got a util now being pushed into his face. Comes down to these fights are about to be taken. The util being expended, lighting up these players. Flanks on flanks occurring. Jorgamo from behind. Damage certainly done. Demon 1, snappy, precision, and EG find themselves a massive advantage. A pistol round win.
Exactly what EG need, but they need so much more as well. Beautiful idea on the pistol, though. Clearly got some concept of Loud wanting to play without too much info from their Killjoy. Over on B, they just walk that up super deep. And specifically, Ethan's gate crashing towards the right side of halls. Usually, Ethan is going to be gate crashing left side of halls constantly. Seems like a small difference, but...
Slight adjustment, but necessary if, you know, like Loud have been playing. They're definitely aware, they've seen the tapes.
Yeah. You want to be mixing things up like that, just so that Loud are not able to anti-strat you in a game of this magnitude. Frod's talked a lot about the level of prep work that he does heading into events like this, and the whole team does. Watching the tape, not just their opponents, but their own, trying to improve.
Oh, wait a second. Loud, no noise made, no util thrown out. EG trying to fake like they were taking that B control. They smoked it themselves. They droned as well, not seeing anything. They are scared of the stack, yet they are walking into it. Tucked to the corner now. It all stands on this one. At a moment's notice, it could fall to pieces. Shock dart, lay it down just in case his Nana swarms close to the corner. Sadak, he was trying to get cheeky with it. Dashing forwards, TP's gate crash all abound and used towards the back of the site. They need something to clear this. Okay, that will do it. Through the window. The aim is sharp indeed. No real danger. Less. This little aim warm up in the moment in the round here, but it's all EG.
Don't worry, don't think it, eh?
It definitely looked like there was some potential for that to go wrong. You see that one with the X-ray, and Cowanzine just got destroyed. Demon 1 hitting some nasty shots. A reminder that Demon 1 had his worst map since joining Evil Geniuses, playing against Paper Rex, and has just come straight back out and top frag in almost all of these maps.
It's going to be a fight. Too much house behind this one with Ethan. Is he trying to take this one solo? Fakes it. Maybe just didn't like what he saw in terms of util. Didn't want to commit to it.
It's a heavy investment with the high tide over here. You've got a decent idea that they're fighting over A main. Boostio is going to try and catch timing, tuck himself in at this box as Loud go and re-clear.
I really like this idea. I don't think it gets cleared, especially with Demon 1 getting that one. 2 years. Real chance for a punish, but okay. The rifles, bangable into the box.
Boostio knew that it wasn't going to be anticipated and decided to try and make something happen there. Ethan's only got a ghost, so he can't really challenge towards less. But they can recognize now, they've seen enough of the Loud players over towards Art and A, that they know B's got to be a little weak.
It's going to be heard. Sadak has his util laid down. Start And to try and clear out the top section of B, but it's just delaying them now with the Nana Swarm at their feet. They're worried, but the flanks are just buying time for Loud now to start to regroup. Together here, Ethan. Ult online.
Who's next?
That might make the difference here, but with 30 seconds remaining, he's just trying to ping out these players. Everyone's off site. Be catching any targets. Sees Aspas. Flash and backs away.
Spike planted.
What's the answer now from Loud? High Tide back online. 2 years wraps this one all the way across now. One having to expend one of his smokes here. This is just with the Guardian still. It's Rifles running it through here. The Crossfire Seven's got to be playing off of each other. Ethan almost doing enough damage. 20 health to Aspas.
On the flank.
Right from behind. They do not anticipate it. They do not expect it. It is played once more all the way to perfection. Com just does not lose clutches.
Another Red Bull clutch from Com. He made the massive wraparound play. He was over in B-Link setting up that recon dart lineup. Never ended up using a recon. Wasn't there to try and help his team at all on their entry into B. Had full faith that they were going to get in, get the spike plant. And he can be that final line of defense to win the round. He went all the way back through B-Link, through water, into spawn. The big wraparound play. And the rest of his team bought enough time. Another ridiculous clutch from Com. Got to be the best clutcher of the playoffs, certainly at this point.
Those numbers have got to be insane. Just feels like every time he's placing 1v1, 1v2, doesn't matter. Always there. And now, you know, for what was such a safe beginning to the second half of Pearl for Loud, it's hot water almost. 6 rounds. Game for EG, many in a row. Set themselves up. Gate crash into the back. Ethan does commit to it. There's a dog in his face, though. Definitely going to be a bit dicey. Kawazine is cleaned up, just playing close to the pillar, but they have not dealt with Sadak. Nana Swarm. Gotta respect that one. Demon 1. Instantly out of there. Draft in the dash. There's enough noise being made, really. There's no hiding this intent at this point. EG, you know they're trying to take this one. Rattling off shots, picking them apart, picking the timings. 2 years, and Aspas all together. Enough of a reset, but damage surely done here. Demon 1, he's left to it. It's a 1v1. Aspas!
Pulls out the Blade Storm for the MasterCard Thrifty. What a response from Loud. You were saying it was getting dangerous. It looked like they'd found themselves in hot water. And they get out. A series of shots here by Tui's here. A lot of damage inflicted. And just so many players stacked around on the site. Almost too many small percentage plays, but by everyone from Loud. To be able to combine together and get that one down. It's giving Loud a little buffer.
Yeah, bit of a buffer. That's what gets them the first defensive round win. This map so far for them. Premium being put now. Take control. Towards Art for EG. Updraft almost there. Less. Luckily not spammable. Not with the Blade Storms here. There's util. Yeah, I mean vulnerable there. Pointing him exactly, directly. Less. Still revealed here. This is ridiculous. Tucked to the corner. Right behind it. Doesn't know if they're pushing up onto the angle though. It's a little bit awkward when this fades. Might be in a significant amount of danger, but maybe with the wall up in his face, he might be able to isolate one of the fights. No, he's got 2 players waiting for him. Still gets 1.
Nice flick to make the non and done into a 1 and done. Kawazine and Tui's are still here to try and hold the back line.
And with that kill, it does give up our control. Jorgamo walking it through.
He's so happy to try and make the play.
Yeah, it's an interesting smoke, isn't it? Brought down in the end, though. Kawazine reposition a tap. That's counter spam. They were waiting for that one.
Still a 2v3. Still chances here. Com's got his Hunter's Fury. Is he going to be able to escape? Yeah, just takes a small amount of chip damage. Com is never not flanking.
Wait a second, yeah.
Com is always flanking.
The danger here, I believe, is Jorgamo doesn't have util to delay. Doesn't have a pull online. Com from behind. It all relies on him. If Jorgamo can get a pick, it makes it a little bit easier for them. Still a 2 versus 3. Turrets there, blocking off the angle. They don't expect it. They don't expect it. Finally, he strikes.
He has ult.
From behind. Does have the ult backing away, now playing his life. And Aspas, it's an impossibility. Forcing out the ult. Jorgamo is set up to win that fight. How did EG just pull that one back from the brink?
They're so quick at coming up with post-plant ideas. Other teams would wonder for a while, should I commit to the flank? Should I try and make the play? Comms, instant, decisive.
30 seconds.
And confident in it because he's done it so many times before.
One enemy.
He can visualize the entire process because it's just so familiar to him. He's been doing it over and over in the playoffs of champions. And yeah, it's Jorgamo that cleans it up, but Com makes the play that makes that a reality again. Loud won the Thrifty to be able to get themselves up to 10. They might need something similar. Talk about a 9-3 curse.
Yeah, tested. At this point, Loud probably tired of comebacks against them. EG not pushed away. A-main's theirs. Drone, not really being broken. 2 years. Does it tag him? Yes, it does. Spammable into the corner. He's just got to try and evade all of it, but no, it's too much. 3 rifles. Weighing down on him. And the signs of that, EG content to slow this one down.
This slower pace is what brought them so much success over on the first map. Getting a feel for where Loud would be set up. Les looks like the only danger, really, in how the defense is currently positioned. If he could catch Jorgamo on some kind of aggressive lurk play. Otherwise, it's just going to be another slow siege from EG.
Mazin in a position where he can spam that angle. Sadak dealing with Ethan with the plan, pushed away for now with the snake bite. Vulnerable up.
Jorgamo coming around the back of Les.
Yeah, this timing has been missed. Oh, has it? Les. Hold up. Wait a second. He can hear the footsteps. He's repositioned all the way back, but still EG.
And now Aspas.
Yeah, they have control of this. Surely they do. Aspas, upgrade gained. It's never over. When he's got the rifle in his hands. Turret's there, though. Flipping the map. Planning for default. EG with backside control here.
Just great setups.
Yeah.
Fantastic crossfire.
And it's off comms contact, I think. Either that or Demon 1. Demon 1 off angle. Dealt with. Destroyed. Ethan. Okay. There was a chance there for Les.
Yeah, almost a moment.
Almost a miracle.
Almost a moment. But EG survive. They've won 5 out of 6 rounds in this half so far. Both of these teams have been excellent at their attack sides. It's just been a running theme throughout this match. Loud have got to stop this momentum that EG now have. Rifles, operator, back in hand for Loud. They were up 9-3 at the half. And they need this win to avoid elimination, to avoid going home and missing out on their chance to be back-to-back champions winners.
Yeah, that dream will be dead. This map is the turning point. They've got to seal it out. They have the advantage already. Ethan, not being used, worked his way into the forward position, close. Sadak wants to meet him. This is a risky peek. Does Sadak really overstay it? Does he overplay it? Wants to clear it onto the corner. Yep, just spots it. Immediately out of there, though. There is that uncertainty. You just don't really know where Ethan is, but now, of course, revealed.
EG have such deep control over mid right now. They've put a turret down to watch water.
Yeah, it's, I mean, middle is theirs. Not getting any through this. I mean, Loud aware of it, watching it through spawn, but what it does do is make it really uncomfortable for Aspas. Playing together him and Sadak. Here's the hit about to come through. The gate crash at his feet. Dart reveals it. What is that? Adjustment and flick was necessary with Ethan being brought down, but again, putting the squeeze onto Sadak. Sadak repositions into the orb. It's a weave in and out play. Demon 1 has to respond, and he does. 2 kills there, spots the player up the top, but now walking, cutting the noise, flash in his face though, still got the dash, here's the reckoning. Lay it down, stuns, abound, got to win these fights out for it, but it's all down to Demon 1. There's too much to overcome, surely. Snakebite at the feet, the stuns are avoided and dodged. Yes, the plant is down, but every avenue watched. Every angle, every chance, it's going to be shut down, all the way sticking through, and yet nothing to break the cove. A wonderful effort, but it's Loud who find themselves up to 11.
What an incredible performance coming out from Aspas and Sadak there, anchoring towards B. The flick from Aspas might define whether or not they win the round. You know, if Aspas doesn't hit this,
there's just no shot.
Surely Ethan is going to be able to clean up Sadak.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so this is how moments cascade into each other. If Aspas doesn't hit the ridiculous flick, maybe Sadak isn't also able to get 2 kills on sight. Suddenly EG are right back into things. But a big moment from their jet start. And Loud get their way up to 11. This map looked like it was going to just be easy, plain sailing after the first half.
Yeah.
And instead, it's been a grueling slog.
Sort of a blowout. Similar to what we saw with EG winning out on Lotus, and it has just got, just chewed up, slowed down to a crawl. Obviously still chances for EG here. I mean, they're taking time out now to discuss this one. They've still been in control when it comes to these attack sides.
Massively important round in front of us. Guardian for Kawanzin. Bulldog, light armor for Sadak. But they have large ultimates with which to play. And Aspas is setting up with Kawanzin to try and take early contact up towards B. We could see a clash here of Demon 1 and Aspas.
It's looking likely. Fast play. This is Aspas. He's going to be using the Trailblazer now to make sure it clears it. 2 shots fired to break it, so gives the confirmation to Aspas that there's more than just one player waiting. That does temper him, his excitement to try and take the fight. He's going to be backing away now to Pillar. Ethan, same diligence. He was just taking A main control, seeking to fake it, but Loud seem to be aware of this. Aspas. Oh, this is such an awkward position. Is this because they've been contacting? Potentially, but noise is being made now all the way up through into the smoke. There's about to be a timing to be taken, and he flashes the peek through this one. Over the top! That is disgusting! But he meets his match. In the end, Ethan's there with a consistency to trade. Here's the lockdown now being placed with that space earned. Got to respect this.
There's going to be a lockdown in return. Sadak with one of his own. The question is how EG are going to be able to get the plant off and stop the retake from happening. I thought for a moment there, Sadak was going to get himself in pain.
He was close to the box there. It was a spammable angle. He's brought down. There is no spike.
No plant.
Planted. It's throwing everyone for a bit of a loop here. There are plays to be made. Boostio is going to be caught on the open.
Jorgamo's going to get caught by the alarm bot here. So he can't go for a flank either.
It's absolute chaos.
I mean, look at Boostio's
into the corner. There's no way he survives here, but he's looked into his position and nobody's going to clear him. Goes here. What is going on? He's in the spawn, man. He's in the spawn. There's no time left. The 12 seconds is cleared out with a flash play. Loud in control of this one. The spike's still in their hands. 2 years. Adjustment with the aim. Snaps to the side. Loud on the precipice.
Grinding these rounds out one by one.
Yeah, no amount of scrims are going to help you deal with that situation.
No, I mean, look at the situation there that happens, though. The denial onto the plant. They get into that spot, and ideally, Jorgamo's pull is supposed to be a little earlier, so that they're not able to get that spam angle. So just a small misstep in EG's timing on when they execute these things. And Lauda offered an opening there. Now EG have to make it work with horrible weaponry.
Everything invested into it. Viper's bit down. Hunter's Fury over the top here. Tries to set it up with Demon 1 with the knives, but no connection, no kill, no refresher with the blades.
There's so much damage onto Sadak. He's going to get the heal, though, meeting up with Kawanzin. And Les has not been pressured inside here.
The fact that they didn't posture less out of that spot. Viper's Pit. It's critical. Just removes A entirely. Now there's still a chance of lurk plays. You can see Boostio's position tucked into Art. To the side now, Flash as well. Everybody grouping up onto the corner. Aspas is here, revealed. Does he get out of danger though? Interesting scenario. Smokes to try and help him out. Is everything being cleaned up? Loud. This could be it. The final blow to seal the map. Aspas will not be budged, will not be removed, still holds his ground. Here's a TP, and here to contain Aspas! On the move, making the moves, desperation all the way. Loud are not done yet.
What a response from this super team from Brazil. Looking fantastic out here on Pearl. There were some moments where EG looked like they were going to be able to get back into this, but in the end, it's a 13-8. It's clean, and it's Loud.
Definitely got a series on our hands here, man. A clean overall map leading deeper and deeper into this best of 5. You don't want to miss it. See you just after this.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Harder, baby. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't baby. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Well, it turns out we got ourselves a series as Loud managed to take Pearl away from EG, denying them the sweep, the 3-0 sweep, and instead force us to a Game 4. But I don't think anyone in this building is complaining. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi, Mel, as well as Achilleos. And what a game. You know, really just seeing EG just try and make this comeback happen, but also Loud really just taking it to EG with a composition that they made famous and continue to show why they are one of the best teams in the world when it comes to that Harbor Viper.
Yeah, they're excellent at the Harbor Viper, and I also think going back to it was a choice specifically against EG's comp. With this Yoru, it is your solo kind of flash initiator, really. You only have those Yoru flashes to work with. Normally, you're playing with a Sky or sometimes even double flash comps to play into Harbor Viper. So I think this comp is not only really strong against what EG is running and with some clear prep from Loud, it's also just the comp that this team is the most comfortable with, out of anything they play. Mel.
And they make it look good. I was thinking to myself, we were talking about it, I'm like, actually, I feel like EG's comp plays pretty well because they have that KJO that can't be broken by the, there's no Sova on the side of Loud, but they made it look like they haven't missed a beat this entire year. It's as if they've been playing this the whole year. And we even got to saw some interesting waves to default B long, committing that entire wave to cut off all the offlines on their attack. It looks phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw everybody vibing on stage. Fraud getting animated again, getting right back into the mix. Of course, we always have Sonic who's popping off on stage, whether they're winning or losing. But this was a very concise and clean start from the side of Loud. A bit of a run back there for the side of EG. It looked like maybe they're going to make it happen. Maybe it was going to end up going to overtime, but Loud were able to put their feet down. But that initial start, what, 6-0 beginning for Loud, the momentum was in their court the entire way through.
It absolutely was, but now this kind of brings up a question. We've only ever seen 2 reverse sweeps in the main scene here for VCT. It rarely happens. Loud have won this first map in Pearl. I think the rest of the maps here look pretty favorable for them, especially heading into Split. It feels like there is actually a shot of Loud being able to rally this one back. So for EG, letting that map slip you by, this is where the pressure's really on.
And even though we have had 2 reverse sweeps here in VCT in the past, you know, Cloud9 versus Leviathan, Paper Rex versus DRX in the Pacific Grand Finals, it's never been on this big of a stage with this many people watching it. There's that much more pressure on both sides to see whether or not that can come to fruition. This is just the first step, but there are so many more to take for Loud if they're going to pull it off. But what a statement it would be if they can.
Makes me think about, we were talking about how EG were struggling to close out yesterday. Makes me wonder whether or not they will close out this series here. But of course, you know, we got to give the love to Ethan because he's shown that this Yoru isn't really just gimmick. It's them. It's the thing that they have concocted uniquely. And Ethan, if he continues to step up, I genuinely think Achilleos, it's going to be just a big boom for them, but they're going to need him to step up here.
I mean, they do, and it's not a gimmick. That was proven yesterday versus Paper Rex. As you can see, the stats that he was able to put up there, but Loud were able to study it. They've now shown this multiple times, and clearly Loud did their research. They knew that this map was going to come up. They knew that they're going to stick to that pick, and they were able to counteract and deny Ethan so much value. The difference in the numbers he was able to put up, especially as an entry power on that Yoru, was staggering. 7-2 versus Paper Rex, just 2-4 here versus Loud. They piloted around that beautifully.
And for Loud to shut that down, Yoru, I mean, you're down 2 maps, a best of 5 here in the lower finals. Yoru is such a confusing agent when the other team, its entire point is deception, right? You could be faking the TP. Are you there? Are you here? And the comms, my team, we had to invent new comms just specifically for how to tackle the Yoru noises. And for Loud to do that, down 2 maps, and now coming into Split, it's looking good for them.
It really shows the championship mentality this Loud team has. Again, trying to defend their title, the winners of champions in 2022, and they want another shot at that here. They've taken us to map number 4. It'll be Split. And as you were mentioning, Mel, this has been a really good map for Loud. They've shown us a couple different comps, started the year with the double duelist, have moved back to a single duelist comp, but still executed on it really well. On the other hand, for EG, I feel like they've been struggling to find their stride, find a comp that works for them here on Split. Right now they're on a 4-map loss streak here, just switching over to this chamber raise composition, which, while it had some good ideas, I felt like wasn't fully fleshed out that first time they played it.
Yeah, and for the opposite side, like you say, Loud strong at this map here. 3-1 so far at Champions. The one loss only to DRX in that opening matchup, where DRX was able to best them. Other than that, it's been very strong performances. I mean, 13-2 Paper X, 13-8 versus Liquid, 13-4 Fnatic. This has been a very good map for Loud, but much like we were talking about on Pearl, with this Euro composition, there is tape to study. The thing that does concern me is not being able to find their comfort when it comes down to composition. But EG, if they've been able to do that, if they've been able to study how Loud likes to tackle this map, perhaps they can come out here and finish the series.
I feel like for
go for it, Mel.
I feel like for EG, they honestly haven't really displayed that much confidence in the map. I mean, we saw them ban it in their last series, and even in the post-match in the interview, they were talking about, yeah, we thought we could have the advantage, and we are seeing, you know, there's question marks around, hey, to have the Demon on Astra on Split specifically, Boostio on Chamber, like how is this going to work out? And I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a switch here.
In their last match, Loud proved that they had a stronger map pool than Fnatic, the team favored to win this tournament, exploiting some weaknesses there late in the series. And now it's the same question being posed to EG against a Loud who's looked comfortable on pretty much every map that they are willing to play, really except Fracture, which is already a great boon to have into this veto. We now head into 2 comfort territories for Loud, with Split, with Bind, where I think EG are going to have to dig deep. If you want to close this one out on a map where your opponent is favored, this is where you really prove that you're ready for another final.
And here's your Prime Gaming agent select. They're going to stick to their guns on this one, EG. The Chamber is back in action, this time in the hands of Boostio here. We'll see how this works out.
They've been like flip-flopping. They tried the Demon 1 on the Chamber. Now they're going back to Boostio on it as well. He is really good at the controller, and Boostio does like opping a lot more than Demon 1 does, especially with the defensive side start. I think that is a good choice for EG.
I'm interested to see how it plays out. I wasn't entirely convinced, if I'm being honest, in their game versus Edward Gaming. But, I mean, we'll just have to see, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the breach. But as you were saying, Achilles, it is kind of played out. The protocols are there, the VODs are there to watch, so it'll be a banger.
It's just fascinating that you're hedging your bets here to close this out on Boostio on the Chamber when that did not work out for them last time.
No, I mean, it didn't, but we know that he can pop off. He was showing shades of that there on Pearl, comes up with that ace, a big turning point to try to get some momentum back under the sails of EG. Gets them close to being able to push it towards the end, towards an overtime, but couldn't quite get there. If he can have a very hot start coming out the gate with this Chamber, that's what they absolutely need to get that momentum back on their side, steal it away from Lab, because otherwise you have so much tempo control in this composition with the double flash, with that breach, you can slow down attacks with that fault line.
Oh boy, this is going to be an exciting one here. EG have an opportunity to close it out, but our teams have picked 5 maps, so let's go ahead and see if we're going to play them all out and send it back over to your casters, Brendan Sideshow.
Whichever way this series ends up going, I mean, either way, it's going to be heartbreak for one of these squads. EG still with a chance. Close that here and now, but as Esco's setting it up, it's going to be a difficult task ahead of them. Loud, they're competent at this map as we head into Split. More than competent, honestly. It's one of their favored ones.
Yeah, they've been loving it recently. They talked about how confident they felt in scrims and in this new composition in general. And they've really flexed it recently, with Les looking fantastic on the attack side too. My eyes are on EG. And look at this from Aspas and Sadak. A hard anti, expecting some kind of B main aggression, which doesn't yet come.
Don't know where he is. Demon 1 though, a punishment. Getting ahead of himself ever so slightly. Was locked down that position, fault line. Lands onto Com, slows him down.
What a read though, off the start. Lauda tucked in that corner, I think, trying to evade any information that Ethan would get from a flash, hoping to prompt a push out, and then they punish it. It's perfect.
Here they stand. The discipline is there from Loud. It's a triple face into mid. Mentioned Jorgmo when he's peeking for a bit of information. Nade. Flying through. Ethan now tucked, and he's really going to have to do the most. Onto this one. Him, the crossfire setup. Alongside Com. Dismantled in a moment, though, when the kills were traded out, and it does still favor Loud as a team. It's a 3v1 with Boostio. Does have the Ghost.
So tough, though.
Yeah, with Les tucked here.
Les in mail, 2 to find on sight, and Tui's has just spotted him. Perfect utility coming out from Sadak as well. The flash, the stun. Boostio still manages to find one, actually.
Les probably should have been able to wrap that up a little earlier, but Loud take the pistol. And I'm a little concerned. I spoke earlier about the map pool and how I thought EG's best chance was to close this in 3, because Loud have looked good on Split and on Bind, which are our final 2 maps here. In terms of the head-to-head between these 2 teams, EG are 1-0 up on Split. EG have won, I think it was a 13-3 scoreline or something against Loud on this map. But at Champions here recently, I haven't really liked what EG have been pulling out, this raised chamber composition. I'm not huge on it. It requires massive games from Boostio. Boostio on Pearl, he only got 9 kills. 5 of those were in 1 round. He got an ace.
A lot of emphasis to place on your shoulders, but okay, when the opportunity's there, he does grab it.
That's what he needs to be doing.
Hold on, Spike's been dropped down. Nade as well, pushing him back alongside the pull. And the attempt to stabilize. Oh, we are really getting brutalized. I mean, Loud, no chance he could be able to cross that line inside the smoke. Jordan, it's a trailblazer that connects. It's a stun into the corner here. Boombot, though, points him in the right direction. With the weapons that they've got, okay. Leading the charge is Aspas. Taking control of the situation once more.
Ethan's reading the fact that this is going to come back to A. He's already planning to reposition. Look at the spot that Ethan's got himself into here.
Oh, this is potentially nasty. I mean, oh, the silent drop-off. He's overstayed as well. Welcome! Does he get out? No way. Wow. Back and away. He's hunting for the second kill here, but oh my. Hopped away. Scot-free. They hear the reload here with 30 seconds remaining. Once more, Ethan do so much more. Can't hit that shot though. Still a flash and flying, and it is perfect. The connection. Aspas blinds it up, buying time for Demon 1 over the top. Pushing forwards, Aspas!
It'd have to be an ace.
Bloody earned the showstopper already, man. We're in round 2. And it would have to be the ace. But Corm in the clutch. We know what he's capable of. He does not lose them. Set your sights on this one. Corm!
Denies Aspas a historic ace and works off the back of what Boostio and Ethan had done to set them up for this MasterCard Thrifty again. EG steal it away.
Not sure.
I was talking about the fact that Boostio needs to have big games on the chamber, and he comes out with the opening pick instantly. Spike abandoned down mid. What a play by Ethan though as well, to just consistently be harassing these Loud players of Aspas and Tuis as they got closer and closer to the spike, leaving things in the hands of Com, who is always good for the clutch. I don't think Com lives by the mantra of live evil.
He seems quite wholesome, actually.
One of the most wholesome players that we have out here. Yeah. But he has found his form.
Ethan on the top of the ropes. Hello. It's escaping that one. Here we go. Okay, showstopper committed. That is a direct hit. Demon 1, there's going to be no remains left of him. And Com wrapped around the pillar. It's pushed into really unfortunate timing here. Now this is a lighter buy from Loud. Already massive advantage for them. How does it get played by EG? Util is here, surely. In waiting now. Nade 10 flying. But the flash, I mean, it's over in a blink of an eye.
It's gone. It's done as quickly as that. Aspas answers with another 4K back-to-back rounds of Aspas dominance, this time resulting in a round win.
Oh.
That's ridiculous.
Might have just woken up the final boss. He's sitting at 10 and 2. What is that? What is that? God. Nah, okay, okay. Yeah. Try and take it to that guy. You need to, I don't know, toggle or something, man. I mean, that is just disgusting.
He's 10 and 2 after 3 rounds.
Yeah. Back
Flash,
to back.
stun, looking like they want to fake some A-ramp control. But with Aspas not pushing off the back of it, he's just waiting to collect any level of reaction from EG in mid.
This time, Loud, much more aware of the EG game plan when on the weaker buys, the ecos. They know that, you know, mid is compromised. You can see the jump spots, just them slowly trying to pick apart this control. Boostio. One shot there, not to the head though, so Aspas survives.
Loud have a lot of utility here to try and clear out these kind of plays. Another flash to try and set Boostio up? No, Ethan has decided to back off and re-clear a ramp instead.
There is a chance they catch less.
Just trying to get a timing. Yeah, they're worried about him.
And look at them specifically bringing the Trailblazer through to sight because Les was getting deep on these A-lurks against Fnatic. EG are ready for it.
He's found a space. On towards the side. They give up. They have in control as a result of it. Aspas. Interesting angle to be playing at here. Has to be worried about the push out of the smokes, especially as they start to fade, which they do. He's got the timing in his head pretty much perfectly. But they are really giving up control. I mean, everybody playing up on site here by Loud. This could quickly turn on its head at a moment's notice. The player to watch here, 2 years tucked away. He's going to try and seek that timing, and he does grab the one still. He's got to be dug out of this forward position. There are flanks on flanks occurring. It was back here. Tom's still lurking up. Okay. A decent go of things. This should be a one round here for Loud.
Aspas is looking to try and take the fight straight to Ethan. He wants to build up his second showstopper already.
You know exactly where Com was. The backside laid out. I mean, these guys, Loud, are just in impeccable form. Red hot right now, not missing a single shot. And you're exactly right setting it up. I mean, Aspas, his second showstopper, he's 3 ult orbs away now.
How ridiculous is that?
It's round 5.
And that's a tool that's just going to burst open the EG defense. One of the biggest problems that EG faced, the last time they played Split with this composition against EDG, they couldn't defend. They couldn't find the right moments to be able to shut down sight hits from coming through. And if you think back to how EDG play with individuals all over the map, that's something that Les could definitely find value from. The op, not quite catching there from Boostio as Aspas gets deep, gobbles up all of that space.
An open chance there. It's for Boostio, but now forced to just back away and try and play this retake with the operator in his hand. That is a difficult, still Ethan. As long as he's alive, they've got the Seekers to try and reclear some of this space in the post plan. It might get a little bit difficult here. Loud playing a ton of players deep onto the site. They kind of need a plan to bail themselves out. Util capable of flushing them out. Here's the Seekers. He's pretty far back there, so they know that Tia is at least stuck close down to hell. It's all being exchanged on either side. The flash, coverage, Kawazine once more. Boostio tries to swing out, does return fire, but really the damage is just being done, and attempts all over the place. Pushing through the smokes, you've got to give it up at this point. EG recognize that.
The Loud post plans, the setups, crossfires, utility usage. Every part of it is looking excellent here.
Yeah.
They avoided that first issue with Boostio missing his inaugural op shot. And then after that, it was plain sailing. Loud looking immaculate, putting the squeeze on EG. And one of the issues when you find yourself in spots like this, from EG's perspective, is that all of the adrenaline coursing through your veins, the euphoria from being up 2-0, it starts to dwindle, starts to drop down, and then you're crashing and you realize you're not calming as much, and you can feel a very real version of the pressure that's being applied to you. It ends up, if you worry about it happening too much, being a self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's what we talk about it. Big game experience in best of fives, they matter a lot.
Loud have got tons.
Certainly do.
Boostio taking his operator deep down mid. The Viper wall helping him after he takes a shot. The wall can go up. He'll escape into the rendezvous.
And this is a nice setup, honestly, with the Viper's Pit drop down. EG, they rotate a lot of their players away. It's all dependent on Com surviving. This pit is the only thing holding them back.
And everybody from Loud is about to group up over here. They have flashes from Kawazine to give info, but more important, the Seekers. How can Com deal with
and
the
all they got to do is try and spam close to the Seekers here. Flash once more, the horn. Okay, it's all being offloaded. Fault line. They haven't removed him. He survived, so the pit's still up, but they just want to move their way all the way past it, taking heaven control. All at their feet here, and it's Jorgamo to try and meet them. Satchel,
good movement.
Disengage, round to the side, Ethan. Locking down the ropes angle, but it is carnage. A scramble towards it, Com retreating. Back against the wall, into elbow, low enough though, a single shot, once more. Will just bring him down, and he does not claim the kill. It was necessary. At this point, EG shut out of the sight. Last pass, he wants a little bit more. I mean, okay. It's a 2v4. Why not?
Go for it.
There's the rocket.
When you have your second showstopper in round 6, sure, send it. Why not?
I don't know where Demon 1 is.
He's getting run down.
Cornered and brought down once more. These maps have been defined by the attack sides for both of these teams. It's no different now with Loud. It's 5-1. A timeout has to be forced now. EG taking this.
A lot of the time we talk about teams having plans to deal with Viper's Pits, but it's rare that you see an execution so perfect as that. The Seekers came through, they followed them, they were ready with the breach utility as well. They drove Com out of his pit so quickly. Com was fearful for his life, and then they instantly got through it and took a Heaven control. No dawdling, no hesitation. Loud just used their utility, instantly took space off the back of it. And all of this is setting up Aspas to have an unreal game. 16-3 right now.
Showing no signs of slowing down.
And I mean, the emotion that the Killjoys got on her face there is me watching EG potentially choke the lead in the series, because Loud have just looked completely different across Pearl and Split so far.
Yeah.
The first 6 rounds here have been dominant and almost bullying EG. Like, EG have had no chance in some of these situations. They're just getting slapped around. Boostio's lost his operator. He's going to pick up the tour de force in this round. But he hasn't really found the opportunities to get value out of it.
No, he's been postured off of these corners. I mean, the operator needs to get value if you're hitting those initial shots.
Meanwhile, the big hitters that you expect from rifling sides, Jorgamo and Demon 1, they're 1 and 12 between them.
Not there.
No,
it's not present.
And again, part of that is because they're constantly put in bad positions because Loud are so fast to get into nice spots.
Lovely flash though, that sets it up, okay.
Good opening. That's what Boostio's been missing a little. He finds it there, puts his team in a 5v4.
Time wasted from Loud though. They want to try and use the Trailblazer. Nothing else to push through. Here it is, Rolling Thunder. Cuts into the side. Trademark at their feet, Com. I mean, everybody just being slowed down to a crawl. 2 years through the box. Remove the trader, Sadak, last one left. 1 versus 3. Everybody quickly alerted to his position now. He needs to try and force some of these fights out. Ethan just holding it. The jiggle as well. Knows he doesn't need to force this fight out. Close behind it. The positioning, it's spammable. Fault line, stun.
Good stun.
Good connection, but still the movement is just a little bit cleaner. EG making sure to not let that one slip away from them.
Players getting on the board. EG warming up. Boostio with the first, and then actually EG in position to fight over the map control, which the important area ended up being a Heaven in this round. Nice flash also from Ethan to set that one up and make it a little easier for Boostio to generate the first kill for his team.
Enemy remaining.
But it's this constant war over Heaven that ended up being a large difference. Usually EG were just giving up that space, allowing Loud to take it. They weren't fast enough to be able to respond. Here's more of what we've seen from Loud in the past. Heavy emphasis towards B main control. Boostio's picked correctly again.
With the operator. Flash is good. Pull is also good. Wants to use the rendezvous. Jorgamo is ready to pick up the pieces in case there was a fast punish play. He's got a showstopper in the back pocket, so any players that walk straight into okay. Wallbang angle from there. Didn't know about that one. The punishment when Ethan's just looking for a bit of mid-round information.
And as soon as this area is taken by Kawanzin and Les, the whole of Loud come and just backfill the space.
Aftershock is good. Made a little bit better here, but okay. Bit of a whiffage there with the movement. I think maybe slowed down a bit prior by some of that util into the choke point. A chance. Boostio misses. Com though, still looked down to the side and still here. That consistency, dodging. Everything that's thrown at him, it's a little bit disjointed in terms of Loud with the positioning, but as the smoke goes down, well, Com, only the one before the trade. Jorgamo back in action, back in the fight. 40 seconds left, has the showstopper, Boombot. There it is, finds his target, but which way does he want to send the rocket flying? One sign of life, Sadak brings him down, and a cosmic divide. It partitions and splits it up. Demon 1, the only thing on his side is a lack of noise cues. They don't know about this one. They've all repositioned the waist. Okay, they're going to be able to hear it. Demon 1. He's wondering where are the rest of them. Dropping down into his face. Les just bringing it to him.
Forcing the fight, winning it out. No danger from Demon 1 there towards the end. One round, that's all that EG have been able to find. No momentum gained off the back of that. They didn't manage to chain it together into a couple. People theorizing that this Loud composition would struggle in terms of its A ramp control because it doesn't have the Viper, because it doesn't have, you know, a Cypher even that can put the cages down there and allow you quiet access to A. But when Kawanzin is using his utility for less to take that space aggressively and then the rest of Loud rotate, what's the answer from EG? Trailblazer goes deep on this one, finds Jorgamo holding with a Bucky down there. There's a Bucky and a Judge. Odds and ends for EG, trying to keep this alive. Same story as the last time they played Split, no defensive rounds.
It's a bit risky though, if you are Loud walking into this. You know the shotguns are online, Split, close quarters combat. It's gonna be the name of the game. They just want to walk up. Nade, in case someone's close, that flushes them out. We know otherwise.
Right there.
Trailblazers use it a very good time here for EG. Going straight down into mid, but now they know exactly where they are. B main control. Lost earlier, the lockdown. Should be pushing all of them back here. EG have as a response. Satchel through. Nice pull as well. Stops any attempt of just trying to flood, defend any of this here close.
Spike planted.
Super diligent, very clean from Loud so far.
Need rebounding, Aspas wants to try and hold the ground here, but him and Les yet on the backs to the wall. Going to be in a pretty clean spot. When the attempt comes through, able to sail through. There's really no issues. Jorgamo. Yeah. A little bit spicy there towards the end, but this has been Loud with the right game plans. The form is red hot. All their players are hitting.
Aspas more than halfway at this point to breaking the kill record. Still plenty more of the map to play, especially if EG starts to mount some level of a comeback here. I'd like to see what the emotions are like within the EG camp right now. Love to listen into the comms. They're a team that likes the energy to be high and the fun to be flowing. But when you're just getting battered on Pearl and now Split, it's difficult to keep the vibes up.
Who's the player to bring it back? Stun does not land. Ethan pulls it back here. I love that flash as well, but Aspas survives, remains. Boombot at his feet. The reposition though of Ethan is quite nice. It's immaculate. Damage is being done here. EG really picking them apart. The game plan to try and force the fight. Force the issue. Jorgamo. It's nasty. And he's brought it to the 1v1. But once more, Aspas. Ult in his hand. Stun. Not there in time. Did he hear the drop? I don't believe so. There's too much sound obfuscating it. Aspas left wondering. Is he pushed up onto the corner? Is his positioning known? Questions rolling through his head. Here's the showstopper. Time running short, close to the side. Let loose. Mutually assured destruction, but enough to seal the round.
And that's Aspas's third showstopper. In round 10.
He's 21-7.
It's just ridiculous what he's pulling out here. It really is. The rest of his team all got traded. It's nice moves from the rest of EG, flooding through the smokes. And what immaculate timing on this. Demon 1 perhaps getting a little unlucky there because he'd found that little gap through elbow. But Aspas secures it. All right, heading into the next. Round 11, EG mostly with rifles up. Apart from Con with a stinger. He's inside the pit unless he's already through it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so different to the previous round.
It's so strange. Just not really expecting this. Bit of a team flash, but
Les.
just waiting for Les to get this kill.
He's
waiting for Les to get the kill. Yeah, and he's got it.
He's just caught Com in the back.
With the pit going down, you can send everybody else now over towards it. EG are not going to have the players over. They're going to have to scramble to try and make the most of this. Boostio.
How's he gotten two
Hello.
there?
Suddenly, a chance.
Sadak's looking to try and re-clear.
Oh,
Good timing.
That, yeah. With the orb being picked up, Seeker's in your face. Les! No way. It's a 2 versus 2. Round 11.
So scrappy. Loud have not been allowed the time to consolidate at any point here, even after finding that opening pick. It's a 2v2 with Breed Shot online.
Seeker points him directly towards it as well. Okay. Flash over there. Boostio almost getting spammed out there onto that corner. Aftershock follows it through. It's a double face as well. They can't quite get the clean shot on the Queen Avenue. Rolling Thunder. That should set it up. Surely now the slam dunk. Boostio having to deal with the kitchen sink just sent flying towards him.
And Loud even managing to deal with the rounds when they get scrappy. This is unbelievably dominant from them. It was a 9-3 half on Pearl, and it looks like we might see something similar, perhaps even more dominant here on Split. Aspas has 21 kills. Sadak's making sure the round's secured. Loud are trying to pull off the reverse sweep.
Been here before. Enough money to purchase. You got all the extra weaponry, all the extra goodies. Les spotted. Boostio now. Hold on. Is he favored here? He's got to hear that jump spot, or at least the jump position of Les close to the corner. Who will walk into each other's sight line? It's going to miss him. It's going to miss him, and Boostio. Do the timing to take. Rapid is the approach, though. Look at them trying to make the most of this all the way through. Again, the showstopper's dodged, juked, nade. Rebounding around the back here. Jorgenmo's still got his, though, left to play with rebounding. Across the floor, stopping him from crossing over that line, and Com really needs that support. He needs that help. Tuiz is in! Unexpected! Smoke's now dropped down as well, trying to help them out and gain that ground for the rest of the team. Aspas still locking down this angle. Cosmic Divide! You don't win it, even with the judge at that kind of range. Heal online, Ethan behind them, quick. Again is the approach as the call is made. Boostio will try and watch it now with the tour de force over these angles. It's a double face pushing him away with the rendezvous Ethan! That is nasty! Still alive here though, but missing the shot! Boostio! A chance. That's what that means. Just barely a chance.
One thin lifeline. Purchased. Blood, sweat and tears, an incredible round opened and closed by Boostio, but it's this 2K from Ethan that makes it doable. We saw the attack side still be good for EG, but they're 9-3 down again. Do they have what it takes? Do they have that grit?
That's the big question on everybody's mind. To EG have what it takes?
Oh boy, 9-3 as we go into the half here. Evil Genius is looking to try and get back into this one. That last round looked pretty solid, but they're going to have to do it a few more times if they want to try and shut down this series. And meanwhile, on the other side, Loud, they're poised to be able to make this, at the very least, map 5 happen.
Yeah, they're on great form to keep this run going. In particular, Aspas is having an unbelievable half thus far. It seems like every single round he's getting 2 or 3 kills for this team. He's already had at least 3 showstoppers just in this first half, and it seems like these individual plays, beyond just Loud, the rest of all of these rounds Loud is winning, has been booming.
And it has to be some sort of record at this point, how many showstoppers that Aspas has had in one half. It has to be up there. Was it 5? Was that Brennan Scheidel was saying? It's something absurd. And it goes to show, like you said, you build that showstopper by getting so many kills for your team. He's not just farming every orb. He's getting so much value winning these clutches. And overall, it looks like Loud has got EG's number on this map.
Yeah, I think if Aspas is popping off, right, it becomes a big pain point that EG are going to need to address Seth as they get ready for this next half.
No, I mean, it really is. He's just completely out of control, and this has been such a strong beginning for this squad. Now they get ready to swap sides. EG, they need to find some momentum. They got it a little bit there at the very end. Boostio with some nice shots to try to round that out, get that round 3 to put them up, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They need so much more. They need to be able to dig deep, get themselves focused back up into this game and not let it escape them, because I, for one, maybe some of the people in the audience do, I don't believe in curses. So I think that this one's done and dusted. I think it's going to be a GG go next. Ooh.
It should be, especially considering this chamber comp was really struggling in the first half. I wasn't seeing the value out of Boostio. missing a lot of shots, not getting the information he always needed with the trademark. And now it's a question, EG, with this comp, did they take the right risk? Are they ready for split, or will Loud push us to the final map?
You know what? In this game, anything is truly possible. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, still yet to be seen if EG do have that grit, resilience to drag it all the way back to try and avoid that fifth and final map in our best of 5, to avoid even the possibility, the semblance at the back of their mind of a reverse sweep that might be already happening, might be already in motion. And here we go, tempo increase, double face, Loud, ready to receive. Nade is there, slightly delayed, pushed up forwards. This Boostio separated from the rest of them, and Sadak as well, the backstab when all that was occurring. It's falling to pieces for EG. Yeah, not happening.
Getting torn to pieces. Jorgamo's fast up mid trying to force the raise head-to-head, but you're forcing it against Aspas, who has 25 kills after 13 rounds. Talk about a hot hand. Aspas was there, instantly frenzy, deleted his opposition. Nade is down, all of the defensive protocols looking good, and providing such a distraction that then Sadak is able to just wander through the trip and get kills in the other side towards Vent. EG are going to force, but it's not even a great force. You know, they didn't get enough kills or a plan to even make this one look like there's too much danger.
I mean, they got Stingers, Sheriffs.
It's absolute bottom of the barrel desperation territory here for EG, trying to make something happen. That would have been a lovely shot, but it doesn't land.
This is one bullet. Still got the Sheriff. Far back positioning of Loud here, but they are re-clearing out B main themselves with the Trailblazers. So the push Aspas into that spot, maybe just holding on to B main the entire time. Now you can start to dedicate a few players towards the other areas of the map that you've given up.
I like what Com is doing with his Viper Orb reposition, taking a bit of heaven control.
There.
Heaven on either side is entirely theirs. Series of contact plays. They'll try and shut that down, so Kawazin does. Getting ahead of themselves now, but less towards the back, util.
30 seconds left.
Screaming, careening towards his way, but it's a bit of a fake as well. It's offset EG. Now they make their mark, waiting out a lot of that utility, and here are the shots landing. Needed to come through, especially when you're forcing out, but Les is still alive and active. Onto the side, close to the corner here, seeking to deny. Plan. Going off with no problems.
Aspak still with the double blast pack. He's going to try and get aggressive on anyone that might be playing screens. No one there. EG
have that, yeah.
Should be able to hold on. Feeling quite similar now to Pearl.
There.
Aspas watch the space. Hello. Shot to the face, 2 years. Attempting it, but okay, Com. Stalwart defender there of elbow. A necessary win for EG, forcing up. Maybe just get the vibes back into order as well.
That, I think, is going to be such a crucial element of EG keeping their heads in these moments. They are still quite an inexperienced team. It's one of the most fantastic Cinderella runs, if you still want to call it that, that we've seen. No one was particularly expecting this EG roster to be competing for back-to-back grand finals Tokyo of the Champions. They've surprised everybody with how incredibly they've developed.
Toxin screen down.
The vibes are going to be an incredibly important element of that. Being able to make these maps a little closer just gives you that more confidence. You start to get in the rhythm of communicating a little more, even if you do end up losing. Silent drop.
Yeah, silent drop, and prime for the taking with that. Less seeking to just re-clear with his body. Of course, they need that information on the eco round. Aspas.
Nice clear.
Must have been just a pixel. Spotted by Com.
EG are being afforded a lot of map control here. Loud are not trying to pressure towards mid or towards a ramp.
Nowhere. Yes, of course. Okay. Spotting out towards 2 years still The reaction, instantaneous. Kawazine down mid is coming to himself a gun. Plan should be theirs though, surely. You don't get past Jorgler, not with, yeah, not with the judge.
Spike planted.
Good luck. On the bright side, Kawazine building himself the rifle. EG would love to hunt for this, but got to pick and choose their play as well. It will be the one round by EG. 5th on the board.
We did see them make a little bit of a comeback over towards Pearl. You know, they were able to take pistol bonus, really start working things forward. Somewhat similar over here. Kawazine clearly still with something to say about it, though.
That team of one!
How has he hit that flick?
Okay.
Not going to affect the outcome of the round, but a bit of a tilter.
Bit of a tilter. Didn't even know where he is as well. Is he just going to remove every single piece of weaponry? 2 bullets left. It's, yeah, okay.
Jorgmo hopping around.
He's just having fun with it.
Yeah. They keep a phantom. That's not the greatest. It's going to turn this round into an actual buy round where EG are forced to invest and hurt their economy should they lose. What a flick that is. What a flick. Aspas pulling out a judge again. He's one away from another showstopper. He's just had so many ultimates in this map.
It's a big deal. Against the 1 kill, it could be a little difference maker. G going for the 1-3-1 with their attack side default. Slow as it goes. Flash. Not connecting onto 2 years.
Loud have been giving them a lot of the map. I mean, they're not fighting over A main, they're not fighting over garage. They're barely fighting mid, honestly. They're kind of pressuring it in a couple of rounds, trying to draw out utility, but not heavy fighting in this area. Feels like Loud want to save a lot of their utility for later on. You know, once the time gets down to about 40 seconds, they can tell that EG are going to be playing slowly. And the calling from Boostio does seem reminiscent of that opening, much more on Ascent rather than Lotus, the slower paced approach. Prodding everywhere, looking for picks. And Aspas, they might have just chosen incorrectly here.
The bait and switch, yeah, okay. Ult's online, fault line's there. Sending it flying, no kills, no casualties. Gaining control of this one, the util is exchanged. Either direction here. EG looking to try and gain some ground over towards heaven, but they don't have site control, they don't have control of really anything at all, just a trademark. Watch their backs.
Good utility from Com to help them get to the site. But Com doesn't go for the plant. It's just providing support from a distance, so they don't have that pit for post-plant.
This plan of a heaven, though. Com could be that late lurker. But the added time pressure, as long as Demon 1 is alive, I think he's got to star and pull, so Loud's got to get a move on. Facing the right direction. Shot actually missing here. They're clearing up and cleaning up these players. Pit, drop down in the choke point of all places. Kawazine, still clean and consistent. A plan of a heaven, but when it's online, you've got to tap this now to try and force this one out. Com's gone down. That's the pit. And no more util waiting for them. Out towards the open. It needs to be covered. Kawazine, next up, in line. Demon 1, shut down. Half on the defuse. 2 years. He's got it in time.
What a tense round there for Tui's to eventually close. Demon 1 gave it everything he could, and Com with that kill got his pit online as well, but it was just too far away to extend over to the spike. Chaos in those final moments.
1 enemy remaining.
And I think a bit of confidence lacking from EG in some of these situations too, specifically from Boostio. In a spot where he could have, you know, he takes one shot and immediately TPs away.
Yeah.
He was fighting against a player that had no clue where he was. Could have stayed for a little longer, but he's trying to be as safe as possible in these spots.
Sometimes you just need the confidence, I think, to be able to take duels like that. Maybe overstay your welcome ever so slightly, because...
I mean, that's what Loud are doing.
Exactly. Everyone's working out for them.
At the same time, Boostio, who struggled so much on the chamber last time they played Split, is at the top of the scoreboard. You know, ostensibly not the biggest issue for them if you're looking at the numbers. But I think it's indicative of a larger issue, which is EG having got up to 2-0 ahead in terms of the map score, now playing to just grind it out and hoping that they'll eventually win at some point, rather than coming up with ideas to put the pressure back on Loud and dominate them as they did in Lotus. That was EG playing confident, fast, aggressive. And now they seem a little more timid. They're still taking their map control though, they're not playing scared in that sense. Jorgamo's going to go fast up A ramp.
More judge gameplay at work. That's feeling the heat. Bit of rifle spam and spray through the box, but backing away and giving it up. Okay. That's a nice one. It's necessary. Sadak. Not sure if that was the intended target, but out towards it. Main needs to be a collection of these kills. They're pushing forwards and there's coverage. Watching for it. Another repeat. Kawazine. How does he pull it off every single time? The plant is down, but Ethan is so isolated again. He's on an island essentially. Demon 1. Try and play the global utility game here, but he's gonna have to get into the fight, get into the fray. With the shot.
With the stinger though.
Yeah, not enough for the kill, not enough for the collection. Flashes through here, Loud, waiting. They don't have time for the heal. Util still abound, 2 years watching in case there is that late lurk as well. Now they're just gonna be facing it all together. Demon 1! Can't win it!
Another round where Tuis is able to get the better of Demon 1 in those final scrappy, traded 1v1 scenarios towards the end. Not true clutches, you could argue, more to do with having excellent spacing and trading for each other in advantage situations, denying EG from making those big plays, big moments. Excellent stuff. And 12-5 the score.
Once more standing on the brink. At this point, yeah, I mean, a reverse sweep, the possibility, it's more than there.
I was talking earlier about the Loud legacy. Every tournament they've been to where they survived groups, they have made the grand finals. And they started off this year by almost reverse sweeping in the finals of Lock-In. Everyone remembers the big comeback from Fnatic, but that was Loud about to pull off a reverse sweep when they were up 11-3 on Icebox. And they are looking primed to do something similar here again. One round away from pulling us to bind.
Hoping to mitigate the mistakes of the past here. Have they learned from their lessons, but always a chance for EG to keep alive in this map here as a showstopper. Jorgamo holding on to it. Make sure that he clears that util, but still the alarm bot remains.
Yeah, got both the nanoswarms.
Angle by Boostio is unorthodox. We're hoping for a bit.
As is Kawanzin's actually,
Wait,
Brent.
Kawanzin
is going for a re-clear.
Yeah, re-clearing right behind him.
What?
They missed each other, not quite. Oh my.
What an incredible read from Kawanzin. That was because the nanoswarms got broken, but the alarm bot didn't. He knew they were backing off.
Gia contacting behind them though. They're trying to make the most of this, at least this instance now. The Cosmic Divide all the way through. Everything relies on this. Boostio. Quick scope to the chest. 2 years no longer standing. And where's the committal now? There's only 20 seconds left. The util, it's either got to be pulled out and it needs to be that committal, but they're not finding any picks right now. They're being choked out. They can't clear Kawazin from that position. Time is taken. Less there. Boostio returns a shot, but 10 seconds are left. There needs to be this plan online.
Those two shots from Boostio in this round have been unbelievable. Just quick scoping people around the map. Desperate to keep EG in it, but flashed up. Locked off in garage. Almost did another.
Slightly wide here. All his util is pushing him into unfavorable angles again, unfavorable fights again. Gotta hit this one. Sadak does not expect it. Wrap around from Com, a classic play.
Always
staying alive in the map.
He's always on the flank.
Yeah.
Com is always on the flank.
Could be expecting it at this point.
That's a good start. 30 seconds left.
Look at these shots though from Boostio. That readjustment is excellent. And then he hits another one.
Scanning field.
To shut down some pressure that was coming from B Heaven. Loud's economy is knocked. Feels very similar to Pearl again, where Loud, they only need to grind out a round here or there. And EG are going to make them work for it. But at some point, you feel like this attack inside of Evil Geniuses has got to make a mistake.
And slip up. It's all it really takes here. Maybe we might have seen it as an attempt to punish the satchel, the stuns. They're all overlapped. Demon 1! Brought down. Massive kill as an attempt by EG now. You can see them taking up all that space out towards Heaven.
It's too late, I think, this reaction. Oh, Sadok misses the shot, though.
Damage done to Boostio. 40 health. Has to return for the heal.
The reactions were not particularly quick there from EG. Com has pushed up deep towards A Heaven, but he's stuck behind this alarm bot. The rest of EG, yeah, they've taken B. Where are they going? Who are they aiming for with the showstopper?
Yeah, exploding out into the side here, just holding it, making sure that nobody can fly back in.
I don't know if Sadok's going to want to fight this.
I mean, they're being squeezed.
Getting pushed.
Hello, fault line stun, missing. Seeker as well, dodging and juking round to the side, another pull. Vulnerable duck, Boostio tight to the corner. A lot of this going to be relying now on Com. Once more with this flank timing. Sadok, who's pulling out the all I think an attempt for it. Snakebite drop down and Com's still alive here. Into the fight, softening them up. Prime for the taking and beam them all down.
Com the safety net again, coming around from behind. You've got to be reading into these flanks at this point. But that was still just an eco for Loud. Sadok found himself in a spot where he could have used the Rolling Thunder. There were chances there for Loud to invest more heavily into the round. But instead, they're saving their ultimates, saving their money, waiting for one big round to wipe EG away and take us to bind. This one was not the most difficult challenge that is yet to face EG. The score 12-7, Loud taking a tactical timeout. If I had to guess, this is where Fraud is going to cook up something specific. A plan with the ultimates that they have, and there's none on the other side of EG. Whereas Loud, they've got a Cosmic Divide to play with, Rolling Thunder, Lockdown. They've got big tools to be able to open up one of the sites. They can even save one of these ults potentially for a post-plant fight if they want to. There are many different ways that you can play this.
G just take it one round at a time. You are right. I mean, all it takes is one moment. A misstep, misplay. All in investment, though, from Loud. Like you said, Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, any of these ults can be the key. Taking away the map, unlocking it, bringing us to that map 5. EG are going to have to rally. Good show of it so far.
The barriers drop and the pressure mounts. Fault line early here over towards Boostio and Com. Just trying to take a little bit of space behind the Viper utility. Sadok's rotating immediately just to make sure that Heaven is secure.
Still with a crossfire setup. EG to take that A ramp control a bit earlier. Les going to be the player to watch. I don't think he's got a reasonable response for this if the alarm does get triggered. Comes off of that one with the alarm bot breaking. Les is alerted. Scary situation to really be in, especially when they got the confidence to take fights like that. Another flash. Kawazine does not use it to peek. Exits. Pulls the util out. Once more slowed down.
And they're playing a retake here. That's what I was talking about. Loud's ultimates are so good in post-plant scenarios. Com caught coming up ramp. And Kawanzine's done more than enough here. Maintaining control of this area. The spike coming back over to A. Still a lockdown, still a Rolling Thunder. So many tools and only 30 seconds to deal with them.
They want to fight for this. It's that A Heaven control as well. Loud not keen to give this one up. Jorgamo going for the plant. Now it's spammed. It's planted for Heaven right through the smoke. This is it. On the cusp of it all. It's up to them. Demon 1. Gotta land it. Gotta hit it. An extension for it. He's bought a lifeline. Ethan left alone though, but the lockdown is pushing him directly into the corner. Oh, punishment. 2 years out wide. Finishes the fight.
How many rounds have we seen go this way with 2Es cleaning up a 1v1 that the rest of his team has favored him to win? Excellent composure from one of the newest players to the roster. Loud take us to bind. Attempted to make this reverse sweep a reality. What a match this has been.
brought all the way to the brink. Celebrations, exaltations, but still obstacles remain. That final map getting in the way of both of these teams. How will it end? We'll have to wait and see. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Champions 2023, live from the Kia Forum. We're going to map 5, which is, I don't think anyone's going to complain about that one, especially considering that Loud were down 2-0 at one point in this series, and it needed to be a reverse sweep, and Loud, Achilleos, on the precipice of making that happen.
They very much are. I think that people are going to be happy that they're getting their money's worth out of their tickets right now, but the EG fans definitely got to be sweating their asses off because this is getting scary. Loud are right here on the cusp. The last two maps haven't really been close. A 13-9 into a 13-7, I do believe. If I flip back, 13-8, well, you know there we go. It was even worse than I thought.
Why don't we do a temperature check?
All right,
okay.
Sure.
Hey, Kia Forum, you guys are EG fans. How you guys feeling right now? Oh, okay, that's a good question. But now I'm gonna ask you, do you think EG's still gonna win? A lot of people believe.
Somehow louder.
Or do you think Loud are gonna close it out? I wasn't ready for that one. Okay, so I don't know if they're sweating that much, Achilleos. It seems like they're having a good time.
I mean, you know, sometimes doubt, it's just one of the stages that happens. It comes back around to acceptance.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I mean, I think they're still in this one. They definitely can rally back from this. EG, they have the potential. But the thing that has me worried is that they're going into a bind where they just lost yesterday versus Paper Rex. Again, it was about a 9-round pickup from them, but it's another one of these maps where Loud just comes out the gate, they get the momentum building.
And again, they look really out of it here on Split, to be quite honest. Loud came out and looked excellent. Ospas was on a ridiculous heater throughout this matchup, and that continued into this map, stepping up big time on the raise here. And on top of that, I actually felt like the decision-making for Loud was consistently really good on their attacking side. EG looked like they were running out of ideas pretty early on into this one. And the second half, well, there was moments where it looked like EG could rally. It again was not close. And honestly, all this reminds me of is what we saw yesterday, where EG's in control of the match versus Paper Rex. It starts to slip away, and it seems like they run out of answers. They run out of a new idea to come up with. And I feel like I'm seeing that here in these last 2 maps. The pressure is on for EG. You do not want to let this slip by. Remember, they started the series 2-0 up.
And off of the back of a 13-4 map win. And it's crazy because when they are making the good macro decisions and they are putting themselves in favorable rounds to win, Tui's wins 2 huge 1v1s towards the end of the map. And it's something I think both were against Demon 1, of all people. And when you have that, everything is going right for EG, and then at the final step, having those 2 1v1s lost, and he's so young too. He's 18 years old and he's pulling this out here on the biggest stage, 4th map.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, Tui's kind of being the one there to finish off those rounds to really get them across that final hurdle to be able to lock it in. But Aspas, again, we can't help but sing this guy praises given the performance that we just saw from him there on that map of Split, because it was just star-studded across the board. Dropped 30 kills by the end of it. I mean, at one point he was, what, 10-2 at the very beginning. Was just dropping so many showstoppers the whole way throughout that map. 3 in the first half by round 10. It was just gorgeous performance of Raze right there from him.
Yeah, it was exceptional from Aspas in that map. And for EG, again, this is where it seems like something could be repeating itself. This guy is stepping up big time, and no one was able to rally. Remember how good Jojimo was on the second map, and yeah, 400 for Aspas now. Clearly the strongest player in the server. Loud has done this before. They've pushed the series to map 5. Josh was mentioning it, the lock-in finals. It was nearly a reverse sweep, 2 rounds away from doing it versus Fnatic. And what I'm seeing in this series looks like when Loud was in the form to make that comeback happen back at lock-in. So I'm sure they're so fired up to close it out, not just to make up for what happened at the beginning of the year, but also to make history, to be the first team to win back-to-back championships and be able to have a chance to do that in the finals.
Yeah, no, that's right.
It'd be a monstrous position to put themselves into. But I mean, not only that, they also know what it takes to deny a reverse sweep, because they did very much the same when they played against DRX at lock-in. So they know what EG is going to be striving to reach, how deep they need to dig to be able to try to shut this down and close it out. So Loud have been on kind of both sides of that spectrum. I'm curious to see, though, how EG is going to fare. You can see Booster trying to get everybody rallied back up.
I was going to mention that, because that is going to be an important part of this. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not the biggest fan of Busio on Chamber, and I'm a big fan of Busio. But what he needs to do right now as the leader of this team is what you literally just saw right there. He has to keep the troops happy, because you mentioned at the start of this that the EG fans are sweating. Well, I think those boys down there are leaking right now with how nervous they could potentially be, given that they're giving up something that was well within their grasp, Mimi, yet again.
Yeah.
Yet again.
I mean, the pressure is so heavy on these guys right now. And Mel, I kind of wanted to just direct this to you. When a series is slipping away like this, what does it take to get back into it? You were hyping up how excited you were to see EG having fun, being whimsical in those first few maps. It seems like all of that is dissipated here.
In moments like this, it really takes a lot of focus towards the good things that they did right. It's really refocusing. What did we do in those first 2 maps, right? And I want to see more smiles and more fun really coming out of EG. I keep hammering about it, but there's a reason why. Paper Rex was talking about it. They just have fun. EG was talking about it when they were winning the upper bracket. And I think it all comes down to really what happened just now when Potter was talking to the team, when Boostio was talking to the team, what was said to get them reset and bring them back into this.
Yeah, but to be able to close this one out, it is going to be such an interesting map, I think, to take a look at here. It's fine where both of these teams have such unique approaches. We've talked about Loud moving away from just a Harbor Viper, continuing to innovate, trying new things in this tournament. And I think this is the biggest example. They they play a triple controller, Brimstone, Viper, Omen comp that honestly I feel like has been really good. They have great ideas around it. Controlling extremities with Omen one-ways, having fantastic stall in their defense, and using it well for the retake as well for them. And on the other side, for EG, this is another map where they're playing into the chamber, which we just saw get ran over on Split.
And it's going to be hard, like best of 5 is a marathon, right? And we're at the 5th map and you're going against such a weird comp and you rarely get practice against this kind of comp or how they play. And it's going to be interesting to see how they actually deal with it in the server because we've been on like 4 hours now, just constant, 110% locked in, focused in gameplay. The calling is going to be, it's going to be so interesting to see how they both interact with each other, but really it's going to be a team effort of how they're going to deal with all these gimmicks.
Yeah, I mean, this was the second map that we saw from them versus Paper X yesterday, and yeah, it was a loss. 9 rounds is all they were able to get, but that was also still calm, being the one really leading the charge as far as just racking up those kills, playing that Viper. It seems like when he is really popping off, when he's able to get these clutches, the rest of the team feels that much more rallied up around him. So I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to have a similar performance and really reinvigorate the squad as they get ready to move forward. It's going to be Jogamo again here on this race. A rough time on Split, but we've seen what he can do when we were back on that Lotus. That's the kind of performance I'm looking to see out of him.
It's the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and it's both these teams going back to the compositions we were talking about. Map 5 of a best out of 5 where EG has let this one slip. You saw Boostio out there on the stage, bringing the energy back into this team. But like you mentioned, Mel, it's a weird composition. The pressure is on, and Loud, they have been in this position many times before. They're great in these late stages of tournaments, and they want another shot at a grand final.
That's right. The pressure is on EG. You had this 2-0, and now you've let it slip from your grasp, and you have to close it out here and now. Everything is on Loud to be able to end this one and end the miracle season of Evil Geniuses. But this is what the sport is made of. This is what we're all excited for. So Kia Forum, let's make some noise for map 5 as we send it over to Brent and Sideshow for the final call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. The cider here, map number 5, pushed to the brink. One of these teams will get their chance at history. Making a bit of a legacy and the potential run of things at Champs 2023. This entire series has really been defined as well by the attack side beginnings for all of these teams, really. On every single map, it's almost felt lopsided at times.
EG playing bind against Paper X were able to pick up the pistol, the follower, and that was all they got on the attack side. That was it. From then on, defensive round after defensive round piled up against them. They couldn't figure out how to break that at all. And this triple smokes composition is also really good on defense.
It's unusual. Okay.
I mean, that is just a spam through the brim smoke. Aspas Court pushing up. It's a great beginning.
It doesn't force EG into anything. They still want to slow play it. The overall game plan that they had. Leslie's got the most to do.
They're also immediately taking out the player that was on fire in Split.
Waller, less knowing it's compromised. As it starts to go down, it connects there with the nade. Let's drop down. 66 health for the site, going to be gained now. Gavita towards them, get that plant down. TP, and onto the back. Orb in his face. Com doing a good job again of delaying. He's just trying to cause a distraction. I mean, Demon 1 is...
He's thinking